हेलो।
गुड मॉर्निंग नितिन जी।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। सर ये आप एक बार सिस्टम से होस्ट और बन जाओ, शायद आप फोन से ज्वाइन हो अभी।
नहीं, मैं सिस्टम से ही ज्वाइन हूँ यार।
अच्छा, सिस्टम से हो आप, ठीक है सर।
हाँ, आपने बना दिया मुझे होस्ट। थैंक यू, आई अप्रिशिएट, थैंक यू। Good morning, Dr. Swati, Smriti ji. Welcome on board. I'll request you to drop a message into the WhatsApp group, asking other participants also to join fast.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dhaya sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Delighted to see you all here. I'll request you to kindly drop the message into the WhatsApp group so that other participants also join quickly. Good morning, Dr. Jayashree, Navneet, Pawan. Good morning, sir. We are so delighted to have you here. Hearty welcome on board.
Good morning, Professor Daya. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Heartfelt gratitude to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands together to welcome beloved, a very seasoned person, a persona par excellence, legendary Mr. Krishan Mohan, sir, a very senior IAS officer who has been kind enough to join us as a distinguished speaker in this value-added session of AICTE ATAL Faculty Development Program at Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. Friends, let me share it with you that Sir has almost 4 decades of rich experience in all aspects and crucial sectors of public administration as an officer of the IAS, Haryana cadre, 1977 batch. And you see, he has been associated and has been supporting the country in policy, planning, and execution in various sectors such as rural and urban development, infrastructure development, housing, tourism, revenue, disaster management, industry and commerce, regulation and enforcement of urban planning, home, state excise and sales tax, health, law, administration of justice, social welfare, education, project formulation, public distribution, agriculture, forest, corporation, financial management, information and public relations and grievance redressal, labor, marketing of agricultural produce, and apart from being believe me, friends, for me, having a legit person, sir, this nice trainer on e-governance and has been duly certified by National E-Governance Division under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Well, the very idea of having value-added session from Sir is to let the participants hailing from different parts of India understand the different dimensions of blissful life. And when such iconic personas come and shower their words of wisdom, shower their blessings, indeed helps us to make our way forward for a blissful life, both at personal and professional fronts. And who else could have been a better persona than respected Krishna Mohan sir being there on board? A hearty welcome to you, sir. Sir, let me share it with you. This is a newly established center, Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills. Has been almost 1 year old baby in MD University Rohtak, established by Professor Rajbir Singh, our present Vice Chancellor, and the then Dean Academic Affairs, Madam Professor Neena Singh. They could visualize the need of having a Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills at this university, and we are aiming to help the youth to excel in their life and soft skills. So there are 10 life skills defined by United Nations Organization, UNICEF, and World Health Organization. Though communication is an important part of those 10 life skills, but then keeping in view that we are a state university and the learners coming to this university are hailing from different backgrounds, including the rural areas. So they are often good in their written English, but then lacks in spoken competencies. Thus, the center has been named as Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills so as to enable us to help them communication and skills. So in this regard, we have launched 3 faculty development programs from AICTE ATAL, and this one being the third one and the last for this year. We started with our Journey of Life Skills program in June, where we conducted a workshop on life skills for blissful life, and that was open for diverse groups from different parts of country. Then we moved on to a dedicated and a focus group, life skills for pharma professionals, and we did it in collaboration with Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, MD University, Rohtak. And then we moved on to a niche hospitality and tourism domain. Sir, I'm also happy to share with you that during this 1 year, we also collaborated with National Commission for Women Government of India, and we could sensitize about 2,454 female students in 5 orientation workshops on capacity building and personality development. We also did a 1 week campus orientation program for the university students in association with Career Counseling and Placement Self to help them and to sensitize them about life skills and soft skills. With iconic figures like you and your blessings, I'm sure that the center will do wonders in times to come. Not taking much of your time, it's sharp 9. I would like to request you to kindly address the participants. I'm happy to share that we have participants hailing from 24 different states and union territories of India. Majority of them are from hotel and tourism background, are university and college teachers. With these few words, a hearty welcome to you, sir, and over to you. Gratitude, my pranam.
Thank you so much, Professor Dahiya. So I'm thankful to you for having invited me to address senior faculty. I'm also thankful to Professor Rajbir, the Vice Chancellor. We have worked together for umpteen number of years, an outstanding officer of great repute. And I, at the same time, I welcome all the participants for talking about a subject which is very close to my heart. At the outset, may I request all the participants to kindly keep the cameras on and the mics muted. Even if we are in the virtual world, at least we'll be in a position to see each other. Unless, of course, there are bandwidth constraints, then, of course, I appreciate that. But otherwise, it will be a good idea if you keep your cameras on.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, let's switch on our cameras and let's have some sweet pictures, a good memoir with respected Krishna Mohan sir. That's something fantastic, and it's a good opportunity to have lovely photographs with sir. Good to see Smriti ji, Adit, Hardaman switching on their cameras. Looking forward for Dr. Dinesh, Jyoti ji, Murshad Ali, Dr. Suraksha ji, Dr. Lakwinder, Dr. K.V. Gunavati ji, Purushottam ji, Dr. Meenakshi Pandey ji from Bhopal. Lovely, lovely seeing you all on the screen. And over to sir. In the meantime, I'll continue to click photographs.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll be talking about a subject which is, as I said, I'm quite passionate about, and that is element of humanism, or element of human touch in everything that we do. Now, this particular thing, I will not be doing any teaching or training. You are all adults, but I will be only facilitating. And it will be more of experiential learning rather than too much of theory. So let me begin this by narrating to you a very interesting incident. But before that, let me ask you whether you are in a position to see me and hear my audio absolutely clearly.
Yes, sir. You are loud and clear, and we can visualize you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So there was a Tata Group of companies you are all aware of. Now, Tata Group of companies is regarded as one of the most ethical companies in this country. It was started by Jamshedji Tata and then JRD Tata, and now the legacy continues till Ratan Tata. And this is one corporate house which is regarded as the most ethical. After that, there are many other also, like, for example, Birlas and Wipros and so on. So, Tata Group of companies, one of the companies is Tata Steel. So Tata Steel chairman was one person by the name of Rusi Modi, a very famous person. So one day he was addressing his workers in a football field in Jamshedpur. So after he had spoken, he said, anyone has got any question? He was a very empathetic person. He had a lot of empathy and sympathy and compassion with others. So one of the workers raised his hand and he said, sir, would you kindly pay a visit to our washrooms? So he said, all right. and he went to see the washroom meant for the workers. And when he entered the washroom, he found that it was full of odor, smelling, filthy, unclean, untidy. It was as if it has not been cleaned for several days. Water was flowing from the taps. There was no soap, there was no towel, there was no odoril. So nobody could stand there for more than a minute. And this worker said, sir, this is the washroom which we use after every 5 or 10 minutes. And kindly, sir, please pay a visit to the washroom meant for the officers and executives, which is just 10 yards away from here. And then he paid the visit to that washroom, and he found that it was absolutely, tidy, clean. It was almost every day. It was just, the people used to come and clean it. There was soap, there was towel, no taps were leaking. Everything was hunky-dory. And he said, sir, why this difference? We are workers, they are executives, but we also have to go to the washroom and they also have to. Can you do something about it, sir? Now, Rusi Modi was a very empathetic person. He asked one of the executives and he said, how much time will you take to improve the condition of the washroom meant for the workers? He said, sir, we will take 1 month. He said, no, 1 day. He said, no, sir, it's not possible. He said, it is possible. Call the carpenter. The carpenter was called, and Rusi Modi asked the carpenter to switch the signboards fixed outside the two washrooms. So now the washroom meant for the workers became the washroom for the executives and vice versa. And he said, the problem solved. And now he said to the executive, how much time will you take to improve now your new washroom? He said, sir, we will do it in 1 day itself. He said, go ahead, do it. And every day, he said, in the evening after office closes, the signboards will keep on being swapped so that both the washroom remain in the same condition. So 3 days down the line, both the washroom became absolutely tidy. Now, this was an element of empathy. That is putting yourself in the shoes of another. Now, if these two things were present in our bureaucracy, in our officers, in everyone who is at a responsible position, be it educational institution, be the politician, I think half the battle would be, won over. So empathy, compassion, helping others, these are the elements of humanism, which we all must possess. Let me narrate to you some more incidents connected with the humanism. Now, you must have all heard the name of Shiv Kheda. Can you tell me who is Shiv Kheda? Anyone?
We look forward for your responses into the chat box, participants. Or you can even unmute yourself to answer.
Yeah, you can answer. Who is Shiv Kheda?
Smriti ji?
I'm sure you all are aware about it.
Sir, Meenakshi Pandey ji has written motivational author in chat box. Anup Patwal ji has written writer and author.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. So he is a motivational speaker. He's a writer. He's an author. Very rightly said by all of you. So Shiv Kheda once went to Singapore. And when he got down from the plane, he hired a taxi. The name of the taxi driver was Henry. So he told Henry to take him to a particular office in Singapore. Now, Henry, even though he had served as a taxi driver for quite some time, and he practically knew every location, but this particular office, he was not very certain. He had a rough idea where that office was situated. So on the way, Shiv Kheda and Henry started talking about India and Singapore. And when the taxi came near a group of multi-storied buildings where the taxi driver presumed that that office was situated, even then he had to take several rounds of those buildings. Therefore, additional kilometer was run and additional time was taken. Ultimately, when he was able to spot that particular office and Shiv Kheda got down from the taxi meter reading showed $11. So he took out $11 and he about hand over the money to the Henry. Henry said, no, sir, $10. He said, but your meter is showing $11. He said, sir, legally speaking, I can charge you $11. But sir, I am a taxi driver and I'm expected to know each and every location in the city. That's my job. And believe me, sir, if I had come straight away to this particular office, it would have actually cost you just $10. Even though I may not be holding a diplomatic passport on behalf of the government of Singapore, and yet I'm an ambassador of Singapore. And you represent another country, India. How can I prove to be unethical before a foreigner? If I charge you $11, I would be committing one of the most unethical acts on this earth, and I don't want to do that. Shiv Khela was amazed. He was floored. And he said back home in his country, probably this would have never have happened. So he came back and he narrated this incident to everyone. And he said that that taxi driver perhaps did not even have education beyond 4th class. शायद चौथी जमात के beyond पढ़ा भी नहीं होगा. And yet he possessed something inside him, which was a firm belief and conviction. And he didn't want to negate that before a foreigner. Now, this firm belief, conviction, which is present in every one of us, is called a value. So value is something which is dear to us. These are principles which we adore. But the principle or the value which that taxi driver was trying to display before Shiv Khela, can anyone tell me what was that value? What was that value?
Let's see your answers into the chat box quickly.
Yeah.
Smriti ji, Ruchika ji, Amandeep ji, Minakshi ji, looking forward for your answers quickly.
What was that value? It starts with the letter H. Come on. Yeah, correct. Absolutely.
Sir, Smriti says honesty.
Honesty.
Yes.
Absolutely correct. So honesty was the value which that taxi driver was trying to display before Shiv Khela. Now, just like honesty, there are many other values. I narrated to you that incident of Rusi Modi, that he possessed empathy. Empathy is again a value. Similarly, there are many other values like compassion, forgiving others, truthfulness, non-violence, discipline, accountability, transparency. All these are values. So these are the values which is a kind of an agreement which you have made with between yourself and the Almighty, that I'm going to remain honest, I'm going to have integrity, I'm going to have discipline. It is a kind of a firm belief and conviction which you have made with yourself. Now let us understand what is the difference between value and ethics, because the humanism ultimately comes from the values which we possess inside. So the difference between values and ethics, kindly understand, when these values are in action in this world while dealing with other human beings, then only they become ethics. If that taxi driver had not brought out honesty while dealing with Shiv Khela, it would not become ethics. So the play of values in this world is called ethics. Or in other words, when the values are in action in this world, when one human being deals with another human being on the basis of the values, then it is said that he is on an ethical path. It is just like a tree. The roots of the tree are values, whereas the branches and the leaves, they are the ethics. So one is the cause, the other is the effect. And if you start using these on a day-to-day basis while dealing in your family, with your children, with your spouse, with your parents, with your grandparents, and at workplace with your colleagues, with your subordinate, with student, then it is said that you are on an ethical path. So basically, ethics is about human conduct. So coming back to the values. Now, the values are all things which are good. They are goodness. They are present inside all of you in some degree or the other. So goodness is present inside us, and that is the value. But sometimes that goodness remains hidden inside. We don't bring it out while dealing with other human beings, isn't it? And that is because of a 3-letter word in English. What is that 3-letter word which does not allow that goodness to come out? Yes. What is that 3-letter word?
Let's see the responses. 3-letter word. You have a fantastic clue, ladies and gentlemen. Ruchika Singh says, sir, sin. Let's see what Adit says.
Yeah.
Adit says ego.
Yeah. Ego. So Adit, Mr. Adit Ahlawat has said ego, and Smriti ji also has said ego. Ego is the 3-letter word, which actually is an acronym. Do you know the full form of ego? Ego is enveloping goodness over. When the goodness remains enveloped inside, it does not come out while dealing with other human beings, then you are in a state of ego. It is just the opposite of ethics. So therefore, start using these values while dealing with other human beings, and then you will be on an ethical path. You will be having all the values which are there in this world, and the element of humanism will automatically come with you. So, therefore, goodness can also, the opposite to goodness, as I said, is ego. Ego can also be expressed by a single letter word in English. What is that single letter word? What is that single letter word in English which means ego?
Adit, Ruchika ji,
I.
Anup ji,
I.
me,
Correct.
I. Sir Komal Mehrotra ji
Yeah.
says I, Suhana says I.
Yeah, absolutely right. I. Now, I in Hindi is also called as aham. Ahankar, ahankar aham se nikla hai. So, the journey of ethics starts when you start traveling from I to we. Don't only think about yourself, start thinking about every stakeholder whom you meet in day-to-day basis. So when you start thinking about we rather than I, then you are on an ethical path. और in Hindi we say अहम से हम की ओर जब यात्रा पर निकल पड़ते हैं तो आप जो है ethical path के ऊपर निकल. So this thing is necessary that you start thinking not only about your command area should now increase from I to we. Then only you can bring in humanism while dealing with other human beings. Now, the Shiv Kheda said that that particular driver was not perhaps even educated beyond 4th class, and yet he possessed those values. So therefore, he concluded that education may not be just a necessary condition for being ethical. We catch these ethics. So the thing which we normally talk about is that ethics are caught and they are not taught. And from which are the sources from where we catch these ethics? Can anyone tell me? There are various sources from where we catch ethics, right from our childhood.
Sir, family, society, parents. Adit says parents, sir.
Correct. Absolutely right. So, family, society, parents,
Sir,
observation
Komal
of our
Mehrotra ji
surroundings.
says observation of
Yes.
our surroundings.
Yes. All right. Spirituality, environment. Yes, absolutely. Environment. So, these are the different sources. And of course, teachers, our schools, our principals, all these, religious books, role models, these are the various sources and from where we catch ethics. And one of the sources is environment or nature. Now, friends, absolutely right. Saurabhji, friends also. So, nature is also, or environment is also one area from where we catch ethics. Now, nature is regarded as the biggest ethical entity on this earth. It has got everything. It has got compassion, empathy, sympathy, friendliness, cooperation. It gives us many things to us. Oxygen, food grains, fruits, vegetables, water, shelter, everything. So ethics is giving to others. And does nature ask for anything in return? No, it does not. So ethics is giving without expectation in return or without any consideration. If you help someone and you expect something from him, it is not ethics. So therefore, those government employees who do the work for someone, but ask for something in return, that is an unethical act. So ethics means giving to others without consideration, without expectation. Now, nature gives us oxygen. Let me ask you this question. That oxygen comes to us free of cost. Now, if you go and purchase that oxygen, you have to pay money in rupees. And the importance of oxygen, all of us understand during COVID-19, we were gasping for breath, oxygen was not available. And that oxygen is given by nature free of cost to every one of us till we survive on this earth. Now, if I ask you this question, if a person survives up to the age of 65 years, how much oxygen does he get from nature in rupee? If you quantify that, can you form a guesstimate? Every one of us gets oxygen worth rupees. How many rupees? Can you form a guesstimate if we survive up to the age of 65 years? Scientists have calculated that because with every breath of air, you get oxygen. And if you multiply it by the cost of oxygen, you will get the amount, quantum of money which nature gives to each one of us without expectation. Any idea? It is 5.5 crores of rupees. 5.5 करोड़ रुपए की ऑक्सीजन नेचर हमको मुफ्त देता है till we remain on this earth. So therefore, and besides that, of course, it gives many other things, food grains, fruits, vegetables, water, everything. And we never realize the importance of nature there. So nature and environment are the biggest ethical entities on this earth. Now, nature is giving. So ethics is giving without expectation. Ethics is also taking. But there is again a condition. We take so many things from our parents, from our teachers, from our senior people, from our friends, from everyone. But there is one condition which is again imposed there. Just like in giving, there is a condition that without consideration, taking, there is a condition. It should be done with an attitude of gratitude. Whenever you get anything from anyone, how many of us have actually expressed our gratitude to our moms or to our father or to our principal? I would suggest to all of you that when you go back today in the evening, now mobile phones are all available. Why don't you ring up your mom or your father or your principal and say, whatever I'm here today, it is because of you. And see the amount of happiness, bliss you are going to give to your mom and to your father. Now, that is precisely what is required, that when you take something from someone, you must express gratitude. कृतज्ञता का भाव होना बहुत आवश्यक. Now, the difference between man and nature, or human beings, rather, human beings and nature is this only. Nature gives and forgives, isn't it? Nature gives and forgives. We commit so many excesses against nature. The global warming, everything is result of cutting down of the trees, mining activities in the mountains, polluting the rivers through our religious festivals. And yet nature forgives us. And what do humans do? So the poet has beautifully brought out these things. Nature gives and forgives, and we human beings get and forget. That's the difference. We get so many things and we forget that easily. So therefore, if we want to become as ethical as nature, we must always express our gratitude for everything. Now, all of you are messengers of that ethics and values, or that goodness, or that happiness, or that humanism, because you come in contact with so many people, that students, their parents, everyone. And so does the officers. We get to meet the public and so on. So we are the biggest messengers of change in this world. So I'm reminded of a beautiful story, a real story by Guru Nanak. Now, Guru Nanak was not only a saint of Punjab, but he had a national and international standing. Two of his disciples were very close to him. Can you name those two disciples?
Sir, Bala and Mardana?
Yes, absolutely correct. Bala and Mardana. So Bala and Mardana were very close to Guru Nanak. So once Guru Nanak, and many of you might have heard this real story also, but still I will repeat it for the sake of nostalgia. So Guru Nanak, along with Bala and Mardana, once went to a village, and that village consisted of all ethical people. They were very, very helpful. 24/7, they would stand by the side of their neighbors. They were having truthfulness. They were having non-violence. They were compassionate, empathy. Every good thing was available. And there they had their food in the night. Next day, when they were about to leave the village, Guru Nanak gave a curse to that village. That village consisting of good people. He gave a curse and he said, Ujad jaye yah gaon. Let this village be disintegrated. Bala and Mardana were amazed. They said, what had happened to Gurudev? Satya gaye hain, ki athiya gaye hain, ki what has happened? That he is giving curse to the people. They have served us food. They are all good people. But they didn't ask that question because they were afraid. Next day, they went to another village. And this time, the village consisted of all unethical people. Gunde, Mawali, Badmash, frauds, criminals. They were all in that village. There also, they had their food. And then when they were about to leave the village next day morning, Guru Nanak gave a blessing to that village. Basa rahe yah gaon. Let this village remain intact. Now Bala and Mardana could not resist the temptation of asking Gurudev, why did you give curse to the good people and you are giving blessing to the bad people? And then he explained. And he said that if that village consisting of ethical people disintegrates, ujadti hai, all the people will have to come out of that village and travel to different parts of the country. Someone will go to West Bengal, someone to Gujarat, someone to Jammu and Kashmir, someone will Tamil Nadu. And whosoever will come in contact with those people will also become ethical. And this is my job, that ethics should not remain confined in only one village of this country. It should spread far and wide to everyone. And they will act as a messenger of ethics and values. And that is why I gave them curse. उजड़ जाए यह गांव, so that they travel to different parts of the country. And the second village, that village consisting of unethical people, I don't want anyone to come in contact with them because they are highly unethical. Nobody should pick up the unethical activities which they are doing. So I said, gave them a blessing. बसे रहो यहीं पर, जाना मत यहाँ से. Don't come in contact with other people. And therefore, this is the message which I want to humbly submit with all humility at my command to all of you, sir and ma'am, that be that messenger of ethics, humanism, values, because you are the people you can spread this thing far and wide while talking to your subordinate, your students, your family members, and so on. Some other elements of values which I would like to submit here. And one of the value, very important value, is understanding, leading from the front. That is showing the way as a role model. All of you are role model for other people. Now you have to show the way, lead from the front. So I'm reminded of a beautiful story from mythology. So in Mahabharata, you know that Guru Dronacharya, he was teaching archery, धनुर्विद्या पांडवों और कौरवों को गुरु द्रोणाचार्य सिखा रहे थे. So one day Kunti went with Arjun to Guru Dronacharya, and Kunti said to Guru Dronacharya, Gurudev, Arjun is very fond of jaggery and sweets. इसको गुड़ और चीनी बहुत ज्यादा पसंद है, and that is very bad for health. But he doesn't listen to me. But you are the Gurudev, probably he will listen to you. So why don't you tell him to desist from taking jaggery and sweets? So Guru Dronacharya said, all right, come after a week. After 1 week, Kunti again took Arjun to Guru Dronacharya. And this time Guru Dronacharya called aside Arjun and he said, Arjun, don't take jaggery and sweet. They are very bad for your health. Particularly you are learning archery. Kunti became very angry. Kunti said, but Gurudev, this thing you could have said last week also. Why did you ask me to come after 1 week? This is nothing new. You could have said that last week. He said, no, I could not have said this last week because I was myself very, very fond of jaggery and sweets. मैं खुद गुड़ और चीनी इतना ज़्यादा खाता था. How can I tell my subordinate to do something which I'm myself not practicing? And therefore, for 1 full week, I abstained myself from jaggery and sweets. And then only I became eligible to tell my subordinate, don't take that. Now, all of us, if we want to implement ethics, values, humanism, empathy, sympathy, we have to show the way because we are the role models. Another value which I would like to mention here is accountability, taking responsibility. So I'm reminded of a beautiful real story, and many of you might have read the memoirs of APJ Abdul Kalam. APJ Abdul Kalam was serving as a scientist in ISRO, and his boss was Satish Dhawan, a great scientist, Padma Vibhushan. And so APJ Abdul Kalam was in charge of a satellite project. So one day when the satellite was about to be launched, APJ Abdul Kalam noticed that the computer said, don't launch. There is something, there is a flaw somewhere, and this project is not going to be successful. The launch should be stopped, postponed. But APJ Abdul Kalam was very confident of himself, and he thought there must be some flaw in the computer. So he overruled the computer and he launched the satellite. The satellite went up and it fell into the Bay of Bengal. It was a disaster. It was a failure. The entire country was up in gloom, and particularly APJ Abdul Kalam was very dejected and disappointed. And he came and met Satish Dhawan, his boss. Satish Dhawan said, you don't have to worry. I am responsible for it. I am in charge of the mission. You go and just call the media. I'm going to address the media. The media people were called and Satish Dhawan addressed the media and he said, nobody else is responsible. It is my responsibility. We might have met with a failure this time, but next 6 months down the line, we are going to launch another satellite. And this time I can assure you it will be a thundering success. And then he reposed confidence in APJ Abdul Kalam. He was again made the project director for the second satellite launch. And this time there was no mistake. The satellite was very successful. The entire country was in jubilation. And this time Satish Dhawan called APJ Abdul Kalam and he said, today I'm not going to address the media. You will address the media. You will take the entire credit for the success of the project. And then he addressed the media. Rest is history. APJ Abdul Kalam in his memoirs has written that when there was a failure, the entire blame was taken over by Satish Dhawan. But when there was a success, the credit was passed on to me. This is the requirement of the role model. All of us, sir, ma'am, we are the role model for people down below, whether in the family. If the parents are ethical, the chances of the children becoming ethical are very high. And the opposite is also true. If we are unethical, then the children are also likely to be unethical. The same thing happens in our workplace also, whether it is a university, whether it is a government office, and so on. So therefore, we have to display that accountability principle, and that is again one area where I would like you to particularly concentrate upon. I'm sure all of you are already doing it, but just I'm trying to, as a sort of a nostalgia, trying to recapitulate, remind you that this is also very important. Now, some other examples which also I will like to give you, that examples of leadership. Now, if you want to be successful, you have to be the leader. You have to show the way to the people. Now, leadership requires three ingredients particularly, and they are called: number one, integrity; number two, you have to have a higher purpose, greater purpose than yourself, because you belong to a prestigious college or institution or a university. So does officers. We must not restrict our purpose only to what we are. Rather than we should go outside and have a higher purpose. Gandhiji had a higher purpose of bringing about independence for this country. So did Vivekanand. Every one of us have a higher purpose. Believe me, no one is born on this earth without a purpose. You all have been born for doing something in this world. So bring that higher purpose to light, and then you will see that you will command the respect of everyone. And it will not only do that, it will bring a lot of joy and happiness to you also. Because when you do something good for others, it not only makes him happy, but also makes you happy also. So the three ingredients of leadership are: number one, having a higher purpose; number two, integrity. Integrity is walk the talk. Now, walk the talk means whatever you talk, you should walk. If you have promised something, you must comply by it. It is do what you say and say what you do. That is what is called is integrity. There must not be a difference between what you say and what you actually perform. In Hindi, it is called kathni or karni mein koi fark nahi hona chahiye. So therefore, people must have faith that here is our boss or our teacher or our lecturer, professor, he's saying something or she's saying something, then she means that because she's going to implement. Integrity is one of the very important values, just like honesty, which was displayed by that taxi driver. Integrity is the second. The third thing, ingredient of your leadership is authenticity. That you must be authentic. Whatever you have in mind, it should be authentic. People should think that yes, he is authentic, he's not hiding anything inside, and they must have full faith in him. Leaders command the faith of the people. So the students and all those people down below, your children, must have faith in you, blind faith in you. That is what is called a leader. Mahatma Gandhi commanded the faith. He had the faith of all the people. Let me narrate to you a very interesting incident. Charles Blondin was a great tightrope walker of France. Now, tightrope walker, आप जानते हैं, in melas and in circuses, there are two poles which are erected and there is a tight rope which is taut. And then someone, he walks on that tightrope keeping a pole in his hand and he balances himself. इसको हिंदी में नट भी कहते हैं, नट जो है चल के. So he was a tightrope walker, Charles Blondin. You can Google it and you will find out. From France. He was one of the biggest tightrope walker in this earth. He used to go on very dangerous, missions from one high-rise building to another high-rise building. He will walk on that tightrope. One day he decided that he's going to walk across the Niagara Falls, and then he brought a rope and he connected the two ends of Niagara Falls. There are two ends. One is United States, the other is Canada. And many crowd gathered to see that feat, because Niagara Falls, 1,500 feet height. Anyone, if he falls in the Niagara Falls, he is bound to be lost. He cannot be then, God. He will die. And he was commanding, doing that feat, which was a very, very dangerous feat. So people gathered, and he stood there on one side and he shouted at the people. He said, "Do you think I will be able to walk across to the other side?" Everyone said, "Yes, we believe in you. You are authentic. You can walk across to the other side." And then he got onto the rope and walked across to the other side safely. Everyone clapped. And now the return journey was to be conducted. So he again said, "Do you think I will be able to walk back to the original position on the other side?" Everyone said, "Yes, you are authentic. We have total faith in you. You will be able to go to the other side also." And then he said, "Do you think I will be able to walk across to the other side with another person sitting on my shoulders?" Everyone said, "Yes, we believe that if you carry a man on your shoulder, a person on your shoulder, you still will be in a position to walk across." And then he said, "Who is that man? Come forward. Who is going to walk across to the other side on my shoulder?" One of the persons got up and he said, "I believe in you. You are authentic. I think I will be able to safely go to the other side." And he walked, sat on the shoulder of Charles Blondin and walked across to the other side, Charles Blondin, successfully. Now, this is called authenticity. The people who are working under you, your students or your subordinates, they must have complete faith in you, authenticity in what you are saying. So this again is a quality which is required by every one of us if we want to make our way be successful in the organization we command. Now, when we talk about the organization or any educational institution, please understand there are two things which we get in our 35 to 40 years of service. One is called authority, the other is called power. Now, please understand the difference between authority and power. Authority comes from the chair. You are a professor, you are a lecturer, reader, and you have got a certain authority. That authority comes to you from the chair on which you sit. The moment that chair is taken away from you, the authority goes. Similarly, all of us in government service also, we have authority because we have got certain government order saying that, yes, we are posted here on a such and such place. The moment we are out, the authority goes. So authority is temporary, aati jati rehti, shashwat nahi. But the more important thing which all of us must possess is called power. Power is the sum total of two things. One is called the values or the ethics, and the other is called skills and competencies. More skills you possess, more value system you possess, more is going to be the power. And people are going to respect us even after retirement in the second innings because of the power and not because of the authority. Because authority will go away the moment you are retired, but the power is going to stay with you. Many times you must have seen the retired people are also called by the organization back because of the skills which they possess or the values which they command. So hanker after power and not after authority. If you have power, authority will automatically come to you. And the second thing which I want to tell you, that there are two types of people in this world. One is called significant people, the other is called successful. Successful people are those who take much more from the organization but give back much less to the organization. But significant people are those who take much less from the organization, give back much more. People remember the significant people. Even when they move away from this earth, from this world, they are remembered. Successful people are not remembered after they go away. So don't hanker after success. Be a significant person. Be that change that you want to see in this world. And automatically success will come to you. You have people like A.P. Abdul Kalam, Vivekanand, Mahatma Gandhi, Lal Bahadur Shastri, Homi Jahangir Bhabha, Vikram Sarabhai. They are all significant people. So be after that significance rather than after the success. So coming back to one more interesting part of that leadership was, which I wanted to talk to you about, is all of us must have the courage to call a spade a spade. We must always be very clear about what is right and what is not right. Now, calling a spade is a difficult task. All of us don't possess that quality. And sometimes we are fearful also. But believe me, if you call a spade, in the long run, you always benefited out of it. And, so Manik Shaw, you must have heard that Bipin Rawat, we have been talking about for quite some time. But then before that, General Manekshaw was the, at one point of time in 1971, the Chief of Army Staff. And the Prime Minister at that time was Indira Gandhi. Now, let me narrate to you a very interesting incident, because recently also that thing, that has caught the attention of many people also. And so what happened was, then 1971, it was April, and what happened was the West Pakistan, then we had two Pakistan, West Pakistan and East Pakistan. East Pakistan is now called as Bangladesh. So West Pakistan started clamping down on the East Pakistan. It started having a lot of excesses were being made against the East Pakistan people. So what happened? Refugees started flowing into our country from East Pakistan. So the three chief ministers, which were the bordering states, West Bengal, Assam, Tripura, they wrote a letter to the Prime Minister saying that so many thousands of refugees are flowing into our country. So immediately a cabinet meeting was called by the Prime Minister. And this was on 28th of April. And the people who were invited for that cabinet meeting, there was Finance Minister, Foreign Minister, Defense Minister, and Agriculture Minister, and Sam Manekshaw, the Chief of Army Staff. And there in the meeting, the Prime Minister read out the letters which she had received from the three bordering chief ministers. And she turned towards Sam Manekshaw and she said, Sam, I want you to do something. And he said, Madam, what do you want me to do? She said, I want you to enter East Pakistan. Sam said, do you know what it means? It means war. She said, I don't care, even if it means war. And Sam Manekshaw was a person who was a very, very, upright person, having all the leadership qualities, moral courage and physical courage. He said, Madam, have you read Bible? So she said, what has Bible got to do with this particular thing? And he said, Madam, it is the Christian's first book. The first book, the first page, the first chapter, the first paragraph, and the first line of this particular book. God said, let there be light, and there was light. And you turn towards me, let there be war. And can there be any war? Are you prepared for war? He questioned the Prime Minister of the country. Sadly, these things are not, nowadays available anywhere. This is a very scarce commodity. So he turned towards the Madam Prime Minister. Are you ready for war? Let me tell you, Madam Prime Minister, today is 28th April and the Himalayan passes are opening up. And the Chinese, if they give an ultimatum to us, we will have to fight wars on two fronts, one with Pakistan, the other with China. Secondly, it is monsoon season has started setting in. So all the ponds will virtually be converted into rivers and we will have to fight a river-end war. And it will be very difficult. I can only tell you, if we plan a war at this juncture, it will mean certain defeat. Now, please give me your orders, Madam Prime Minister. Indira Gandhi was red-faced, very angry. And she said, all right, let's see what happens. We will meet again at 4 o'clock in the evening today. And then everyone started going, rising from the chair and started going. So all the ministers started going. Sam Manekshaw was the junior most person. He was the last person to leave. And Indira Gandhi said, Sam, sit down. He said, Madam, shall I send in my resignation on health grounds or competency grounds or physical grounds? Whatever you say, I will send my resignation. He said, Sam, just sit down. Now tell me, whatever you said just now, was it absolutely correct? He said, Madam, I'm paid salary to tell you the truth. And I'm paid salary to win wars and not lose wars. And she said, all right, Sam, now you know what I want to do. Now, when will you be ready? And he said, Madam, if I cannot tell you right now, but let me guarantee, let me start planning, let me start taking care of my resources. And when I am ready, and then we can plan a war. And I can tell you this time it will be complete victory if I decide the date. She said, all right, go ahead. And the rest was history. We won the 1971 war and Bangladesh was liberated. Now, this is that quality of leadership, moral and physical courage, which must display while putting our views to our superiors. Because if we don't do that, then we will be sadly lacking in our duties, because we are ultimately the role models. What is the impression which our subordinates are going to have if we don't display the courage which is required? Similarly, so many courageous things have been displayed by many other world leaders. For example, Malala. Now, Malala displayed that courage of bringing about education for the women in Pakistan. She was subjected to, she suffered so many bullet injuries. And then, of course, she remained, got the Nobel Prize also. She was one of the great leaders. So were many other leaders, for example, as I said, Vivekanand. And there were Princess Diana. Now, there was, AIDS was spreading at that time in the world. She was the first lady to shake hands with an AIDS patient, because everyone thought that AIDS used to spread through contact. And she said she went to one of these homes where an AIDS patient was admitted, and she shook hands without wearing the gloves. That was to display to the people that this is not a contagious disease. Have love, have affection for the people who may be unfortunately suffering from AIDS. So this is the leadership qualities which are required in every one of us. Now, when we talk about the element of humanism, then I'm reminded of when I was posted as collector of Chandigarh Union Territory. So that was in 1986. I remained there for almost 6 years. And the local member of parliament, the day I joined, his name was Jagannath Kaushal. He came and met me, and he said, DC Sahab, uh, in Haryana, Punjab, and Chandigarh, the collectors are called as deputy commissioners. He said, DC Sahab, you have joined today. I'm going to a place called Mani Majra near Chandigarh. And will you be kind enough to accompany me? It will give you an opportunity to meet the people of the Chandigarh. So I readily agreed, and I went along with him. And then there on the dais, he got up and he said, भाइयों और बहनों, ये आपके नए deputy commissioner. He is the new deputy commissioner. And then he turned towards me and he said, DC Sahab, you are a public servant. By virtue of being public servant, you have got lot of power in the pen. Now, all of you, sir, ma'am, you have power in the pen. You can write on the files. You can take decisions. You have got administrative and financial powers, all of you, whether it is teaching, whether it is office, government service, and so on. So Jagannath Kaushal said that the member of parliament, that you are the public servant, you have got a lot of power in the pen. You can use that power to do a lot of good to others. And when you will do a lot of good to others, people will give you blessings. Those blessings are going to come free of cost. You will not have to require to pay anything for getting those blessings. Rather, the government is going to give you salary for getting those blessings. So he said it's a win-win situation. You have got power in the pen. You can do a lot of good to others. And by doing good to others, you will get a lot of blessings. Those blessings will come free of cost. Rather, the government is going to give you salary for getting those blessings. So he said, try to do as much good to others. Bring that element of humanism, compassion, empathy, sympathy for the citizens. Because ultimately, it is a citizen-centric administration. In the same case, in the case of educational institution, your stakeholders are your students, you're the parents, your subordinates, all the people. In fact, you are the people responsible for building the careers of all the people. You have such a great, duty and also responsibility to perform. And that is why I always say, I come from an academic background. My father was a professor in Banaras in the university. He wanted me to become a lecturer. So did I. But of course, destiny takes you in the direction which the destiny. I ultimately did my MSc physics and then did 2 years research also for getting a PhD. But in the meanwhile, I was selected in the IAS, so I went to the IAS. But having said that, I always cherished the principle of teaching, the requirement of teaching, which is so noble a profession. So therefore, after retirement, even though I was offered a post-retirement assignment, but I decided to concentrate more on talking to people, interacting with people, giving back to the society, whatever I have learned little bit during my 35 years of service. So this particular thing, as I said, you have got this, element of humanism, ethics, values, through which you can spread that word. And sometimes we feel that what difference can we make? We are such a small entity. All of us feel like that. But believe me, all of us can make that difference. And it is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Darkness is there, no doubt, but light a candle and stand with that candle and you can make a huge amount of difference. Every one of you, Raja Ram Mohan Rai, Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar, Swami Vivekanand, they all made a difference. They were all ordinary people, but they made about a transformation in the lives of the people of this country. So all of us, whether we belong to this profession or that profession, we can bring that difference in the society. So having said that, I'm reminded of a very interesting poem which I studied when I was probably in 8th class in my school. And many of you might have heard that, read through that poem. If you have not, then you can Google it and find out. The name of the poem is called Abu Ben Adam. Abu Ben Adam was written by a poet called Leigh Hunt. It's a beautiful poem, very small poem. So Abu Ben Adam was a very noble man, and he used to help others, help the citizen, the people, the fellow men, the countrymen. He would stand by the side of his neighbor to help him out 24/7. So one day, Abu Ben Adam, he was lying on his bed sleeping, and the window was open ajar. The moonlight was coming from outside, and suddenly in the midnight he found that there was an angel in white robe. He was sitting on a chair and he was writing in a book of gold, sitting in his room. एक देव पुरुष, धवल वस्त्र पहने हुए एक देव पुरुष एक पुस्तक के अंदर कुछ लिख रहे थे. So he was surprised. He said, who is this gentleman who has come in my room? So he said, what writest thou? आप क्या लिख रहे हैं श्रीमान? He raised his head and he said, I'm writing the names of those people who love the Lord, who love God. He said, is my name there? He said, went through the list and he said, no, your name is not there. Abu Ben Adam was disappointed, and yet cheerfully still he said, even if my name is not there in that list, will you be kind enough to write my name in another list? A list of those people who love the fellow men, countrymen created by God. I try to be as much helpful to these people. He wrote and disappeared. Next day he again came and he showed to Abu Ben Adam the final list of those people whose love God had blessed, जिनको भगवान ने आशीर्वाद दिया था. And lo and behold, Abu Ben Adam's name led all the rest. It was at number 1. So anyone who helps the fellow men, countrymen, citizens, people, whether in the form of students or the people, that person comes nearer to God. And that is precisely what all of us must display, the element of humanism, the element of values, by helping out people as much as possible. So this may be a story, but it has a huge message to convey, that all of us must be in the process of giving to others without expectation. I have 2 daughters. They are very fond of, traveling to the traffic signals and carrying tiger biscuits, small packets. And there they sit, stop and start distributing these biscuits to the beggars, small, children who are begging there. And those children, you can't expect anything from them, do you? They are very poor people. And therefore, when you give something to them without expectation return, that is an ethical activity. So giving to others as much as possible actually brings about a lot of solace and happiness to you. So let me now finally talk about the concept of happiness. Now, all of us know that all the companies have a balance sheet, which indicates how well the companies are doing. Now, what are the different terms that we use in the balance sheet or other financial statements? Can anyone tell me? What are the terms that we use in the financial statements of a company?
Looking forward for interesting messages, Chef Ritu, Hemantriya Gaudaji.
Absolutely right.
Debit, credit, assets.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Liabilities. Beautiful. All of you have correctly said. So debits, credits, profits, yes, trial balance. These are all terms used in the balance sheet and other financial statements. Now, what do the companies try to do? Well, the companies try to maximize the profits and minimize the losses. Now, what is the unit in which they measure the profits or the losses? What is the unit in which they measure the profits or the losses? What is that unit? In India, for example, what is that unit? Yeah, Indian national rupees. Absolutely correct. Yeah. Dr. Lakwinder has said in, yeah. So we measure the profits and losses in terms of rupees. Now, imagine now, supposing your life is a company. Your life is a company. Now, who can be the best CEO or the CMD of this company? Obviously, you, because it is your life. You are in full control of your life. And as I always say, the day you entered this world and the day you are going to leave this world, that is not known to you, isn't it? But what happens in between these two dates, that is totally in your control. You can make that difference to the society. So try to do as much as possible while you are there, and you can make that difference in the society. I'm reminded of a beautiful video which was, you must have seen. That was Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, he gave a speech at the Stanford University, and he said that he was suffering from pancreatic cancer. And he said, every day when I get up, he told three stories there. But one of the things which he said was, since I was suffering from cancer, every day when I used to get up and wear my clothes and stand before the mirror, I used to ask a question to myself, if today was my last day, what is that thing which I should do today? And that is how he used to prioritize. All of us must understand that we must not procrastinate. We must not postpone anything in life, because life may not be very long. COVID-19 has demonstrated so well. So try to do as much as possible for the benefit of others, for building up a kind of environment in this society, so that people also follow, emulate what you are trying to do. So coming back to this thing, supposing your life is a company and you are the CEO, in what unit would you like to measure the profits of your company, which is your life? Yeah. Any options? In what unit would you like to measure the profits of this company, which is your life? There can be many answers. There is not a single answer. Happiness, absolutely correct. Yeah. Mental peace, all right, correct. Yeah, happiness, yeah. So all of you, yeah, satisfaction, correct.
Well-being.
Well-being, all right, well-being also. Sometimes health, sometimes success. Some people will measure in success. Now all these things ultimately boil down to one thing, because if you are having blissfulness, if you are having satisfaction, if you are having joy, ultimately you are happy. So happiness can be probably said to be the common denominator. How you will measure, the more happy you are, the more will be the profits to the company, which is your life. Now, let me just tell you, happiness can be of two types. One is called joy, the other is called pleasure. Now, there is a difference between joy and pleasure. Both are happiness. Now, joy, let me give you an example. The day you entered the service, you became the lecturer or leader or professor. That day is always going to reverberate in your mind as that date on which you joined the service. It is always going to bring joy to your face. Similarly, when you were gifted with a son or a daughter or a child, that is the moment of joy. Or when you stood first in a university, or you did something, you were promoted. So joy is something which is inside out. So joy is inside out, comes from the heart. Then what are the, so this is an example of joy. Now what is pleasure? Pleasure, for example, if you go to a restaurant and have good food, then it will give happiness to you, but it will be the form of pleasure, not joy. Similarly, if you go to a cinema house, see a movie for 3 hours, you enjoy the movie, that is a pleasure. If you listen to good music, that is a pleasure. So kindly understand the difference between joy and pleasure. Joy is inside out. It is long lasting. Even at the end of your career, you will still remember those things. If you have helped someone, a poor children getting education, it is going to bring joy to you. So joy is inside out. It comes from the heart. It is long lasting. It is unselfish. It is not at all selfish. And it is non-sensorial. It is not based on the 5 senses. It comes from the heart. Whereas the pleasure, on the other hand, also gives happiness to you, but it is short-lived. Number one, short-lived. It is outside in. For example, you go to a restaurant, the happiness comes from outside, not from inside. That restaurant gives you happiness, or the cinema house gives you happiness. So it is outside in. It is selfish, because you will never be satisfied with only going once. You will like to go again and again. So it is selfish. You want more and more. There will always be paucity of it. And the fourth is, it is sensorial, because it comes from the senses. जीभ से आपको अच्छा खाना, आंख से आप अच्छी मूवी देखी, कान से म्यूजिक सुना. So that is based on the senses. So these are the two forms of happiness which comes to us. Now, obviously, if I asked to select you that what exactly is that happiness which we should maximize in our lives, it will be joy, because pleasure is no doubt necessary, but more of joy and less of pleasure. That makes you complete man or a woman. And therefore, this is the thing. If you want to have a blissful life, you must have such moments which bring joy to you, and not only joy to you, but also joy to the person who gets it. Well, I can, this topic of ethics and values is otherwise, I take about 12 sessions for that, but I have tried to compress some of the things, and if there are any questions, I'll be too happy to answer. That brings me to the close of my presentation, and anything you would like to ask me.
We are so indebted and grateful to you, sir, for such a lively and lovely session. Believe me, the points which you have raised, you have touched upon our hearts. We have been greatly enthused by your session and words of wisdom. Those who enjoyed the session type E into the chat box, and I'm happy to see so many participants from Pan India. Vinita ji, Swati ji, Lakhvinder ji, Dinesh ji, Saurabh, Hardaman, Suraksha, Vijay ji, Smriti ji, Nilesh ji, Anup ji, Divya ji, Rajat ji, Aarti ji, Kaushik ji, Anita ji, Bhaskar ji, and the list is long. So we love
Thank you
so
so
much
much.
for having you again in our faculty development program in times to come. Believe me, it has been one of the most well-attended sessions, and we loved listening every moment of it. I would write a million thank you to you if anyone would say. Just to
Thank
let
you.
you know how much I am grateful for what you did today is what I would like to say today on this occasion, sir. And sir, participants are also writing, sir, we would love to listen you more in times to come. Chef
Surely.
Ritu from southern part of India mentions that, sir, I'm feeling blessed. Good to see Ramya ji and everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, a call for switching on your cameras again. Let's have some blissful memoirs with sir. Let's have some fantastic photos with sir on screen, and let me share it into your WhatsApp groups curated for this workshop. And I'm taking screenshots. Smile, smile, and smile.
Thank you so much.
One I have taken. Please allow me to post it into your groups.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dahiya. It's a great pleasure, and thank you so much, all of you participants. And it was a delight to interact with you. And you know, the facilitator is overjoyed when there is a great interaction, because that acts as a great motivation to me also. So thank you so much for being so sweet, so nice, and so considerate and so participative. If
Sir, the session.
if Dr. Daya wants, I will be most happy to interact with you again whenever you say, because I'm myself passionate about
We
it.
would love to seek your blessings, and we would request you to kindly guide us to develop the Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills further. And the session remains incomplete without gratitude from Dr. Divya Malhan, my colleague and additional director of the center. So I'd like to request Dr. Divya for a formal expression of gratitude to sir, and requesting him that
Thank you
he
so
would
much,
be
sir, for giving me this
seeking his guidance.
opportunity. In fact, sir, your session has been so valuable. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कई बार जब हम we listen to people like you know, we start living from day one of our lives, from childhood memories to our youth memories, and then the age we are in now. So I'll not like to tell my age right now. So, but then whatever age we are in, it passes through every phase that we are recollecting, recalling, and then dwelling upon that key, what good we have done, what good are we going to do, how we are going to build upon ethics in our life, and how we are going to pass on these ethics to our students as well. So the basic purpose of the FDP, because Professor Ashish Dahiya is very good at crafting such things, he's created such a beautiful FDP, and he's inviting such lovely personalities to interact with the participants. I think this FDP is going to make wonders. And AICT, we should be thankful to AICT because they've given us this platform and this opportunity to invite great people like you to interact with all the faculty members across 24 different states. People sitting in the coziness of their homes are still listening to people, the words of wisdom from people like you. In fact, sir, this all is what is creating change nowadays, especially in the past 2 years, because of the COVID. People were so disturbed, and the families were disturbed, the lives were disturbed, the students were disturbed. So, to regain that tempo, to get back on track, we definitely needed such workshops. And I must say that people like Sir Krishna Mohan sir, they have added value and immense value to such a programs, to such an FDP. So we are so thankful to you to have graced this occasion, to have taken out time from your very busy schedule. And I must thank Professor Ashish because he's been taking all those efforts, he's been doing all those efforts. 1 week's FDP, and I know that he spends almost a month preparing for it. So we see that he's here for a week on the screen, but the efforts that he makes behind the screen, they go on for approximately a month before he prepares for this. And you must have seen, sir, he's so enthusiastic that he makes us all feel energetic.
Yeah.
In his company, in fact, under his directorship, I feel so lucky that I'm also blessed, and I keep learning from him every day. So, sir, we are so thankful to you to have come here, Krishna Mohan sir. And definitely, this is an opportunity to listen to you, and it is a treat to our ears, going back down the memory lane and then coming back again to the real world and seeing that how much difference can we make to our students after listening to people like you, sir. Thank you
मैम
so much,
सर
sir,
के
for
मैम
gracing
सर
this
के लिए
occasion.
एक प्यारी सी कविता आपकी ओर से
जरूर बनती है सर, जरूर बनती है।
जी।
मैं सर आपको ये जरूर कहना चाहूंगी कि मेरा तरीक मेरा तरीक अमीरी नहीं फकीरी है, और खुद ही न बेच गरीबी में नाम पैदा कर।
क्या बात है।
तो
बहुत
आपने सर हमें एक मैसेज दिया है, एक संदेश दिया है कि हम जो है वी डोंट हैव टू लिव दैट वेरी एफ्लुएंट लाइफ और बहुत कुछ गैदर नहीं करना है हमें। वी हैव टू लिव दैट सिंपल लाइफ, बिकॉज मुझे याद आता है कि हमारे समय के जो टीचर्स थे, आज मुझे नहीं मालूम है, वी आर टीचर्स हैविंग बिग कार्स विद अस एंड वी आर ड्राइविंग टू आवर वर्क प्लेसेस, बट एक टीचर का जो एक इमेज है अभी भी मेरे दिमाग में वही है, एक छोटा सा बैग लेके एक टीचर अपनी हवाई चप्पल पहन के जब क्लास में अपनी साइकिल पे बैठ के आता था, तो एक टीचर जो है ना, मतलब ऐसे लगते थे जैसे टीचर आ गए हैं। तो अभी हमें लगता है कि वी आर नाउ प्रोफेशनल्स, मतलब हम लोग जो है एक टीचिंग की जॉब को हमने एक प्रोफेशनलिज्म में बना दिया है। इट इज वन ऑफ द इंडस्ट्रीज नाउ डेज, टीचिंग इज एन इंडस्ट्री, इट इज अ सर्विस इंडस्ट्री। तो अगर हम उसको इंडस्ट्री की तरह ना देखें, कई बार जब पुराने दिनों की ओर जाते हैं तो कभी कभी वो अच्छे भी लगते हैं। लगता है कि वाकई में एक सिंपल टीचर एक आ रहा है, क्लास में पढ़ा के जाते हैं, और उसमें सिर्फ हम वैल्यूज ही वैल्यूज की बात करते थे। तो कहीं ना कहीं आपके सेशन से सर मैं आई कुड रिलेट दोज थिंग्स, एंड आई कुड रियली सी that there is that teacher reflecting from inside of you and trying to talk to all of us, and that is what you have done, sir, in this session. आपने वो जगा दिया है हमारे अंदर, and I hope that all the teachers who've been listening to you, they will go back and think upon it कि हमें like how we have to conduct ourselves, हमें करना क्या है जीवन में, तो हमारे बच्चे हमसे कैसे सीखे रहे।
Ma'am,
Yes.
one of the participants, Shaila Matthew, has raised her hand and
Yes.
intends to say
Sure,
something.
sure, sir.
So,
Sir,
with
please.
permission of sir, we'll just steal one more minute of sir.
Surely.
Shaila Matthew, please unmute yourself, and you have raised your hand, so you can share. Sir, I think there is some technical glitch on Shaila Matthew's part, but
Yes.
then yes, Shaila has posted into the chat box. Wonderful session, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Divya, for your kind words and the beautiful poem.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Divya. It is a matter of great delight to come on your invitation, and thank you all participants for having been such a nice participants, interactive participants. It was actually a great pleasure interacting with you and talking to you about a subject which I'm quite passionate about. Thank you very much.
Grateful to you, sir. Heartfelt gratitude. We enjoyed this session, sir. Thank you
Thank
so
you
very
so
much.
much, sir.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you were listening to a very seasoned and a passionate IS officer, a great human being, Krishna Mohan sir. I have shared his website to you on your WhatsApp groups where you can have more information about him and the activities which he does. It was lovely having respected, revered Krishna Mohan sir on this platform of Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills, which we call as class and is indeed class apart. It's such seasoned speakers and legendary iconic personalities make this center an amazing one and these sessions great one. Indeed, the value he has added to this faculty development program on life skills for blissful life has made our life blissful. So with this, we express gratitudes to respected Krishna Mohan sir, and we welcome our next distinguished speaker, head of the Department of Psychology, Madam Professor Dr. Sonia Malik, who is a positive psychologist by passion and a seasoned professor. She also serves as a director of University Campus School of this university and is lovely and lively with the kids all the times. Her passion includes poetry, creative writing, designing, innovative thinking, and positivity indeed. She is an avid traveler and has passion for bakery and culinary as well. Well, so अब मेरे चटोरों आप समझ तो गए होंगे कि अगले डिस्टिंग्विश्ड स्पीकर का हॉस्पिटैलिटी और टूरिज्म से कितना मधुर नाता है. सो अपनी खूबसूरत मुस्कान के साथ मैडम सोनिया मलिक जो हैं वो आपकी स्क्रीन पर हैं और मैं डॉक्टर दिव्या को अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो मैडम का स्वागत करें और चलते हैं उनसे बहुत सारी अच्छी अच्छी बातें करने के लिए इस जीवन की आनंदमय यात्रा की ओर. ओवर टू डॉक्टर दिव्या.
आज मेरी लॉटरी लग गई है सर. पहले कृष्ण मोहन सर का धन्यवाद किया और अब सोनिया मलिक मैम का स्वागत करेंगे. इससे बढ़िया क्या होगा. और ऑल थैंक्स टू यू प्रोफेसर आशीष फॉर गिविंग मी अगेन दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी. सोनिया मलिक मैम इज वन ऑफ दोज पर्सनालिटीज, लेट मी टेल यू डियर ऑल, दैट जब भी कभी आप उनसे बात करेंगे, उनसे मिलेंगे, यू विल फील एज इफ यू आर नॉट टॉकिंग टू वन पर्सन, यू आर टॉकिंग टू एन ओशन ऑफ नॉलेज. शी इज सो टैलेंटेड, शी इज मल्टीफेरस. अगर आप उनको देखेंगे, शी इज अ वेरी बिग आर्टिस्ट. आशीष सर, शायद ये बात आपको ना भी मालूम हो या हो सकता है मालूम हो, बट बीइंग अ फीमेल वी आर मोर क्लोज टू हर दैट वे. सो आई टेक दिस दिस वेरी थिंग टू माय क्रेडिट कि मुझे मालूम है कि शी पेंट्स सो वेल. आप उनकी जो आर्टिस्टिक टेस्ट है, अगर कभी उसकी तरफ जाएंगे तो आपको मालूम होगा कि वो एक होलसम पर्सनालिटी है, अपने आप में संपूर्ण एक व्यक्तित्व, और इतना अच्छा लगता है उनसे बात करना, उनके पास बैठना. शी फिल्स यू अप विद एनर्जी. So whenever I get this opportunity in the university to sit at her side, I love to grab that opportunity and take it into my side. Sonia Malik ma'am, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. With folded hands, we welcome you to this session. And in fact, people like you are going to make this event really wonderful. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Divya. God bless you. And it's a great start of the day because it was in the morning. So I held all my this assignments to halt because I was very keen, as Dr. Ashish had told me, that Mr. Krishna Mohan is going to speak on ethics and values, and I was really keen. And almost all of his lecture, I think I was there. So that was wonderful indeed. And thanks to you guys, Divya, Ashish, they are doing wonders to this center. This center is pulsating with life, thriving, और जिसको कहते हैं ना स्पंदन, एक रचनात्मकता का. Because आपने सिर्फ पेंटिंग का बताया, I love writing that too in Hindi by and large. Though I have penned down some English poems in English also, but I love emoting in my mother tongue. तो वो उसमें मैं कई ऐसे शब्दों का चयन मेरा जरूर होगा क्योंकि जो मुझे एक भावनात्मक संबल भी देते हैं और सुकून भी देते हैं. तो बहुत ही खूबसूरत आगाज हुआ है और बहुत अच्छा हुआ कि मैंने सुन लिया क्योंकि I was also going to dwell on certain on that line also. Now all of a sudden मैंने यू टर्न लेके एक थोड़ा सा इसको शिफ्ट दे दिया है. I'm going to talk about the same thing but in a different mold, and I'm going to emphasizing obviously the task I am giving, values, ethics, वो करके. पर मैंने अब आपको, और उन्होंने भी the way he created that I love that style because example देने से I know you are never going to forget, and I know you all are my fellow beings. मैं पढ़ाने नहीं आई हूँ, I'm not here to teach you. वो हम classrooms में करते हैं या जहाँ भी students होते हैं, obviously that is our part, but it is wonderful feeling to interact with so many young faculty members who are from diverse faculty, different faculties, not from my this thing subject. तो वो मुझे बहुत बूस्ट करता है. एंड मैं ये थैंक्स कर रही हूँ दिव्या और आशीष को कि ये जो फील गुड फैक्टर है, those serotonin, those endorphins, those have been releasing in me, that is going to boost my immunity. और वो जो फील गुड फैक्टर है ना, ये बहुत वंडर करता है. ये जो पॉजिटिविटी, वेल बीइंग, हैप्पीनेस, मैं सारे जो बात कर रही थी, वी ऑल टीच दिस इन पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजी. A to Z, everything was like that. I can quote n number of studies proving that those Mr. Krishna Mohan was saying, that APJ Abdul Kalam example, how leadership and mentoring or effective leadership क्या होती है. Lal Bahadur Shastri का I'm going to recite one example. I know, I bet you'll never forget that. और आज भी मैं हजारों बार उसको बात कर चुकी हूँ. Whenever I talk about it, I have goosebumps. वो इतने प्रभावशाली व्यक्तित्व थे, एक अदना से 5 फुट के और बहुत साधारण से दिखने वाले, साधारण, बहुत अति साधारण परिवार से और असाधारण परिस्थितियों में जिन्होंने व्हाट ही अचीव्ड, मतलब कमाल के लोग हुए हैं जिसको कहते हैं आई हैव नो वर्ड्स टू एक्सप्लेन. और फिर महात्मा गांधी वाला, उन्होंने वो एग्जाम्पल द्रोणाचार्य के हिसाब से किया था. द सेम थिंग हैपेंड विद महात्मा गांधी आल्सो. वन लेडी हैड कम, हिज सन वाज ईटिंग टू मच ऑफ शुगर एंड ऑल द बॉयल्स एंड दिस, उसके जो ये हो जाते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ द एक्सेस ऑफ शुगर. तो वो आई और वो इसी तरह उसने कहा था, और महात्मा जी ने कहा था, माई मैं, मुझे पता है तुम बहुत दूर से आई हो, कोसों चल के आई थी, कोई गरीब स्त्री. तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, आप ना 10 दिन बाद आना. और 10 दिन बाद फिर उसने यही कहा, अब मीठा छोड़ दो भाई, ये तो बहुत गलत चीज है. तो द सेम थिंग ही सेड कि यू कुड हैव सेड दैट यू डोंट नो हाउ मच ट्रबल आई हैव टेकन इन कवरिंग दिस अगेन, धूप में, गर्मी के उसमें. तो कहते मैं कैसे कह देता, मैं खुद जब तक मीठा खाता था. तो ये जो प्रैक्टिसिंग सेल्फ एस्पेक्ट्स है, डायमेंशंस ऑफ सेल्फ एस्पेक्ट्स है, दिस इज वंडरफुल. अगर हम ये कर सके, कहना बहुत आसान होता है, बट when to implement, that makes or mar a thing. फिर लेडी डायना का, my all time favorite lady. We were मतलब the world was unfortunate that lost a dynamic leader and a compassionate. Not only we might be having so many dynamic leader, she was thoroughly a compassionism personified. She was that. So that was, and Mother Teresa, who does not know about her name, and joy, happiness, well-being. अबू बिन आदम की जो वो थी, ये मैंने कितनी बार पढ़ी है, लेकिन फिर आज वो जीवंत हो गई. और ये चीजें हमें सिखाती हैं कि yes, we are human beings, we can, I can. मैं I'll start my this thing. और टाइम मिला तो मैं आपको एक ये सारी चीजों की, एक जो मैंने अपनी खुद की पोएम लिखी हुई है, all these positive aspects that I had written in some counseling mode, wo I am going to share in the end. So ye jo hai, if you want, I just want to start with it, if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. If you want to be happy, practice compassion. Our great Dalai Lama jo hai, he has uttered these sentences, and so true and so apt in our lives. And positive psychology is nothing कोई out of the world की या कहीं कोई एस्ट्रो साइंस नहीं है. ये positive psychology, we all talk about hope, positivity, humor, altruism. ये जो सारी चीजों के एग्जाम्पल थे, हम परोपकार करते हैं, we sadly think कि हम दूसरों के लिए करते हैं. No, because that gives pleasure. सर वो saying कि मेरी daughters रेड लाइट पर, जो ये सिग्नल पर, रेड सिग्नल पर हमेशा वो बिस्किट्स के पैकेट्स रखती हैं. Yes, it is not that. They are deriving pleasure, happiness. And my dear young fellow beings, happiness is not that elusive. It's वो एक ऐसी वो, it is not something utopian जिसको we can't achieve. Fools look it for outside, wise men grow it right under their feet. तो यही चीजें, छोटी छोटी बातें ही एक जीवन को इतना जो सुहाना और खूबसूरत बना सकती हैं. तो पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजी टेक्स यू थ्रू द कंट्री साइड ऑफ प्लेजर एंड ग्रेटिफिकेशन, एंड देन up in the higher country of strength and virtues, character strength and virtues, and finally to the peaks of lasting fulfillment, meaning and purpose. And this was Martin Seligman. He's a living legend. He's a proponent of positive psychology, because in 1998 he was elected president of American Psychological Association, the highest apex body in our field, in my field, psychology. So there he said, it is not that I'm coining a new word. Positive psychology was in existence before him also, but he was the man who popularized it. और उन्होंने ये कहा all through this is, और मैं आपको एक वाकये से बताती हूँ जो उनकी जिस था. I'm not speaking मतलब using his words verbatim, कि World War II के बाद there was utter chaos in throughout मतलब throughout the planet. People were rendered homeless. They were मतलब physically जो deformities हैं, diseases हैं, illness हैं, they had to flee their country. They were kept prisoners of wars, बहुत से prisoners of war, and they were treated inhumanly. इस तरह से कि जो concentration camps के बारे में अगर आप पढ़ भी लो ना तो रूहें कांप जाती हैं कि ऐसा भी एक human beings के साथ कर सकते हैं, और ऐसा हुआ. और ऐसा सदियों से बहुत सी जगह हुआ है. बट व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज आफ्टर ऑल दोस एट्रोसिटीज, इतने इतने छोटे से कैंप्स में उनको केबिन्स में रखा जाता था कि जो है दे वर नॉट इवन अलाउड टू स्प्रेड देयर लेग्स. स्प्रेटिंग मतलब मुश्किल से हो पाए. दे वर नॉट अलाउड टू गो फॉर नेचर कॉल्स. इवन खाना नहीं मिलना, proper नहीं मिलना, filth all around, rodents and worms are all bitter, stink of जो human excreta and all these urine. You can imagine दोज़ख उर्दू में कहते हैं hell को, उससे ज्यादा क्या भयानक होगा. After all these atrocities, some were able to flee. भाग गए या बच गए या छोड़ दिए गए. Let's not go into that thing. The thing is, a team of researchers, that was a longitudinal study basically, a team of researchers interviewed and observed by various techniques many persons, say 400, 500, thousands, maybe that. But out of that, only few, maybe those few might be 10, 20, 40, 50, even 5. Let it, because in my subject, we really emphasize this phenomena of individual difference. Everybody is unique, everybody is different. Do you know what happened? वो 5 लोग, let's say 100 में से 5 लोग उनमें ऐसे मिले जिनका घर बार जा चुका था, परिवार से बिछुड़ चुके थे, उनके अपने शरीर में अनेक घाव थे या लिम्स पूरे नहीं थे. बट उनसे पूछा गया, they wanted to live. ऐसी सब चीजों में कहता है अब जीने में रखा ही क्या है, ऐसे तो मर जाना ही बेहतर है. हम अक्सर की ये सेंटेंस करते हैं, यूज करते हैं. माय डियर फेलो बीइंग्स, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू फ्रॉम कोर ऑफ माय हार्ट, नेवर एवर यूज, ऑलवेज काउंट योर ब्लेसिंग्स. यू आर इन फुल वन पीस. We can do whatever we want, we can eat whatever we want, we can wear, we are in one of the best profession, noble pedagogy is something. So what more one can ask? So इसी तरह उनसे कि वो जो बिल्कुल टूटे फूटे शरीर वाले सब कुछ खो चुके थे, उनमें से भी कुछ लोग ऐसे थे, we want to live, we want to start life afresh. That was the startling point for researchers कि इतनी atrocity में से amid inhuman conditions में रह के भी, और ऐसा नहीं है कि they were very young, कई middle age में थे, old age तक भी थे, if they still want to live, it means what is that driving force we need to inculcate. Over all these years, psychology has been emphasizing on the clinical aspect, on the disease aspect, on the pathological aspect. Now we need to shift our attention to other. Opposite to that is positive, this hope, humor, altruism, resilience. ये resilience है, bouncing back. These are things, and the beauty is that we all possess. हम सब में ही तो है ये. It is not that कि ये मेरे में है नहीं या मुझे कहीं से लानी पड़ेगी. Yes, but I need to enhance it. I need to inculcate. And my dear teachers, my dear young fellow beings, you can do it. I can do it. और आप कर भी रहे होंगे, मुझे कोई शुभा नहीं है, मुझे कोई डाउट नहीं है. But still, try to inculcate these values other than completing your syllabi or whatever the task, academic task assigned to you. वो तो हमने करना है. We are paid for that. जैसे उन्होंने एक एग्जाम्पल में बताया था, मानिक शॉ ने इंदिरा गांधी को, द आयरन लेडी जो है उसको भी कह दिया था, he had the guts to call spade a spade, कि अब हम वॉर करेंगे तो we are definitely going to meet defeat, so I am paid the salary for the work, और उसके लिए मेरे को जस्टिस करना है. And my dear teachers, मैं आपको honestly confess करती हूँ, डिफिकल्टीज आ सकती हैं, थोड़ी स्ट्रगल्स हो सकती है इस चीज में, बट अल्टीमेट विनर विल बी यू. एंड ये सिर्फ वेलनेस और हैप्पीनेस है. मैं आपको WHO की डेफिनेशन इफ आई शेयर विद यू, इट इज हेल्थ इज नॉट एब्सेंस ऑफ डिजीज, कि आपको कोई बीमारी नहीं इसलिए यू आर हेल्दी. इट इज योर कंप्लीट स्टेट ऑफ वेलबींग, मेंटली, फिजिकली, इमोशनली, सोशली एंड एनवायरमेंटली. तो वी हैव टू, तो आई कैन, वी कैन, ये जो करिज्मेटिक वर्ड्स हैं, only then we can use if we are implementing these things in life, and they cost us nothing. हमें मिली हुई है. It's all because human beings are possessed with indomitable spirit. बहुत इस तरह की spirit है कि कुछ भी उसके लिए infinite possibilities हैं उसके सामने. There is no dead limit. डेड लिमिट का मैं बताती हूँ एग्जाम्पल, बहुत खूबसूरत था, मुझे भी याद आ गया. सर एडमंड हिलेरी from New Zealand, he was the first person to scale this Mount Everest, isn't it? And that time, remember, in those days, nowadays even physically challenged people have climbed. And our own, my state Haryana, Anita Kundu is a mountaineer. She has climbed from the southern part of that, the most difficult terrain to climb this Mount Everest. तो अब तो बहुत लोग हैं, बचेंद्री पाल, and I can, Santosh Yadav, I can count n number of names from my own country itself. But that time when he had scaled, things were really difficult. And when he and Tenzing Norma, they came back after winning and after scaling that, it was in late 50s. And then there was a huge facilitation ceremony in their honor. And he was given this title, Sir Edmund Hillary. Do you know, there was a huge hall, and there was a huge portrait of Mount Everest in that. Edmund Hillary, he went near to that and he just addressed the whole audience. Look, this peak, this Mount Everest, the highest in this world, having the length of 28,000 feet or approximately 8,844 meters something. This has a limit. Everybody was shocked. What he wants to say? This has a limit. This cannot grow more than this, the height already it has attained. But me, given a more challenging task, he did not use the word tough. Given a more challenging task, next time, I can. Yes, this is the power of I can and we can. And together we can really make changes. ये निर्भया होती हैं, अभी 2-3 दिन पहले 12 या कब थी उनकी निर्भया की वो थी, हम वो मनाते हैं कि मतलब याद आ जाता है वो दर्दनाक पल. क्या उसके बाद ये सब रुक गया? मैं आपको एक कविता के माध्यम से ये भी शेयर करूंगी, लेकिन ये कौन चेंज करेगा? देयर इज मॉरल पुलिसिंग. वो कोई एक पुलिस या अथॉरिटीज, लॉ, these bureaucrats, they cannot control this. Obviously we all together can, but teachers, they can play. Parents and teachers, they have wonderful role to play. How we groom our students, how we shape their personality, that is really, ye ho hi nahi sakta. I am immediately after my masters or 1 year of MPhil, I was in regular job for the last 33 years. मैं बहुत छोटी उम्र में आ गई थी, शायद 22 की रही होंगी तब, 22-23 की भी पूरी जब मैं जॉब में आ गई थी. इतने सालों में, more than 3 decades, I have not encountered and through right from the day one, I am teaching in co-eds, boys and girls. कभी भी मुझे किसी भी स्टूडेंट से कभी किसी तरह की परेशानी नहीं, एंड आई एम श्योर आपको भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ होगा, क्योंकि इट इज यू हु हैव टू मोल्ड देम. यू कैन. और बहुत सी बातें, अब बच्चे बड़े हो गए हैं, इधर उधर मिलते हैं. whenever I go, I feel so blessed. कहीं ना कहीं कोई स्टूडेंट निकल जाता है, I am not in a position to recall his name. कई बार फेसेस तो याद रह जाते हैं, इतने बैचेस पढ़ा दिए हैं तो, बट दे नेवर फॉरगेट. और वो बताते, मैम आपने ये कहा था, आपने वो कहा था, मुझे आज तक याद है. एंड दैट गिव्स a tremendous sense of pleasure. हमारी यही पूंजी है और वो याद रखते हैं, हमें याद नहीं रहता, ऑनेस्टली मैं बता रही हूँ. सो दैट वी हैव टू डू. सो पॉजिटिव साइकोलॉजी की मैं पहले आपको करेक्टर स्ट्रेंथ की बात करूंगी कि करेक्टर स्ट्रेंथ 24 इट्स अ सेट ऑफ बाय 6 वर्च्यूज. वर्च्यूज होती हैं जैसे विजडम, करेज, ह्यूमैनिटी, जस्टिस, टेम्परेंस एंड ट्रांसेंडेंस. जस्ट विजडम में आएगा आपकी जो करेक्टर स्ट्रेंथ है, क्रिएटिविटी आ गई. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू ड्वेल इन डिटेल बिकॉज ऑफ द टाइम, but I'm just going to touch and then I'm going to immediately shift to case studies. Creativity, curiosity, open-mindedness, love of learning perspectives, this comes under wisdom. And then courage. What does this courage means? And this character strength and this character strength, and this means that honesty, bravery, persistence, zest. Then humanity. What does what is covered under this? Kindness, love, social intelligence. Yes, my dear colleagues, these days IQ is not given that much weightage as compared to EQ, emotional quotient. आपको पता है कि ठीक है, हम पहले बहुत जो इंटेलिजेंट होते हैं हम उनको वो तवज्जो भी, इंटेलिजेंस होना कि बहुत जरूरी है. बट ठीक है, आई एम नॉट सेइंग रिलेटिव अमाउंट ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस जरूरी है, लेकिन अगर व्यक्ति इमोशनली क्वोशंट उसका है, इफ ही इज नॉट एबल टू मेंटेन हिज रिलेशनशिप effectively, if he is not able to maintain his work and life balance effectively, if he is not able to have that connect, that social connect, because man is a social animal, you can't stay. आपको सब कुछ मिला हुआ है. Even then there is a आपने if you मैस्लो की वो करेंगे नीड हायरार्की का जो आप करेंगे तो बेस लेवल पे आपका जो है सिक्योरिटी नीड्स है, बायोलॉजिकल नीड्स एंड फिर सिक्योरिटी नीड्स, फिर सोशल की आती है एंड लास्ट में आपका आता है दैट ये सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन. तो मैन इज ए सोशल एनिमल, उसको ये जरूरत है सोसाइटी से भी कनेक्ट रहने की. तो kindness, love, social intelligence, that's why EQ is more important, though there is a concept of TQ also, time quotient has also come, and this SQ has also come, spiritual quotient that has also come. ठीक है. So EQ, इमोशनली आप वेल एडजस्टेड हो या नहीं, अपने काम के प्रति, अपने रिलेशन से, पेरेंट्स से, अपने कोलीग से, अपने कोवर्कर से, अपने स्टूडेंट से, कहीं भी वेर एवर यू इंटरेक्ट, that level coping, how is effective your coping is to meet life's challenges. देखो लाइफ में challenges तो रहेंगे. We always say ECG की जब एक simple line आ जाती है तो that is very unfortunate. Life ceases to exist. We don't want that. If we are pulsating with life, it has to be from up and down, up and down. It will be like that. So then justice, fairness, leadership, and teamwork. During this course of you must have so many jo speakers hai, renowned persons hai, they must have talked about these things, you know about it. And then is temperance. Temperance is forgiveness. महात्मा गांधी कहते थे, it is the virtue of bold who can forgive. कायर आदमी किसी को माफ भी नहीं कर सकता, उसके लिए आपको दृढ़ बोल्ड होना चाहिए, दिल से माफ करना, वो लेट गो का एटीट्यूड है. उससे आप केवल उसको नहीं, यू डू गुड टू योर ओन सेल्फ. अपनी जो नेगेटिविटी आपने निकाल दी, लेट गो, जाने दो एंड मूव अहेड. सो फॉरगिवनेस, मॉडेस्टी, प्रूडेंस. व्हेन knowledge becomes wisdom when it has been put to practical use. तो prudence का मतलब वो होता है how it helps you in adapting your life. And then self जो है regard, how you value yourself, all this thing comes on temperance. And then the sixth virtue is transcendence, change, appreciation of beauty, gratitude. Gratitude is next level from thanks to next stage is धारण करने का मैं पूरा प्रयास करती हूँ, लोगों पर नहीं, लोगों के साथ हंसे. That is the difference, minute difference you have to maintain. You have to laugh along, not laugh at people. So knowing a person's character stand, definitely it provides you a lens through which we psychologists, we educators, poets, we can visualize, we can see in a better light how a person is unique, and we can it also helps on understanding how to help the person, how we can help those person to build on those strengths, and how they can change the outcome of a situation. बड़े से बड़ा तूफान उखाड़ पाता नहीं उस कोमल लता को, जो दिखती तो है लिपटी सहारे से, और सहारा बना वो दम्भी वृक्ष को देता है अस्तित्व पल भर में। ये मेरी पोएम की लाइन है। इसमें रेजिलियंस की महत्व को, स्ट्रांग होना, कि यस वो लताएं जो होती है ना, वो अपना वजूद बचा जाती हैं तूफान में, लेकिन जोर की जब आंधी आती है, बड़े मजबूत खड़े पेड़ वो उखड़ जाते हैं। तो वी हैव टू बी रेजिलियंट, विद स्टूप वी राइज, जितना हम झुकते हैं उतना ही ऊपर उठते हैं। ये कहावतों के मतलब आपको सब समझ में आते हैं, आप तो मार्गदर्शक हो, आप तो लीडर्स हो नेशन के, जो कि देश को बना रहे, यू आर द मेकर्स ऑफ ए नेशन। लेकिन यहाँ झुकने का मतलब ये भी नहीं है कि whatever, जैसे मानिक शाह का एग्जाम्पल मैं फिर दे रही हूँ, वो अपनी बात सही कहना का मतलब या ना कहना, या कहना मतलब झुकना, इससे फर्क है। झुकना का मतलब है कि ये नहीं कि आपने डिफीट एक्सेप्ट कर ली और यू बो डाउन द, यू स्कम्ड द प्रेशर्स। यस, आप जितना लचीलापन रखेंगे, जितनी ह्यूमिलिटी, HUMILITY, उतना ही यू आर गोइंग टू एक्सेल। और आपके बच्चे आपको बहुत ही बारीकी से देखते हैं। ये कभी मत सोचेगा कि हम जो कर रहे हैं कह रहे हैं, दे रियली ऑब्जर्व यू इन नैनो वे, बहुत। क्योंकि हम देखते हैं ना, आपकी हर चीज, आपका बोल, आपका आचरण, द वे यू कैरी योरसेल्फ, द वे यू कम्युनिकेट, द चॉइस ऑफ वर्ड्स, द वोकैब यू यूज, everything is under scrutiny. So we, the teachers, have to be very particular about. So human civilization, I must say that it is known for the value it cherishes and practices, and human values basically are the values that we, the human beings, cherish and hold in common consciously. Not only consciously, we apply them in practice also, because human values are the yield of the field called human nature. So एक बुद्धा का एग्जाम्पल और बताती हूँ, that is also very close to my heart. Karma is the foundation of human life in this world. We all know Gita. Recently, I was fortunate enough to be part of this Gita Mahotsav, which recently culminated in this Kurukshetra Brahma Sarovar. So everywhere we know about all these things. बुद्धा का क्या था? बुद्धा, when he renounced the world, he renounced the world when he was at the peak of his age. He was a youth. He had married a beautiful princess Yashodhara. He was blessed with a son Rahul. He had the whole kingdom at his feet. What else one can ask for? Old age है, infirmity है, poverty है, struggle है, hardships हैं, दुनिया को छोड़ना समझ में आता है। उन्होंने कब छोड़ा? जब सब कुछ उनके पास था। He attained enlightenment, ध्यान, तप से जो भी उन्होंने लिया, एंड उनमें जब ये एक डिजायर थी कि नाउ दिस नॉलेज विच हैज बीन बेस्टोड ऑन मी, जो मैंने अपने एफर्ट से ली है, ये उनके मन में ख्याल आया था दैट आई मस्ट प्रीच इट एंड आई मस्ट स्प्रेड द फ्रेगनेंस ऑफ दिस नॉलेज टू द वर्ल्ड। तो उनको लगा कि मैं अब बहुत नॉलेज हो गई है, मुझे दुनिया को ज्ञान देना चाहिए। लेकिन उसके बाद दूसरे क्षण उनको लगा ये तो देयर इज सम ईगो व्हिच हैज लर्किंग इन डीप कॉन्शियस, डीप रिसेसेस ऑफ माय माइंड, कि आई एम द एनलाइटेंड वन और मैं ही दुनिया को बता सकता हूं। नहीं, अभी मेरे में जो मिथ्या अभिमान है कि मैं ये कर, वो नहीं है। बुद्धा ने अपने आप को बताया, एंड ही अगेन वेंट इनटू एक्साइल ऑफ दिस meditation, and again meditated all over, and then he concluded that he should share. He is not there to preach. He should share his knowledge again, and not out of ego, but out of sheer love for his fellow beings, compassion, love for humanity, because he was also a part of that. So love, compassion, they become इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ हिज फिलॉसफी। महान सम्राट भी जब सब कुछ उसको ने हासिल कर लिया, तो भी वो बुद्ध के चरणों में ही जाके पड़ा था, बुद्धम शरणम गच्छामि, और एक सेंटेंस में सब कुछ मिथ्या है, इसका कोई फायदा नहीं। महाभारत के बाद भी कितना रिपेंटेंस सब में था कि अपने ही भाई बांधवों, अपने ही पुत्र पौत्रों का वध करके ये राज्य किस काम का था। तो ये फैक्ट तो पहले भी दिखाई दे रहा था। आफ्टर ऑल दैट वो कृष्णा को विराट रूप लेना पड़ा। तो दिस इज द बहुत सिंपल ट्रूथ है ये। इसके लिए हमें कोई जंगल में जाना या बहुत कोई मेडिटेटिव, दैट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। So life is not that complicated. It is we, our outlook, our perspective, our way of thinking, our attitudes, our aptitudes that makes it so. चाहे तो हम सरल कर सकते हैं. It's all within me. So then I again come to, because I am looking continuously at the watch also. I have a class also that I don't want to miss. So before that, whatever the time is allotted to me, I will try to finish in that. So now I come straightly. एक बहुत खूबसूरत और बहुत जिसको माइलस्टोन की तरह होती हैं, एक जिसको कहते हैं ना, बहुत पहले की जो स्टडीज हैं, यार्ड स्टिक इन देयर जो है फील्ड, वो है पर्सनालिटी ट्रेट्स दैट कीप्स अस वेल, जो हमें हेल्दी रखते हैं. हेल्दी माय डियर्स, फिजिकल एंड मेंटल, इमोशनल, सोशल हेल्थ में सब आता है. So Kobasa was the person, she was the person, she had said that certain personality traits that time that keeps us well, and not only keeps us well, they boost our immunity and improve our immune system. And there was a book by Vernon and Smith. The name of that book was Vulnerable but Invincible. So there is a mention of 650 children, एक case study. 650 बच्चों पे की थी. They were all born and reared on the island of Hawaii. Hawaii is in North Pacific Ocean. James Cook was the first to reach there. He had searched for that, and he had called them Sandwich Island. आप उस पे गूगल पे सर्च करोगे तो सैंडविच आइलैंड के नाम से भी जाना जाता है. तो फ्रॉम टीम ऑफ रिसर्चर, लॉन्गिट्यूडनल स्टडी थी, pioneer study thi, and from their birth, these 650 children, right from their birth till they were in early 20s, they were under the subject of study. So I just share a background of these children. They were very poor, very struggling, adverse situation wale ye bacche the, all of them. These children were at high risk because all were born to very poor families. Many children were born to single mothers, not complete family itself, and some of them mothers, even them depressed. उस समय जो था, even schizophrenic होता है, मनोविदलता हिंदी में कहते हैं, loss of context from reality जब हो जाता है, and social withdrawal symptoms होते हैं, and schizophrenic थोड़े बहुत मैनेज हो सकते हैं, it cannot be मतलब fully recover नहीं होते. तो इवन उन पेरेंट्स के जो बच्चे थे, आप सोच सकते हैं, फादर्स वर सेमी स्किल्ड और अनस्किल्ड वर्कर्स, एंड दीज चिल्ड्रन वर बोर्न प्रीमेच्योरली. फुल टर्म डिलीवरी भी नहीं थी, एंड देन मदर्स हैड लिटिल एजुकेशन और नो एजुकेशन एट ऑल. Families were full of problem, and that time, my dear young teachers, this was the time in between 19 मैंने बताया ना, pioneer study in 1955 to 1979, when America was the mighty nation that was having war with Southeast Asia, and to be specific, Vietnam. वियतनाम ने उनको घुटनों या उनको नाकों चने चबवा दिए थे. That guerrilla war, if you remember, तो America was facing that assassination of their president somewhere in 66. Their most celebrated and famous president, JKF Kennedy, he was assassinated, and there was advent of TV market में जब नया था, and even the advent of drugs. उससे पहले drugs दुनिया नहीं जानती थी, drugs और TV ये मार्केट में आए थे. तो ये सारा जो सोशल, इमोशनल, पॉलिटिकल जो टर्मोइल चल रहा था वर्ल्ड एट लार्ज में, and that time this study was conducted, and because combination of these biological, social जो stresses है, that took toll on these children. When they were of age 10, मैंने बताया था जन्म से समय उनसे team of researchers was observing and studying them through various psychometric tools. तो सबसे पहले age 10 में first major interval of the study that research took place, they were and उनके जो मैं सिर्फ आपको I am going to share with you ethos, gist कि क्या निकलेगा. They were in serious trouble. Physical ill health, serious behavioral problems, learning disabilities. आप कहेंगे तो होना ही था जब इतनी टर्मोइल है. फिर 8 साल बाद, when they were of age 18, follow-up period was taken. 3/4 children in the study, they had really serious problem. 650 में से 3/4 children, they had again learning disabilities, behavioral problems, poor mental health, poor physical health, social connection में, relationship में, everywhere they were facing problems and struggling. That was not surprising. Researchers कहेंगे इतनी ऐसी adverse situation में तो ऐसा ही होना था. But because they grew in an environment that was charged with relentless struggle and stress, and that stress took toll. But now, जो मैं आपके साझा करने जा रही हूँ, but surprised to the researcher was a group of kids, group of children, 18 years जो भी हैं, 1/4 of them, 1/4 650 का approximately 162 बनता है. They had strong psychological adjustment. They had good health. They had enviable school records. Surprising results. ये बच्चे वो थे जो अपने आसपास बहुत लोगों से कनेक्ट अच्छे थे, सोशल थे, आउटगोइंग थे, हर अपॉर्चुनिटीज को करते थे ट्राई, हेजिटेशन नहीं करते थे. तो ये क्या हुआ? आई एम गोइंग टू शेयर 3 small cases. First case is of case of Michael. Life did not start well for Michael. His mother was 16 and that too unwed when Michael was born. 16 साल की थी और अविवाहित थी जब माइकल का जन्म हुआ, और वो अपनी मदर और अपनी ग्रैंड मदर के साथ रह रही थी. उसको अपनी प्रेगनेंसी हाइड करनी पड़ी बिकॉज शी वाज नॉट मैरिड and hence she was deprived of all nutrition and medical care until 7th month of pregnancy. Michael was born prematurely and he weighed only 4 pound and 10 ounce, बहुत underweight हुआ था at the time of birth. और जब 8 साल का माइकल हुआ तो उसके पेरेंट्स, फिर उसके बाद में उन्होंने वो इकट्ठे रहने शुरू हो गए थे, the boy who had pregnanted his mother, और फिर वो पेरेंट्स भी सेपरेट हो गए. तो he was left all alone. Then मैं पहले केसेस स्टडी कर लेती हूँ, फिर मैं इनके अचीवमेंट्स एंड लॉरल्स एंड what positive psychology, positive character strength, virtues can do wonders, वो मैं शेयर करूंगी. फिर के का केस है. के was a girl, she was born of 17 years, unwed parents. 17 साल के थे, स्कूल में पढ़ते थे, और जब उनकी प्रेगनेंसी का पता चला तो पेरेंट्स को स्कूल से निकाल दिया गया. फादर was without the job. एक्सक्यूज मी, मुझे बाद में कीजिएगा, मैं बिजी हूँ. तो फादर वॉज जो है विदाउट द जॉब, कट्ठे जरूर थे वो. फैमिली कोर्ट सेंट मदर्स टू सम कैंप एंड केस अडॉप्शन केस था दैट वाज रिजेक्टेड. उसको भी के को भी किसी ऑर्फनेज में या अडॉप्शन में दिया गया, बट नॉट वो है, तो दैट आल्सो दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी वाज गॉन, और पेरेंट्स आल्सो लेटर डाइवोर्स्ड. तो सेम सिनेरियो, same was the case of third jo case study, Mary. She too had a rough start. Mother had many miscarriages before finally she was born. Mother was overweight and with many medical problems, and she was hospitalized for false labor for 3 times. ठीक है, 20 hours वो मतलब है, मतलब 20 hours के अप्रोक्सीमेटली इतना उनको वो फिजिकल और वो. और आप ये मत सोचिए कि only the mother has to undergo all these things. The child in the mother womb, that is equally affected, whether delivery is normal or a scissor section, C-section. The child inside that placenta, inside that womb, जो भी nature ने बहुत महफूज उसमें रहता है, एक कोकून जो उसका आता है, जब उसको भी वो बाहर इस तरह का टर्मोइल जब मदर के होते हैं, और इवन नॉर्मल डिलीवरी में he has to pass through various LAs और डिफिकल्ट टेरेन से जब वो निकलता है, तो आप इमेजिन कीजिए बच्चा इज लाइव, एक जीवन अंदर होता है, तो वो भी उसके लिए भी बहुत स्ट्रगल्स और बहुत बाहर की दुनिया इतनी शोर भरी, रोशनी भरी, तो इमोशनल जो शॉक उस बच्चे के लिए होता है इक्वली. मदर इज स्टिल कॉग्निटिवली अवेयर कि ये तो प्रोसेस है, दैट हैज टू बी टेकन केयर. सो दैट व्हाई वी रिकमेंड सच थेरेपीज, सजेशंस कि इमीडिएटली आफ्टर द बर्थ, if the whosoever is attending the delivery at that time, your child has to be nursed. उसको एक वो जिसको कहते हैं ना जादू की जफ्फी, is very small, but that has to be given the comfort of a care. ये बहुत जरूरी है। और इस तरह की स्टडीज आई कैन शेयर विद यू कि जो इस तरह के जो बच्चों को दिया गया एंड दोज हु वर डिवॉइड ऑफ दिस ट्रीटमेंट एट द टाइम ऑफ बर्थ, उनकी इमोशनल एडजस्टमेंट और मेच्योरिटी में लेटर ऑन कितना फर्क रहा। इमेजिन दीज थिंग्स काउंट अ लॉट. So I again come to Mary, and Mary के parent too had faced financial difficulties. Or between Mary's 5th and 10th birthday, her mother had severe major illness and surgeries. तो जब mother ही नहीं वो कर पा रही care, तो what to talk of the child? So on the basis of this background, despite everything they grew up, despite everything, इससे ज्यादा डिफिकल्टी चीज हो नहीं सकती। छोटे छोटे मासूम बच्चे इस माहौल में बड़े, लेकिन डिस्पाइट दैट these 1-4 children, और जिसमें से मैंने आपको 3 को एक सेलेक्ट किया है, they grew up to be healthy, well adjusted and highly successful adults. How that happened? Michael always ranked at the top of his class. He was awarded a college scholarship. He was well liked by his peers. कई बार होता है हम जब इस तरह के कंडीशन में होते हैं, we ourselves become like this, sadistic हो जाते हैं, दूसरों के हेल्प नहीं कर पाते, because ourselves we have seen all that sufferings. But no, he was very well liked by his fellow beings. He was confident, he was persistent in his approach, he was self-assured, he was dependable, he was realistic, he knew what has to be done. जैसे वो बता रहे थे ना, here also they used these children, these resilient children, these robust children, इनका नाम भी मैं आपको बताऊंगी कि वो hardy children थे, कंट्रोल, कमिटमेंट एंड चैलेंज जिनमें बहुत भरपूर था। मैं बताऊंगी कैसे हुआ वो। तो that really was surprising to the researchers. And then Kay was also alert. She was healthy child, affectionate, robust baby, sturdy, above normal grades in academics she always had. And as an adult, she was very calm, poised, social, self-assured, respectful, and accepted, very well accepted by others. She made very good use of her abilities, and she planned to join. ये जब उसका लिखा गया था कि she's planning to join entertainment business, and she will marry and she will live happy. She wants to live a happy life. She had that vision. And then same was the case with Mary. Mary had high self-esteem, persistence, concern for others, care and concern, compassion for others, outgoing personality, willing to open for new possibilities. She enrolled herself in college. She had hope for the future. And she used to say, I don't like when people think they can control my life. I am the driver of my life. I like to carry my vehicle, that is life, and that steering should be in my hands, she used to say. So how this happened? So team of researchers, they concluded that hope, optimism, all these character strength and virtues, they were behind that. होती सब में है, इन्होंने इसका maximize use किया. Hope was the key attitude when these children were born and they faced odd circumstances. They were resilient children. They were able to recover quickly in those difficult situations, bouncing back. गिरे, औंधे गिरे मुंह के बल, जैसे लड़खड़ाए, फिर उठे, फिर गिरे, लेकिन फिर संभले, फिर खड़े हुए और फिर भागना शुरू कर दिया. That was the approach with them towards life. Perseverant. They were perseverant children. They were transcenders. People who in their tough times, they had this power of imagination that they can do great things despite their difficult surroundings and situations. They had that vision. I can, we can, and they did. And despite difficult family situation, these resilient children developed strong bonds with their either parents, one set of parents, neighbors. Neighbor नहीं मिला तो teacher, teacher नहीं मिला तो कोई religious preacher, church का पादरी ही सही, कोई भी है, कोई respected adult in the neighborhood, whatever, grandfather, a sibling, and whatever they could come across in their early life, first phase of time. They had strong social bond. हम psychology में social support को बहुत तवज्जो देते हैं, और ये हम human beings को thrive करने के लिए, strive करने के लिए, flourish करने के लिए, flow, flourish, flow, these are all parts of this important components of positive psychology. मार्टिन सेलिगमैन का नाम दिया था, उसके साथ माइले सिस्टेमेन, वो जो एक हंगेरियन बॉर्न अमेरिकन साइकोलॉजिस्ट हैं, उन्होंने फ्लो के बारे में, जैसे अब मैं आपके साथ फ्लो में हूँ, आई फॉरगेट व्हाट इज द टाइम, व्हाट आर अदर थिंग्स। जब आप कंप्लीटली इमर्स हो जाते हो अपने काम में, यू गिव योर बेस्ट। एंड हेल्दी रहने के लिए, हेल्थ इज नॉट एब्सेंस ऑफ डिजीज ओनली, मेंटली और फिजिकली हेल्दी रहने के लिए आपको फ्लो में आना बहुत। आप 10 मिनट दीजिए, आप 5 मिनट दीजिए, बट अपना 100% दीजिए किसी भी समय, whatever time which suits you best. I don't say I am an early riser. I always used to say, Dr. Ashish, मैं इसके बहुत I used to nag him कि आप बहुत लेट उठते हैं earlier. अब वो सुधर गया है। अटल has really done wonders on it. I am just taking, छोटा है, छोटों से लिबर्टी लेना बहुत मजा आता है, और ये तो मेरा गोती भी है, तो इसको तो मैं अच्छा मतलब खींच सकती हूँ। इट इज नॉट दैट कि तो अब ही स्टार्टेड एंड नाउ ही शेयर्स। यस मैम, यू वर राइट। जो सुबह उठने का, जो सीइंग द डॉन, seeing the rising sun, oh my god, it gives beauty. मैं रोज, आई एम एन नेचर फोटोग्राफर ऑल्सो, ये मेरी हॉबी है। प्रोफेशनल मैं कहीं नहीं हूँ, आई एम ए पेंटर, आई एम ए राइटर, मैं वो भी लिखती हूँ, आर्टिकल्स भी लिखती हूँ न्यूज़पेपर के लिए, शौकिया, मुझे कोई फोर्स करके नहीं करा सकता। फोटोग्राफी करती हूँ, वही सेम सूरज है लगभग जहां मैं वॉक करती हूँ, मेरी सैरगाह है, वहां अलग अलग एंगल से रोज मुझे वो उतना ही खूबसूरत लगता है, रोज उसके अलग रूप होते हैं। इट इज ऑल हेयर, इट्स पर्सपेक्टिव, एंड दैट गिव्स मी बूस्ट, जो मुझे खुशी देता है। मैं एक सिर्फ एग्जांपल दे रही हूँ, आप उस मेरे से बेहतर नेचर से कनेक्ट होते हैं। नेचर से कनेक्ट रहना हमारी जरूरत है माय डियर फेलो बीइंग्स। हम इस जिम्मेवारी से अपने प्रति, वी हैव टू लव आवरसेल्व्स। सबसे पहले खुद से प्यार करो, तभी आप दुनिया को कर सकते हो। ये तो पहला फंडा है, और उसमें कनेक्ट विद नेचर। ये कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहे, तभी तो इतनी डिजीजेस, इरा ऑफ डिजीजेस। ये पेंडेमिक अपने आप नहीं आते, ये बुलाए जाते हैं। हमने सेज सजाई है इसके लिए, हमने इतना कुचला रौंदा है अपनी मदर अर्थ को, तो वो परिणाम और कौन भोगेगा? अपनी आने वाली संतति के लिए पता नहीं हम क्या छोड़ के जाएंगे। बट यस, फॉरगेट अबाउट past, that is gone. Future, के सिरा सिरा, future is yet to see. ये बहुत खूबसूरत लगता है मुझे। 60s का बहुत फेमस गाना है कि फ्यूचर अभी अनफोल्ड नहीं हुआ, प्रेजेंट, वर्तमान में। हम साइकोलॉजी में माइंडफुल टेक्निक का बहुत यूज करते हैं। स्टे, बी अवेयर ऑफ व्हाट इज हैपनिंग अराउंड यू एट प्रेजेंट, एंड देन यू कैन डू। आप अपना करते रहिए, आप पौधों से प्यार कीजिए। आप, अरे पौधों पे स्टडीज हुई हैं, 2 गमले रख लीजिए, खाद, पानी, धूप सब बराबर, all the variables are under control. एक से आप बात करते हैं। आई डोंट प्रीच कि आप हर पौधे से बात करने शुरू कर दो, क्योंकि मैं, बट यस, उससे जो आप प्यार से नजर, आपके पेट में देखिए, पेडिग्री और सिर्फ उसको महंगे शैम्पू से और वो सारा करना इज नॉट सफिशिएंट। आई कैन वाउच फॉर दैट। आप उससे जितना करेंगे, तो वो उसकी जो क्वालिटी उसमें है, हेल ऑफ अ डिफरेंस। दे आर लाइव ऑर्गेनिजम्स। हम ह्यूमन बीइंग्स के पास ही लाइफ नहीं है, और बहुत सी चीजें हैं जिसमें, एंड वी नीड टू लर्न टू ऑनर देम। आप एक दूसरे को ऑनर ही तो करना है, आपको उससे पॉजिटिविटी का रूल है। इट इज लाइक ए बूमर बैंग। वो मोगली था ना, रुडयार्ड किपलिंग का जंगल बुक में, जंगल जंगल बात चली है, पता चला है। आज भी मुझे उतना ही अच्छा लगता है। इट इज इन्फेस्टेड विद ऑल दीज वैल्यूज, कैरेक्टर स्ट्रेंथ एंड एथिक्स। हम ह्यूमंस बीइंग का वो प्रोजेक्शन ही तो था वो। तो उसमें वो एक वो पंजा रखता है, बूमर रैंक। तो जितना फोर्स से आप उसको फेंकोगे ना, उतनी फोर्स से इट बाउंसेस बैक, एंड दैट इज द रूल ऑफ पॉजिटिविटी एंड ऑल दीज थिंग्स व्हिच वी आर शेयरिंग। सो तो इन बच्चों में व्हेन दे वर कंफ्यूज्ड, they were, or when they were in trouble, they never hesitated in seeking help. These children eagerly accepted challenge, and these children had personalities that kept them healthy, enabled them to overcome adversity. And Kobasa, the researcher, she named those children as hardy, Hardy. Hardy is a combination of 3 C's: control, commitment and challenge. They were like this. देखो, inborn थे, by virtue of birth. कहां से इनमें आया? कुछ चीजें, हम भी बहुत चीजों के साथ इनबॉर्न होते हैं। इन्होंने अपनी एडवर्सिटीज में My dear young fellow beings, ये इतिहास का, this is the law of rule, thumb rule of history. कोई भी साधारण परिस्थितियों में महान नहीं बना है. You take example from any strata of life. Dhirubhai Ambani, though Mukesh and these Anil are not my role models at all, but I give credit for entrepreneurship to Dhirubhai Ambani, because with a meager salary of 40 or something, he had started his career and he rose in that empire. Okay, so history will give credit to उसने कैसे किया. और there are n number. ये by chance मुझे याद है. आप अपनी ये Mark Zuckerberg, when he was now, so he's a big name. He was only 28 years old, Harvard dropout. ऐसा नहीं है कि dropout था अपने course से भी, and accidentally he was never working for this social engine. So he accidentally made this site and he connected millions and trillions to this social network. So this credit of entrepreneurship. और वो हमारी वो I'm not able to recover her name, that great lady, बायोकॉन जिन्होंने किया, जस्ट शी स्टार्टेड इन 1975. ये जो अपनी फार्मेसी की वो है, पद्म विभूषण ऑल्सो, नहीं ध्यान आ रहा मेरे को, उनका चेहरा घूम रहा है, किरण मजूमदार शाह. यस, तो they rose from very humble backgrounds. So Kobasa termed those children as hardy. From where these resilient traits came? Maybe inborn. एक तो reason है maybe inborn. But these resilient children in study, they were very alert. सजग बहुत थे, mindful बहुत थे. They were very social, very well connected with others. Open, even tempered थे. And they were very responsive infants. So does that mean that those children who are introvert, who are shy, or who face difficulty in talking or connecting with others, they can't excel in life? Not necessarily, but yes, social जो होते हैं उनके लिए थोड़ा आसान होता है connect होना, चीजों को करना. But it is not कि जो social नहीं होते, it's our personalities. हम पहला सेंटेंस यही सिखाते हैं, personalities are never good or bad. It's just the way we are. We have to accept ourselves and others as they are. Personality is combination of so many studied traits by virtue of heredity, by virtue of our upbringing and socialization. So it is easy for those kids who were more outgoing to find support. And in this study, all resilient children had a strong adult figure. They mentioned, उनसे जो पूछा गया, उनसे feedback ली गई, उनसे उनकी जो history ली गई, case history, तो उन्होंने बताया, they found their inner strength through bonds which they developed with their neighbor, either neighbor or family friend or a teacher or a religious minister or some respected adult, wherever they can. But they went ahead. अपने उससे आगे आए. पॉजिटिविटी का भी एक रूल है. You take a step. एक स्टेप आप करिए. सेकंड स्टेप आपको कायनात, वो एक ओम शांति ओम पिक्चर का है, जब आप किसी चीज को शिद्दत से पाने की, डायलॉग उसका है, उनका खुद की ओरिजिनल क्रिएशन नहीं है. इट्स ए सेइंग, जब आप किसी चीज को शिद्दत से, बहुत जिसको होता है ना अपना फुल उससे पाने के चाहते हो, तो पूरी कायनात, द होल कॉस्मस conspires to bring that thing to you. And ये सिर्फ कहने की बात नहीं है, मैंने अपने जीवन में इन चीजों को होते हुए देखा है. आप महसूस करना शुरू कर देते हैं. when you're that aware, इतने सजग हो जाते हैं, these things start coming to you automatically. But you have to connect. आपका मेंटली, आपका फिजिकल बीइंग अगर इन चीजों में हो, अपने आप चीजें, कॉन्सेप्ट जो है क्लियर होने शुरू हो जाते हैं. दिव्या, आशीष, टाइम मुझे 5-7 मिनट लेट मिला था. मैं पूरा 1 घंटा लूंगी. टीचर हूँ.
मैम आप ले सकते हो टाइम. मैम बहुत ही अमेजिंग सेशन चल रहा है. हम इतने मोटिवेटेड.
आई थिंक, आई विश आई कुड. मैंने ये चेंज भी सुबह करवाया था. हमारा एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट असाइनमेंट है डिपार्टमेंट में, तो बीइंग द हेड, तो आई हैव टू, बट मैं 10-15 मिनट मैक्सिमम और लूंगी. मैं इस चीजों को, जो होप, ऑप्टिमिज्म है, ये सारी चीजों को जो मैंने कविता लिखी है, और मैं ये, कई मुझे कहते हैं, हो सकता है किसी का रिपीट भी हो, कहते मैम आपकी सुनी हुई है. Whenever there are teachers or students, I never fail. Though I have written more than 200 poems, मैं बहुत सारी उस situations पे लिखे, लेकिन ये तो अपने क्लोजेट में से यही निकाली कि मुझे रिसाइट करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, किसी कवि सम्मेलन मुशायरों में इनमें मैं बिल्कुल नहीं जाती। हाँ, मेरे ऑडियंस तो टीचर्स हैं, टीचर्स जो उन टीचर्स की बदौलत जिन्होंने हमें पढ़ाया था आज हम इस मुकाम पे हैं ना, तो और ऐसे ही आप हो जो आगे का भविष्य गढ़ रहे हैं, तो ये सब आपको समर्पित है। दो आई हैड पेन दीज लाइंस इन अ काउंसलिंग मोड, मैं अपनी एक बहुत क्लोज फ्रेंड का मैं काउंसलिंग कर रही थी, उसके इमीडिएटली बाद आई हैड रिटन दिस, और मैंने इसका टाइटल दिया है दिव्या, आर यू देयर? आई थिंक दिव्या इज नॉट कनेक्टेड। Anyway, I have ये मेरी अपनी इट्स राइटर्स प्रिविलेज एंड प्रेरोगेटिव टाइटल अंग्रेजी में, बिकॉज आशीष नोज आई हैव डन मास्टर्स इन इंग्लिश लिटरेचर आल्सो, तो अंग्रेजी तो और साहित्य और साइकोलॉजी दे आर इंटरट्वाइंड, इतना ब्यूटीफुल कॉम्बो है ना।
I must share that you have such a huge fan following that in between I received some calls and WhatsApp messages that, sir, though we have not registered for this program, but we saw the information that Professor Sonia is addressing a session. Please share us the link. And
Oh my
I was
God, I'm
compelled to
floored.
do so. I was compelled to do so. I could not resist. Chef A.K. Singh, head of the department from IHM Bhopal, has joined specifically for this session.
Good
Our
morning,
dean,
Chef. We have met, and it's wonderful that you are on this platform. Really good to know.
Our Dean, Faculty of Law, Madam Professor Kavita Dhul, has joined specifically to attend your session.
Kavita
And
is
there
a
is
wonderful human being.
And Professor Kavita has raised a question also that, Madam, what is the formula for measuring emotional quotient? Can we measure
I'll
it
share.
at the spur of the moment when a person chooses to kill his partner for any reason known best to him?
Yes, Kavita, I'll come to that if time permits, surely. और कविता को तो मैं किसी भी टाइम हम लोग, कविता is a adorable darling, and all of you.
आपकी फैन
God
फॉलोइंग
bless you.
मैसेजेस में लिखती है, आत्मा संतुष्ट हो गई. Welcome, ma'am.
अरे,
Welcome, ma'am.
मैं
These are the
संतुष्ट हो
comments
गई.
I am reading from the chat box. And amazing thought process, an excellent informative presentation is by Chef A.K. Singh, HOD IHM Bhopal. And Reena ji
Love
saying
you all.
very true
God
saying.
bless you all. हाँ,
Over to
Ashish,
you, ma'am.
God bless you. You gave me opportunity, and I hope हम इसी तरह के, क्योंकि इससे पहले वाले वो भी बहुत उन्होंने मुझे मुतासर किया, और I was fortunate कनेक्टिंग. अगर ये कोई और टाइम होता तो वही डिपार्टमेंट के अपने रूटीन वर्क में आप इस टाइम नहीं कर सकते, बट टुडे ये मेरा प्रील्यूड था, तो आई रियली एंजॉयड इट. तो हाँ, मैं ये जब मैंने इसका टाइटल दिया था पोएम का, एन ओड टू ऑल दोज हु डेयर टू स्विम अगेंस्ट द करंट. धारा के साथ तो सारी दुनिया बहती है, धारा के विपरीत बहना. तब मैंने लिखा था, माना तू औरत है. माय डियर मेल काउंटर पार्ट्स, ये औरत का मतलब सिर्फ जिस्म नहीं होता, ये रूह से मेरा मतलब है. आप इसको आदम जात भी कर सकते हैं, मैं इसको दोनों तरह से बताती हूँ. माना तू आदम जात है और शायद यही कसूर है तेरा, पर बेबस नहीं है तू, पर बेबस नहीं है तू, ना ही अपराधिनी. ये तो समय का फेर है, नहीं तो तू तो बनी थी स्वामिनी. वी आर ऑल बॉर्न टू विन बट कंडीशन टू लूज. ये तो समय का फेर, नहीं तो तू प्रेरणा है जग की, लहर बनकर निकली है ऊपर, मझधार में फंसी थी न जाने कब की. ये रेजिलियंस, होप, ऑल्ट्रिज्म, एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग टू कम इन दिस. मझधार में फंसी थी न जाने कब की, अरे पगली पता नहीं तुझे, शक्ति का अवतार है तू. वी आर लाइव पावर हाउसेस माय डियर. हम सब, सोनिया या आशीष या दिव्या या कृष्ण मोहन जी नहीं, जो नाम से, या अब्दुल एपीजे साहब नहीं, या इंदिरा जी नहीं, हम सब लाइव पावर हाउसेस हैं. एंड डे इज नॉट फॉर, मैं आपको बता रही हूँ, दो आई एम नॉट फ्रॉम साइंस बैकग्राउंड, आई एम प्योर एंड प्योर. मेरा जो सोशल साइंस फैकल्टी से जो है, मतलब आई नेवर हैड साइंस बैकग्राउंड, लेकिन उसके बावजूद मैं कह सकती हूँ ए डे विल कम. आदमी इतना इन्वेंट करता है, इतना उसमें पोटेंशियल है कि जैसे अब हमें प्लग ढूंढने पड़ते हैं ना जहां भी जाए चार्जिंग के लिए, चार्जिंग के बगैर, मोबाइल के बगैर तो आजकल हमारा अस्तित्व ही नहीं रहा. वी आर सो मच डिपेंडेंट ऑन दिस स्मॉल गैजेट. एनीवे, इसके फायदे भी हैं, बट देयर आर, ये डिजिटल डिटॉक्सिंग पे भी किसी दिन आशीष जरूर लेक्चर कराना. कुछ तो इनपुट मैं ही दे सकती हूँ, नहीं तो किसी एक्सपर्ट को भी बनाना। डिजिटल डिटॉक्सिंग बहुत जरूरी है, बिकॉज वी हैव स्टार्टेड रिलाइंग ऑन दिस टू हैवीली। तो वो चार्जिंग हमारे में से ही हो, वी विल बी द चार्जर। हमारे में से विद्युत निकल सकती है, एटम्स एनम जो भी है, वी आर सो लाइव पावर हाउसेस। सो उसका ही उसी से शायद मेरे को ये सिमली आई थी। अरे पगली, पता नहीं तुझे, शक्ति का अवतार है तू। वही सिमली जो मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले आपसे साझा की थी। बड़े से बड़ा तूफान उखाड़ पाता नहीं उस कोमल लता को, जो दिखती तो है लिपटी सहारे से, और सहारा बना वो दम्भी वृक्ष खो देता है अस्तित्व पल भर में। मत भूल पहचान अपनी, मत भूल पहचान अपनी, साहस ही संबल है तेरा, पहन कवच हिम्मत का, लाएगी तू ही इस काली रात का सवेरा। हम ही अपने जीवन में बदलाव ला सकते हैं। नोबडी एल्स कैन डू दैट फेवर टू अस। ये तो आपको मानना ही पड़ेगा। सी दैट केस ऑफ के, मैरी एंड माइकल, दे डिड चेंज। जो अपना सेल्फ एस्पेक्ट है उन्होंने खुद किया, कोई उनको बचाने नहीं आया था। आशा की लौ जलाए रखना, होप, हौसले का दीपक प्रज्वलित रखना, सार्थक होगा तभी जन्म तेरा, जीवन यज्ञ तभी तो होगा पूरा। अकेली नहीं है तू, वी आर नॉट अलोन, देयर आर मिलियंस एंड ट्रिलियंस लाइक अस। अकेली नहीं है तू, न जाने कितनी शाखाएं गुलाब छितरी हैं इस गुलिस्ता में। एक बगिया ही तो है सारा दुनिया। न जाने कितनी शाखाएं गुलाब छितरी हैं इस गुलिस्ता में, मैं भी तो तू हूं, मैं भी तो तू हूं, साथ महकेंगे खिलेंगे भूल चुभन शूल की। हमें इसी तरह एक दूसरे का साथ लेते हुए, अपना निज अस्तित्व को बनाए रखते हुए, और हमें चलना है चरैवती चरैवती, माइल्स टू गो बिफोर आई स्लीप। और 5 मिनट मुझे और दे दीजिए, 4 मिनट टू बी मोर स्पेसिफिक। ओड टू निर्भया, रिसेंटली उसकी वो बरसी वाली तिथि गई है। प्राणांत ये बहुत मेरे क्लोज टू हार्ट है, और इसको बस सिर्फ मैं ये आपसे गुजारिश, और सिर्फ मैं यही चाहूंगी, सिर्फ मेरी यही आरजू है, और आपसे हम्बल विद माय फोल्डेड हैंड्स आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग, ऐसी खेप तैयार कीजिए, ऐसे बच्चे बनाइए, ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स बनाइए, वो जिंदगी में फाइनेंशियली कामयाब ना हो, एक तो इमोशनली मैच्योर रहे, क्योंकि ये तो कहने की बात है, जो इमोशनली होगा वो कामयाब होएगा ही होएगा। और वो निर्भया जैसे कांड, मुझे गौरव है, मैं गर्व से कह सकती हूँ, आज तक पता नहीं अनगिनत स्टूडेंट पढ़ाए हैं, कोई मेरा पढ़ाया हुआ स्टूडेंट ये काम नहीं करेगा। वो चोरी कर सकता है, वो कर सकता है, वो साइबर क्राइम कर सकता है, मैं उसकी गारंटी नहीं ले रही, पर वो ये काम नहीं करेगा। आप में इतना होना चाहिए, केवल और केवल मैं आपसे ये चाहती हूँ। अदरवाइज ये कोई मंच नहीं है कि मैं अपना काव्य पाठ करके जा रही हूँ, केवल आपसे अपने विचार साझा और एक गुजारिश के साथ, और मुझे पता है मेरी पूरी होगी। आई एम होपफुल एंड आई एम कन्विंस्ड कि आप मेरे से भी ज्यादा इन चीजों के मायने को समझते हो, केवल समझते नहीं हो, अप्लाई करते हो। प्राणांत नहीं हुआ है निर्भया का, शेषांत सी है वो इस फिजा में हवा में, मरी तो है केवल मानवता, फूकी है नुची है बेकसूर अस्मिता, और राख हुई है अभिमानी सभ्यता। मारी गई दामिनी, रौंदी गई कुचली गई तार तार जार जार हर बार, कभी घर में तो कभी बाहर, सदियों से हुआ है ये, कभी घर में तो कभी बाहर, झपटी गई हर युग में कटी पतंग सी, लुटी पिटी न जाने कितनी कितनी बार। अरे कृष्णा, अब मैं गॉड से आई एम इन्वोकिंग गॉड, अरे कृष्णा, अरे तारनहार, अरे परवरदिगार, क्यों नहीं लेता तू अब अवतार, आया नहीं बचाने उस क्षण द्रौपदी के बिखरते शील के तार तार। कितना पुकारा होगा, कितना पुकारा होगा, स्वयं समय कातर हो अकुलाया होगा, क्यों मूक बधिर डेफ एंड डम्ब, क्यों मूक बधिर बना तू उस बर्बर दमन पर, क्या बंधन था तेरा तेरा उस अकर्मण्य छिपन पर। अरे हम तो मानव जात हैं, तू तो ईश्वर है, क्या बंधन था तेरी उस अकर्मण्य छिपन पर। फिर खुद ही सवाल खुद ही जवाब, तू भी शायद डरता है, आई एम टेलिंग गॉड, तू भी शायद डरता है, दूसरों के पचड़ों में नहीं पड़ता है, नपुंसकता बहने लगी है शिराओं में तेरी। मैं भगवान को कह रही हूँ, इतनी दुखित और इतनी व्यथित हो गए थे हम तब। में लिखा है, जो भी आप कुछ भी नाम दीजिए, बट देयर इज सुप्रीम पावर। तो उसको ही कह रही हूं, तू भी शायद डरता है, दूसरों के पचड़ों में नहीं पड़ता है, नपुसंकता बहने लगी है शिराओं में तेरी, शिवालों गिरजालों या बस अजानों में सिमटी है अब सत्ता तेरी, शिवालों अजानों या बस अजानों में सिमटी है सत्ता तेरी। एम आई विजिबल? मैं दिखाई दे रही हूँ आशीष?
No, no, ma'am.
Visible but
For the time being, you are audible, but your
ओके, आई
screen has
थिंक
gone.
देयर इज, ये बार बार अपने आप ऑटो वो ले रहा है, ये मेरा, ये मैं कर रही हूँ उसको, मैं आई होप इट कम्स, यस। लगता है कलयुगी भगवान, लगता है कलयुगी भगवान दानव को ही पन पाते हैं, उसके कहर से डर निज अस्तित्व बचाते हैं। भगवान को भी तो चढ़ावे चाहिए ना, 45 करोड़ का मुकुट चढ़ाया गया, इतने उसकी पालकी चढ़ाई गई, तो वो कहीं व्यंग था। लगता है कलयुगी भगवान दानव को ही पन पाते हैं, उसके कहर से डर निज अस्तित्व बचाते हैं। पर खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो, अगेन बैक टू निर्भया, पर खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो एक अदना सी कहानी थी, मानुषी होने की सजा, यादा की कुर्बानी मदरा कुमारी चौहान की है। खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी। यकलख्त मुझे ये उस समय आया होगा भाव कि निर्भया के लिए भी खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो एक अदना सी कहानी थी, मानुषी होने की सजा, निर्भया बनने की दास्तान अंतिम गर्दिश, दोज़ख को बोलते हैं हेल को, डिफिकल्ट टाइम्स, गर्दिश में जलाकर मशाल हौसले की सुसुप्त हो गई, सो गई, सुसुप्त हो गई यकलख्त पंज्वालामुखी सी। यू रिमेम्बर उसके बाद कितना नेशन वाइड इंडिया गेट पे एजिटेशन हुआ था, और शायद हमने सोचा था कि अब इस तरह के केसेस नहीं होंगे, बट अलास, रेस्ट इज हिस्ट्री, आई नीड नॉट एक्सप्लेन। तो सुसुप्त हो गई यकलख्त पंज्वालामुखी सी, कितना विष पिया होगा, कि हजारों नाग फनियों की जुबन को जिया होगा, प्रश्न दे गई अनगिनत अनुत्तरित, पल पल करते हैं वो अनकही गुहार, क्या हमें है मानव कहलाने का अधिकार? आई रिमेम्बर उस टाइम एम्स के जो टीम ऑफ डॉक्टर्स उसको ट्रीट कर रही थी, उन्होंने कहा था, इन माय 40 इयर्स कैरियर आई हैव नॉट सीन सच ए म्यूटिलेटेड बॉडी, इंटेस्टाइन तक के अंदर को आप इमेजिन भी नहीं करते, एनिमल्स डोंट डू, ये एनिमल किंगडम में नहीं होता। अब आप देख लीजिए ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, वेयर डू दे फॉल? एनिमल्स हमसे कहीं सुसभ्य सुसंस्कृत है। आई अपोलोजाइज फॉर यूजिंग दिस स्टेटमेंट, बट आई एम ए फर्म बिलीवर। वो अगर भूखे नहीं हो तो किसी पर अटैक नहीं करते, किसी को मेटिंग भी वो तभी करते हैं जब उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट होती है। उनमें वो जो वासना और लालसा है, होर्डिंग है, ये सिर्फ ह्यूमन किंगडम में है। अब आप देख लीजिए अपने आप को कितना, मैं भी उसी में शामिल हूं, मैं उससे एक्सक्लूडेड नहीं हूं, कितना श्रेष्ठ मानते हैं। तो कितना विष पिया होगा, हजारों नागफनियों की चुभन को जिया होगा, प्रश्न दे गई अनगिनत अनुत्तरित, पल पल करते हैं वो अनकही गुहार, गुहार, क्या हमें है मानव कहलाने का अधिकार? और लास्ट की 4 पंक्तियां केवल और केवल उस सोल को, उस जिस्ट को, उस हौसले को, उस एक जज्बे को समर्पित हैं जिसको हमने दामिनी का नाम दिया, या वो हजारों दामिनियां, अनाम दामिनियां, जिनके बारे में अनाम हीरोज, गुमनाम हीरोज, जिनको देश जानता भी नहीं, जिनकी शहादतें हर फील्ड में, उन सबको समर्पित है। मरी नहीं है तू दामिनी, मरी नहीं है तू दामिनी, तू तो बन चुकी है अपराजेय, अमिताभ, प्रकाशतम, अटल ध्रुव, दिखलाती हरदम ताब। जीवन अनंत संकल्प के, जीवन अनंत संकल्प के नवयुग की बन सूत्रधार, पाएगी इस महायज्ञ की पहली समिदा का तू अधिकार। जीवन अनंत संकल्प के नवयुग की बन सूत्रधार, पाएगी इस महायज्ञ की पहली समिदा का अधिकार। शायद तब हम पालें, शायद तब हम पालें मानव होने का अधिकार, बस मानुष होने की दरकार, बस मानुष होने की दरकार। सिर्फ आदमी ही बने रहे, महामानव मत बनिए, सिर्फ आदमी के ही हम बन जाएं, वो ही एक कंप्लीट अचीवमेंट है। विद दीज वर्ड्स, मैं घड़ी को देख रही हूँ, 11:20 हो चुके हैं, and I have already exceeded 10 minutes assigned to me. I thank all of you from core of my heart, and I bless all of you to be beautiful. You are beautiful souls. जो connect है ना, वो यही एक परिचायक है. They are beautiful souls. Stay beautiful. And I extend my gratitude To all of you, thank you. God bless.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you were listening to the words of wisdom by Professor Sonia Malik. And to add on something here, I think it's time to express gratitude. And all I can say on behalf of all of you is
Ashish sir,
thank you for the, sir.
Sir, because of network error, we missed many
I will
of the things like जो recital. हाँ, मैम की कविता नहीं सुन पाए, वो बीच-बीच में डिस्टर्बेंसेस थे. So मैम अगर अपनी कविता शेयर करे तो ज्यादा अच्छा हो.
मेरे से कनेक्ट
sure.
हो सकते हो किसी भी क्वेरी के लिए. Always you can send your students for counseling.
So, ma'am, you see, people have put on E for excellent session
Be very
of
vigilant.
yours.
क्लास में हर बच्चा समान नहीं होता और उसके बिहेवियर में कुछ दिनों से अगर परिवर्तन है, प्लीज गिव पे अटेंशन टू हिम. ये सुसाइड ऐसे नहीं होते, एक दिन में नहीं डिसीजन लिए जाते. प्लीज पे अटेंशन टू इट. मेरे को हमेशा जब भी कोई बच्चे का सुसाइड होता है, आई फील सो मिजरेबली हेल्पलेस कि हम चाहते तो हम उसको कर सकते थे, हमने वो अवसर वो को एक्सरसाइज ही नहीं किया. तो प्लीज एंड प्लीज माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल ऑफ यू टू पे keen observation to your students.
So I'd like to say gratitude at the end of this session. Thanks for the smile that lights up a room. Thank you for your laugh that helps to drive out the gloom. Thank you for your willingness always to help. Thank you for thinking of others before you think of yourself. Thanks a million for the million lovely things that you do. But most of all, thank you for just being you. And this thank you is for Professor Sonia Malik. Well, Madam is an iconic and seasoned personality, and the number of E's that the participants enjoyed this session are visible into the chat box. Anant Varmaji says, "Ma'am, your number of fans has increased by one more, and that is me hearing from you for the first time. It is marvelous." Professor Joshi ji says, "Wow." Raj Kataria ji says, "Excellent line, ma'ams. You are amazing, ma'am." Then Nilesh, Dr. Vinita, Seema Harwade ji, Shraboni ji, K. Chandrasekhar ji, Mr. Ratna Raju ji, Anant Verma ji, Suraksha ji, Alisha Chaudhary ji, Dr. Nidhi, Amit Attri ji, Prashant Sharma ji, Dr. Lakhvinder Singh ji, Hanmantreya Gowda ji, Bhaskar ji, Amandeep Singh ji, and Neeraj all have mentioned EEE. Excellent session, ma'am. Thank you for being there with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we bid bye-bye to Professor Sonia, let's switch on our cameras and take some snippets with her so that we can keep it as a sweet memory. And then we welcome our next distinguished speaker, Professor Sampad Kumar Swen from Pondicherry University, a Central University from Puducherry, Head of Department of Tourism Studies. He's there with us. Just
All I
taking
can
some of
say,
the
I wish
snippets.
I was there in physical mode. वो एक ऑरा अलग ही होता है आपस में कनेक्ट का. Anyway, let's hope so we meet in future in physical mode.
So it's lovely welcoming Professor Sampad Kumar Swen and bidding bye-bye to Professor Sonia Malik, a very seasoned professor and a lovely friend, a thorough gentleman who is there with us, kind enough to join us on this virtual platform of MD University Rohtak. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the kind of iconic personality he is, a reflection of a true teacher, humble, down to earth, always committed and inspiring students. Professor Sampad Kumar Swen is presently working as head of the Department of Tourism Studies. He has obtained his degrees, graduation, PG, PhD, and DLIT from Utkal University, Bhubaneswar. He has served in RCM Bhubaneswar prior to joining Puducherry in Pondicherry University in 2004 as a lecturer. He had been as the strong pillars of Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, from 2012 to 18, and has also, apart from being one of the iconic professors of that university from tourism studies, has been a strong persona of administration, having served as a registrar as well. He has published a dozen of research papers, edited books, reference books, and interesting textbooks from Oxford University Press. Apart from so many learners, I am one of his learners who always enjoy reading his books from Oxford University Press. His research areas include sustainable tourism, ecotourism, responsible tourism, community-based tourism, destination image, and social tourism. Well, it's lovely to have a lively professor like him on this virtual platform, and it is like that. You know that I'm not good with words, but when it comes to Professor Sampath Kumar Swain and such speakers, I am very good in articulation. You know that I might not like to talk about feelings, but when it comes to doyens like Professor Sampath, it's anything at all that I can bet. And I marshal these words just to tell you that at times we may forget certain things, but there is always something to be grateful for all that you do, even if I'm shy to say it today. But then, with great love and affection and gratitude, I say that yes, I am blessed to have an iconic personality and an amazing professor like Professor Sampath Swain in my life, who indeed adds value to everyone's life. With these few words, we welcome Professor Sampath Kumar Swain. And over to you, sir, for your interesting session. Let me share it with you that we had a value-added session by Mr. Krishna Mohanji, who has been a senior IAS officer and additional chief secretary and financial commissioner of Government of Haryana and IAS of batch cadre 1977 Haryana, followed by a session by an eminent psychologist, professor and head Department of Psychology, MD University Rohtak, Professor Sonia Malik. Both talked about life skills, universal human values, and blissful life. We look forward for your words of wisdom now. And over to you, sir. Let me take an interesting photograph with you so that I can put it into the group. Thank you, sir. It's all yours now.
Very happy morning to my dear friend, very charming personality, I must say charismatic personality in tourism, Professor Ashish Kumar Dehaji, and all my dearest participants. Hearty congratulations to Professor Daya and the team for successful completion of the 5-day AICTE sponsored ATAL FDP program. As all of you know, the taste and preference of Professor Daya, he invites speakers not by emotion, not by connection, or not by relation, but by talent, by virtue of the contribution to the discipline. Thank you, Professor Dayaji, for inviting me to interact with your participants. Very good morning to one and all here. This, in fact, a kind of opportunity for me to discuss with all of you what are the skills and what are the competencies that all of us should possess or should acquire, and the same skill and competencies, how we can sharpen it, how we can refine them, how we can mold them, hone them. So ultimately, we expect a complete professional. We expect a person with a complete skill so that the delivery will be complete. So there is a Santi mantra, all of you know, Purna Mada, Purna Midang, Purnata Purna Mudachate, Purneshu Punya Madaya, Purna Meva Vashishyate. Because we want everything to be complete. When a student has not successfully completed a particular program, we always write and certify that Mr. Dinesh has successfully completed MBA Tourism and Hospitality Management. Because this is a standard way of writing a certificate for Mr. Dinesh. But Dinesh may not be understanding the spirit behind the statement, successful completion. So therefore, I must appreciate and compliment Professor Daya for identifying such a contemporary and relevant, very pertinent theme, which is required to be discussed, which is needed, and which is the need of the hour. As all of you know, this present government, union government, has created a ministry for skill development. And I must say, this is the only university in the country which has a center for life skills and soft skills. And so too, there is a full-time director who has been appointed to take care of this program. Ultimately, what? The university which is A+, and I wish it would be A++. And the university has foreseen, or university has visualized the importance of the skill, importance of competency out of the knowledge and information. Because a person is knowledgeable, a person has wisdom, person knows much of the information, would not make him different from others. As all of you know, a famous speaker, trainer, and motivator, Mr. Shiv Khera. And you can win. Many of you must have read his book. That I do many things, but I do the things differently. If you start looking at these two different sentences very closely, minutely, and with full devotion and concentration, close your eye, reflect upon internally, you certainly internalize, yes, there is a big difference between these two sentences. I do things, but I do things differently. So those who do the things differently, they are the winners. So with this, let me share the slide so that the discussion will be very formal and we can be able to structure the discussions, and in the end of the discussions, in the end of the interactions, we'll be able to come and we'll be able to know where are we and where we should be. So I hope all of you would be able to see the screen.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So there are three pictures, and I have I have placed the picture in such a way that you will not give strain to your eyes. One picture which all three are related to catching fish. First is a fisherman who is catching a fish, small fishes with the help of the net. So another person who is catching a fish with the help of the nail. Another person who is holding the fish in the hands. So if you compare among the three different pictures, what are the commonalities? The commonalities is that all three of them know how to catch fish. And all three of them have fundamental and basic skills to catch the fish. But who is catching fish by using certain techniques or skills? What do we mean by skill? Because I am a last speaker, the challenge to me is that because all of you have sounded heavily on skills. So now skill must not be going into your mind. It will just going out. No, the inbox is full. So it will go to a spam So therefore, because dear participants, skill is nothing but the ability. So many of us don't have the ability to make the things differently. Skill is nothing but skill, ability to do the things efficiently and effectively, and ability to do the things beautifully. And how we can add beauty to a particular work, that is called the skill. And how a particular work can be done professional manner, in a professional manner, how a particular work can be done very neatly, minutely, and everybody would see the beauty around a particular work. So with these three pictures you see, first one, a person who has used the net to catch the fish. That means he not only knows how to catch fish, but he knows how to use the net to catch fish. So who will have the more catch? The first person who has got many number of fishes, so who can be able to sell more fishes, and his income will be more. He will be happy man. He will not have any financial need, because he will sell more fishes. So he will leave the place with happy end. Second man who uses the nail to catch the fish, because he knows how to catch the fish. Because if he'll go alone with the hands, cannot catch the fish. Cannot. So even despite putting the efforts for 10 days, 10 months, even a small fish one cannot catch. Third one, you see, the person who has caught the fish. So the picture which is in the corner of the down, you see who has caught the fish. That means he knows how to catch the fish by using his hand techniques. So this is because there is a time constraint. I may not be able to elaborate. All of you maybe reflect upon. So not going down. Okay. So these are the two pictures. One is in Mississippi River in USA. Another recently happened in Calicut airport. So if you see these two pictures, and pilot, who are the pilots? Pilots, those who are trained, and they would not be permitted to become pilot to fly the aircraft just by virtue of a particular course, or by virtue of attending one particular program. And there will be many trial and errors and certifications by Director General of Civil Aviation. Despite being trained, despite acquiring experiences of 20 years, 15 years, 30 years, these are the mishaps which are human errors. There were no technological errors or technical errors for which two mishaps occurred. So that I am trying to tell you, sometimes we may not use our ability, use our skill. Sometimes we overlook it, sometimes we ignore it, or sometimes we become overconfident and we undermine the value of the skill. That's why this is the consequences. So these are the, many of you must be knowing, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay. Truly speaking, these two personalities which have inspired me much in my life. And as we say, failure is the pillar of success. And when we experience and test, we have the taste of failures, we sometimes get demotivated, we become down morally, physically, mentally, emotionally, and we don't attempt to do something different. And if you read the biography or autobiography of Edmund Hillary and a biography of Tenzing Norgay, Tenzing Norgay was an illiterate Sherpa, a porter. Edmund Hillary was an outstanding scholar, brilliant scholar, had the aspiration and dream to scale Everest mountain. Certainly, he scaled Everest mountain not in first attempt, with several attempts. So therefore, what I'm trying to give the message to all of you is, nobody can dare to reach the summit of the Everest without acquiring the skill. And there are different layers of the skill. The highest skill, we call it in research the precision, 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 100% correct. Because the flight mishap which I showed you earlier slide, there must be one digit mistake from the operation of the aircraft. So therefore, when we try to do something beautiful, you have to give 100%. The 100% comes from the skill that you acquire, the ability that you have, if you try to optimize them. So these two great personalities, mountaineers, Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay, those who scaled Everest mountain in 1952 from the Nepal, subsequently they opened the windows for many mountaineers who could gain confidence to complete it. You could see the beeline to go to the peak of the mountain. So that I'm trying to tell you that because why the Edmund Hillary preferred to take Tenzing Norgay, the basic reason is that Tenzing Norgay was a native of the place who was assisting the British mountaineers to scale different small mountains around the Everest, who had the natural talents, who was the son of the soil. He might not be knowing many of the theoretical knowledge, how to climb mountains, how to stand against the hostile weathers. But Tenzing Norgay identified him that he would be the right assistance to him to do so. He identified something different ability in him. So therefore, because the program is being organized by renowned Professor Daya, who is very specialized in hospitality, I thought if I don't bring the contribution of Rai Bahadur Mohan Singh Obrai to the discussion, probably my presentation would be incomplete. Because all of you know about Rai Bahadur Mohan Singh Obrai, because he was conferred with the Rai Bahadur for serving the British army personnel, British officers during the plague pandemic. So, because from a small desk clerk to become the father of the hotel industry, or founder of the hotel industry in India, and who could establish the first luxury hotel, or the brought the luxury concept to the hotel. So if you see if you read some of his statements, or you may say quote, Oberoi expected his employees to achieve perfection in their day-to-day work with an eye for detail. What do you mean by perfection? As I told you, the precision, dexterity. All right, because if you take the example of an archer, when somebody uses bows and arrow, so perfection is required. You take the example of Arjuna or Karna. So therefore, Webre expected his employees to achieve perfection in the day-to-day work with an eye for detail. That means each employee should have perfect skill, each employee should have perfect knowledge, each employee should have perfect grooming, and all those can contribute to become a successful and a result-oriented employee. Success and fortune did not come easy for him. All came from his hard work, enthusiasm, learning everything from the bottom line. Learning from the bottom line, learning from the employees, those who are black collar employees. Quick learner took many responsibility, honesty of a hardworking young Mohan Singh Oberoi. You must never accept anything that is second best in life or in a hotel. You never accept anything that is second best, always best. There is no second best, always best. So this is Mohan Singh Oberoi, who did not have any knowledge or skill to work in the hotel. She accidentally landed in the hotel in Simla and got an opportunity to work there, and he impressed his boss, and he could buy the property. Subsequently, he could expand the property, and today he could raise a huge brand in the world, the hotel industry. That I'm trying to tell all of you, because this is an inspiring personality, amazing personality. And as Professor Daya has used the word iconic, the word iconic should not be used prior to my name. Or the word amazing should not be used before my name, because I am an ordinary person. As he introduces formally, as per tradition, some of the words should be used as a decorum. But truly speaking, Professor Daya must be knowing much about MS Oberoi than me. Another great personality which I am trying to present to all of you, Jamsetji Tata, who laid the foundation of the Taj Hotel, Mumbai. As Professor Daya put it in the Facebook, the birthday of the Taj Hotel about 2-3 days ago. So he is the person, I must say the legend, MS Oberoi and Jamsetji Tata, all those personalities which I am going to present to all of you, they are the legends. They are not the mere leaders. They have not restricted their scope of the work. They have not restricted the operation of their activities as a leader. They have gone beyond the leader, that is called legend. Who are the legends? Let me clarify. Leaders are those who take decisions. Leaders are those who make some changes in the lives of others. Leaders are one who takes a decision which will be beneficial to all the stakeholders connected with the particular interest. But legends are those who make lasting impact. Legends are those who makes impacts on the lives of the millions and millions of the people for generations. That exactly MS Sobrai, Jamsetji Tata must be considered as amazing legends. And with honest and straightforward business principles, close and careful attention to details, the ability to take advantage of favorable opportunities and circumstances, that is scope for success. So, because there is no time to elaborate upon each word possesses, each word denotes, signifies much of the vision, mission, goals, objectives of the great person Jamsetji Tata, who could lay the foundation of the Taj Hotel and Tata Group. Subsequently, now today, what you see, the Tata Consortium, which are the fruits of the seeds sown by Jamsetji Tata. So, because if you see the particular slide about J.R.D. Tata, who during the tenure of CMD of Tata Group, J.R.D. Tata, who could establish Air India or Tata Airlines converted into Air India, and Air India became was nationalized in 1952 with the policy of the government of India as socialism. But J.R.D. Tata continued to become the CMD till 1977. You see the sacrifice and commitment of a nationalist. He is a true nationalist. So if you look at some of these statements, because legends are those who, when they give some statements, we call them as like divine words. Or these are these are not ordinary words, they are all extraordinary words, exceptional words. Uncommon thinkers reuse what common thinkers refuse. Can anybody always aim at perfection, for only then will you achieve excellence. Money is like manure. It sinks when you pile it, grows it when you spread it. Quality is first engineered, only then it is inspected. I don't want India to be an economic superpower. I want India to be a happy country. When you work as if everything depends on you. When you pray as if everything depends on God. Common people have an appetite for food. Uncommon people have an appetite for service. See, these quotes or statements, or I consider as the defining words which influence, which transform many of the thinkers. So therefore, because all those are the entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs are those who take the risk of some business. परमानंद मु मते क्लास रे अछि मु टिके आधा घंटा पर कहबी आधा घंटा पर just a minute. So therefore J.R.D. Tata could transform the aviation map of India, and he could give wonderful flavor to the Taj hotels. He could add value to many other ancillary industries of Tata, including Tata Motors. And if you see this particular slide, these are all the legends. So JW Marriott, take good care of your employees. They will take good care of customers, and the customers will come back. What does it mean? Because I don't want to present you what are the requirements of an employee. To be loyal, to be committed, to be sincere, to be honest. So therefore, if entrepreneurs take care of their employees, what does this mean? It is not the responsibility of the entrepreneur or the management of a particular business to hire employees just to serve for salary. It is the smallest objective. I may say this is the narrow objective. So therefore, when employees are hired, how employees can be empowered, how employees can be properly placed, and employees training need identification, and what type of employees to be hired. So therefore, what J.W. Marriott, as he has raised a huge brand in the world, because this is the value. If an employee look at, take good care of your employees, therefore the attrition rate of the Tata and Marriott is abysmally low. Why? Because when employees join, you take the example of the aftermath of the terrorist attack at Taj Hotel. It is not the social responsibility of the Taj Group. More than that, Ratan Tata, whose photographs you are seeing here, who has gone many steps ahead than the employees expect from the hotel. Because Tata not only maintains relations with the employees, goes beyond the employees, and the family members of the employees are the family members of the Tata. That exactly J.R.D. Tata and Jamshedji Tata, they built the township at Jamshedpur before they established the Tata Steel. So therefore, employee would be more interested to continue to work with full devotion, with 100%, with commitment, provided employees are taken care of, employees are looked after, employees will be received warmth. Employees would feel, yes, I am the part and parcel, I am the integral part of the success of the business of this organization. So these are some of the quotes. I admire people who are very successful, but if that success has been achieved through too much of ruthlessness, then I may admire that person, but I cannot respect him. Am I right? That means what? I don't believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions and then make them right. So therefore, dear participants, we need to learn many things from these successful personalities. And we need to plant these great statements, great quotes in the thinking process of the students or those who aspire to work in industry. As all of you know, we all prepare the students for the service industry. And the expectation of the service industry from the students prepared by us, trained by us, is something different. Because there is always a gap between the expectation of the employer and or the recruiter and the preparation though in which the students in a particular system they are prepared or they are trained to work in. There is a big gap between what employees expect, what institutions prepare. So this we can go to the next slide, because this particular aspects we need to give much attention to that. So all of you must be knowing about the founder of the Lemon Tree Hotel, which is going to have another property in Ahmedabad now. And the left hand side corner down the photograph, the new hotel is in Bhubaneswar, and the right hand corner is Mumbai. And both the corners you see the two different photographs of Patu Keswani, former employee of Tata Administrative Service. So who could raise a huge brand called Lemon Tree, and which is competing against other established brands. And many of you must be knowing about the Patu Keswani and Lemon Tree Hotel is the first hotel in the world who started employing different labeled children or different labeled employees. And many videos are available. You may be able to see them and listen them. So what, because if you look at these two, you see the eyes, see the smiling, see the posture, see the look, see the grace, see the personality of Patu Keswani, J.R.D. Tata, J.W. Marriott, Jansi Tata, M.S. Oberoi. You see there. So are we preparing the students? Are we preparing the students to outbeat and outshine many of the successful legends that we are discussing today? Perhaps they are required to be more serious and committed. So next, many of you may not be knowing the stalwart of the travel industry, founder of Sita Travels India, Mr. Inder Sharma. So, because in the right hand side corner you see Inder Sharma, who is standing in a coach, and Inder Sharma, who has left behind the great legacy of the professional travel management business in India, who is a legend from a small, because when he started working, he worked as a pickup boy from the airport, like Naresh Goyal, the founder of the Jet Airways. And when guest asked Inder Sharma about Delhi, about the topography of Delhi, and the climate of Delhi, culture of Delhi, because he received a guest from the Delhi airport and he was accompanying them to the hotel. Obviously, when somebody arrives at a new place, will be curious to know many things, and whoever will the first encounters will get the questions from the guest. So the person who failed in providing sufficient information about Delhi would become a successful legend. And so Inder Sharma, who is a recipient of Padma Shri, whatever we do, we must try to get into the best of the league in that profession. Client satisfaction, time management, honesty to the profession. These are not the ordinary words. Profession, client satisfaction, time management, honesty to the profession. So if somebody will give, our students will give much importance to this, because ultimately we all tend to satisfy our customers or clients. What we do ultimately, we wish to see smiles on the faces of the tourist. Ultimately, we see tourists leaving the country with experience. That exactly Inder Sharma mentioned about client satisfaction. That is ultimate. Time management and honesty to the profession. If somebody wants to be a successful professional, somebody wants to be a leader, somebody wants to make his work more different than others, and that Inder Sharma has experienced and has become successful. Exactly, client satisfaction, time management, honesty to the profession must be given emphasis. So one has to remember that every failure can be a stepping stone to something better. So all of you must be knowing the family and face, and we must be familiar with the beautiful KFC food. So one has to remember that every failure can be a stepping stone to something better. When I started my opening remarks on different quotes and quotations, and failure is the pillar of success. Failure gives positive energy to rectify the mistakes, so that when the mistakes are corrected, that would help someone to achieve success or go to the higher ladders. I have given the example of Tenzing Norgay and Edmund Hillary. So this is the example of Subway. Knowing less, actually doing something is far better than knowing everything, never doing anything at all. You see, knowing less, actually doing something is far better than knowing everything, never doing anything at all. The founder of the Subway, all of you must be knowing about it. So this I like to skip. So this is many of you must not be knowing it actually. Maybe those who are from hospitality background or hotel background must be knowing about this great person, Sonu Siddhasini, the founder of luxury resort at different places. Mostly they started with Maldives, as Indian born British. We did not want to subcontract that element, we wanted to do it ourselves. We will never be big, but we aim to always be best wherever we operate. See the simplicity of a person. See the smiling. It is not that I have selected the photograph that all these great personalities are great legends with smiling faces, because they have made the life of millions and millions of people more beautiful, and they have brought smiles to the faces of many customers, many employees, many community members around them. So therefore, we did not want to subcontract that element. We wanted to do it ourselves. What does it mean? Because whatever they do, howsoever they are big, and whatsoever they do, they never ever compromise their core competencies, core elements. Because they are supposed to do something, they are supposed to do. They cannot get the things done through somebody that may affect the quality. Because quality is ultimate. Quality which will make you different from others. Quality which will position you in the competition. Quality will help you in the adverse situations. Quality matters. Therefore, we'll never be big, but we aim always to be best whenever we operate. What does it mean? Because they don't want to make the things quantitatively. They want to ensure qualitative development, qualitative growth. Being healthy in our company is 40. Staying healthy is an integral part of the company's ethos. Very great sentence if you try to read them, internalize them, understand them. Shivdasini emphasized a shared vision among employees, work attitude, as I told you, because I still remember there are two sentences: I don't want to do, and I don't want to do, and I cannot do. I do not want to do and I cannot do. If you try to explain these two sentences, it's the attitudinal problem of an employee. I don't do because I don't know how to do. That means the person needs some sort of skill, some sort of training to acquire the skill so that the ability can be enhanced, so that the person can be able to handle the things independently. I cannot do, it is attitudinal problem because I don't do. I cannot do because I don't want to do is attitudinal problem. Sorry. I cannot do, it is not attitudinal problem, it is the problem that a person doesn't have the ability to do the work. So therefore, work attitude is more important. A sense of ownership that I told you. Because each employee should feel I am a host instead of an employee. So he expected the host to be casual, relaxed in their workplaces. Because I have not visited his property, what I read from the research papers that I am sharing with you, all of you. So like Patu Keswani also same thing, like each employee should be the host. So host should be in a traditional attire, must not be too formal. Provide a new standard of employee accommodation, pool, spa, nice rooms and canteen for host. Because employee care is more important. Trust and integrity are essential elements of being a leader. Leadership styles and fundamental key that blend with organizational.
मम्मा क्यों कॉल कर रही थी बेटा?
अरे वो कुछ नहीं, ऐसे वो ना मैं ये पूछ रही थी कि पापा मुझे थर्मोमीटर में हम लोग टेम्परेचर लेते हैं तो वो फ़ारेनहाइट में आता है सेल्सियस?
जो ये 90s में आता है 99, 100 ये सब फ़ारेनहाइट में होता है, जो 37 आता है वो सेल्सियस में होता है.
Please. So therefore, just a minute.
Sir, you may carry on, sir.
Yeah. So because I don't know what happened, just a minute. This is an obstruction to me. Okay. So the leader is a force that drives the company vision, since the nature of leadership in a hotel business is complex, dynamic and global, because there must be a leader who takes a decision. There must be a leader who motivates others to do the work. There must be a leader who gets connected with all the stakeholders, including the community around it. So that exactly the dream of, or the work style of Sonu Siddhasini. Just a minute, I have to skip. So I wanted to show you this particular smiling face of he's a true change agent. He has brought breakthrough. He has made a turnaround in the travel business in India in particular and in the world in general. His name is Deep Karla, qualified at two premier institutions, IIT and IIMs. Worked in USA, came back to India and investing in India. And he brought revolutionary change in the travel trade. As, however, MakeMyTrip.com, as founded by Deep Karla, is not a company which is not the travel company which has made huge profit, but has redefined the process of delivering the services without visiting physically to the travel company offices. And there will be n number of choices. There will be no control with the travel agents. Everything will be open. Customers can have access to the prices, can compare the prices, and can select which one they want to take. There is no greater joy than building something from scratch. That he has done it. I think there is a formula out there for successful inheritance. I think there is no substitute for hard work. There is no substitute for perseverance. Am I right? See, if somebody has the interest, zeal, enthusiasm, resolve, dream, hire, yes, I want to do, I want to contribute, and there is a plan of actions of somebody's professional career. It requires hard work and perseverance. It doesn't require, so one is born talented. Nobody is born talented. Nobody is born leader. Whether a leader is born in a family of leaders. There are many examples. Leaders are made. Leaders are made when they know how to do work systematically, professionally, methodically, by applying the common sense, by applying the knowledge, by applying the experience, and perseverance, continuity, concentration, devotion. So this is Deep Karla. All of you must be knowing about him. And Thomas Cook, who is the father of the modern travel agency business in India. You say there is no old travel agency, the modern travel agency. Thomas Cook, prior to that, Richard King, who established the Cox and King. But actually Thomas Cook, who brought noticeable changes and developments in the transactions of the services between travel agent and the customers by introducing travel voucher, hotel coupon, guidebooks, maps, destination maps, and started operating the package tour. So you may say all-inclusive tours, FIT tours, GIT tours. Similarly, the traveler's checks by Henry Rowell by American Express Company. So Thomas Cook, who hailed from a very ordinary family of parents who used to sell the flowers. Father was a cabinet maker, and with many siblings, he joined in a missionary activity. He was an evangelist who could get the idea of helping the people, those who need the travel services, and that made him to become a great person in the world and laid a foundation of modern travel agency with the difference. So Naresh Goyal, we must not say he's a failure entrepreneur, but he led the travel airline business for over 20 years in India, 2 decades, despite many hostile environments, despite many odds, despite many hindrances, and because he could start the airlines to chase against the Air India, because subsequently over the periods, Jet Airways could emerge as the best substitute to the 5-star airlines many five-star airlines, and we don't know what happened to Jet Airways, why it got collapsed, why it became bankrupt. Am I right? Because if you read more, you come to know more. But certainly, the contribution of Norris Goel to the airline business and how an airline in the private sector would become profitable and could serve to the society, could serve to the nation, and a business model could be evolved by him, that is to be appreciated. So therefore, this is a great statement given by Naresh Goel when Jet Airways started facing insolvency. There was a cash crunch. So his statement was, no sacrifice is too big for me to safeguard the interest of the Jet Airways and the families of the 20,000 employees. That I am trying to tell you. Because it is not that we equip the employee with the skills, we empower our employee to take their own decisions, and we provide environment for an employee to demonstrate leadership. It is that how the mentor, founder, or you may say your own boss, how are they taking care of? How are they looking after you? How are they concerned? That matters a lot for an employee to be involved. So if somebody has adequate skill but bad attitude, so certainly, or bad temperament, certainly you never expect 100% productivity from this employee. So Vijay Mallya, so because he's a failure, again another failure entrepreneur in airline business, but successful entrepreneur in spirit business or liquor business or other allied ancillary businesses. So he could make his all possible attempts to make Kingfisher as one of the five-star airlines. He could make it, but he could not sustain it. The thing is that airline, understanding the dynamics of airline business, especially in the developing country, is not that easy. Somewhere something went wrong with Kingfisher Airlines. So Kingfisher Airlines got closed the services. Probably, perhaps everybody blames that Kingfisher bought the Captain Gopinath's Air Deccan and make this Kingfisher Red. So the next slide is Captain Gopinath. Because Captain Gopinath could get the dream of providing an experience of flying in aircraft to a common man with 1 rupee ticket. And he got the idea from disc antenna, he got the idea from people buying color television, disc antenna. Then you could think, yes, there will be another segment of the people who may not be able to travel by Air India or Jet Airways or other five-star airlines. They can fly with Air Deccan with low cost, or that is called low cost airlines, or or the no frill services. What does it mean? Your Captain Gopinath's book called Simple Flying, if you read, he's an unsuccessful entrepreneur, but made many successful entrepreneurs. His unsuccessful stories or failure stories have many other entrepreneurs in different respective field could become successful. You take the Indigo Airlines, which has taken the inspiration from Air Deccan, and it is a airline with the low-cost services, is making profit and is expanding the wings of the operations all over the world. So therefore, the attitude is not an issue. Your skill is not the issue. Issue is vision. Issue is the management. And issue is the expansion. And issue is the partners. Issue is the decision at the right time. These are the issues, these three failures. Even Thomas Cook which has not been owned by the Thomas Cook family today. Okay, so the very charming personality, many of you must be not knowing, is the unsung hero of a small village, idyllic village in Sikkim, Chalamtham, which I visited and stayed with him. His name is Amrit Kumar. He's a Nepali. He lives in the village called Chalamtham. He's an MBA from Manipal University, and having served in the bank and left the lucrative job of the HDFC Bank. Then he came to his own village and convinced the local villagers. Many of them are near and dear ones to Amrit. And that is at point of time, government of Sikkim was also providing assistances and support to the villagers in the remote areas to have the homestay, because as you know, Sikkim has the problem of the carrying capacity of allowing the big hotels to be established, and Sikkim is one of the incredible tourism destinations, attracts tourists from all over the world. It's a state having many authentic and original attractions. So Amrit has taken the advantage of establishing homestay, and he's the president of the homestay of Chalamtham. And he is making not less than 20 to 25 lakh turnover of the business in a year from the 5 rooms. And there is no road to his homestay. About a kilometer, he engages the porters to carry the luggages of the bags of the belongings of the guest. And the moment you reach in his house or homestay, you will see the warmth, you see the hospitality, and everything you can see around the smiles, happiness, and you feel that you are at a peaceful place. Even you don't require to do any such huge investment, spending like 10,000 rupees, you need to pay only 1,500 rupees, and you can get a room with food for 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is the entrepreneurship in a small village that Amrit has shown the path of success to many villagers. Now the economic condition of the village has improved a lot. So this is all about, one does not require to get a proper training. One does not require to go and attend systematic courses. So it is, if somebody has the attitude to learn, even somebody can learn from others. Right? This is all about. And admiring an adorable personality, our Professor Ashish Dehaji knows him closely, invites him, Mr. Sanjeev Kapoor, a legend, I must say, because nobody, just a minute. Just wait for me. Sorry for the disturbance. Sorry. What are you saying? No one. Susan? anything, please, I'm attending important class. Please, chill in the office. I'm extremely sorry because there is a person who wanted one signature on a minute. So sorry. So no, there are many chefs who complete the profession, who take retirements from the profession without being known by many. Today, you see, he has created his own brand. He has brought and he has motivated many who can make the career. So he is an impactful leader. I just present you a tourist guide. As all of you know, a tourist guide can make the tour or break the tour. A waiter can make the business or break the business. A pilot can make the travel safe or spoil the travel. Driver can ensure safety or be careless. So you see the 4 photographs. In the left-hand side corner, he is Mr. Tapan Kumar Misra, who is a recipient of the Best Tourist Guide that is awarded by Government of India. And in the right-hand side, you see the two. One is a pilot, another is a air hostess. And in the left-hand corner, you see the driver of a Ola. On the right-hand side, you see the two. One is waiter and the waitress. So look at all. What are the commonalities? What are the common features? Is smiling. Means they are ready to serve the guest. And even when a guest will see them, guest will feel, yes, I am being taken care of by a person who is very positive and who receives me or who takes care of me or who serves me with warmth. Whatever may be, because no, I don't want to tell you so many different technical skills. But the outcome of the skill is smiling, the grace and the eyes. Because no, the way your eyes fall on the notice of the guest, that makes a guest feel belongings, warmth. That exactly I'm trying to tell you. Because a tourist guide, a waiter, may not be a pilot, an air hostess, a driver. All 4 of them, they face tourist, they deal with the tourist, they handle tourist, they listen to the tourist, they resolve many of the issues of the tourist. We never expect the travel agent to come to a distance place to resolve the problem of the guest. We never expect the general manager of the hotel to come to the dining to resolve the problem of a guest with regard to some order. We never expect the owner of the airline to come to the aircraft to resolve the issue of a passenger. We never expect the Ola CMD or CEO to come to airport to resolve the problem of, it is the driver, it is the guide, it is the air hostess, and it is the waiter. All 4 of them can make the business and break the business. That exactly I'm trying to tell you. So ultimately, this should be very positive. And they can only become positive when they work in a positive environment. And a positive environment can be created by the ecosystem of the business organizations that is related to policy and planning. So if you try to see, because I have arranged all the photographs of the great persons that we have discussed so far, or that I have presented you in nutshell and in brief. And if you see the left-hand side, teamwork, multitasking, flexibility, attention to detail, industry awareness, time management, communication, all those things. Am I right? Because if you look at them, each one of them has experimented, experienced, practiced, adopted, acquired, used for growth of, for individual growth and the growth of the organizations. So therefore, dear participants, the whole idea of keeping, if you see the small guide, he's not a small guide, Mr. Mishra. He's an extraordinary personality. He has become a leader in tour guiding, for which he has received the award. Mr. Oberoi has received the Rai Bahadur for his social service. J.D. Tata has got Bharat Ratna because of his contributions. Inder Sharma has received Padma Shri because of his contributions. So all these great persons, they have played very critical and defining roles in changing lives and livings of many millions people in the world. So prior to this slide, you see, many of you must be knowing about Inder Noy, former CEO of PepsiCo. She firmly believes in 5 important essential skills of a leader. Because frankly speaking, we don't want to inculcate, imbibe, inject, or ignite anything to any employees just to work. We want to make them the leader. Whether he's a leader, he's a waiter, how a room boy can take the decision on his own without depending on the decisions of the manager of that section. Competency, courage and confidence, communications, consistency and compassion. So these are the essential skills that Indira Nooyi has prophesied, as firmly believed in it, and has practiced it, and has made it as an organizational culture of PepsiCo. So from an ordinary village in Tamil Nadu or Kerala, how she could become just the most influential personalities in the world. So this is the link which I will share the presentation with Professor Dayaji. You can access to a wonderful paper published in ABDC journal on MS Oberoi and Siddhasini. So there is a comparative analysis of the leadership of the two founders, Six Senses Research and Oberoi Group. So finally, the most influential leader of the program, AICTE ATAL FDP program, is Professor Daya, whom I admire, and you never see him without know whether his hotel management program has taught him to be well dressed. You never see him very informal. Whether it's a informal meeting or formal meeting, he will be extremely formal. So therefore, he is a passionate professional, propagator of hospitality skills, very transformative leader. So therefore, what I am trying to tell you, wherever Professor Daya goes wherever Professor, whatever responsibility is entrusted to Professor Daya, he brings fragrance, aroma, and he brings vibrancy into the program. And I could see the selection of the speakers for this program in the flyers that speaks about the taste and preference of a person. So therefore, dear participants, it is not Mr. J.W. Marriott, Jamshedji Tata, J.D. Tata, Ratan Tata, or Indra Nooyi, Patu Keswani, Inder Sharma, Sanjeev Kapoor. There are many, there are countless, innumerable such personalities. Those who have become successful by virtue of their skills, by virtue of their competencies, by virtue of knowing their own abilities. They know their own strength. Many of us must not be knowing our own strengths. When we don't know our own strengths, own abilities, own competencies, so how can we able to exercise our or use our ability when you don't know the strength? That I may be able to lift 10 kilo weight, because seeing the weight, seeing the particular object, I get afraid. That means we lose confidence, we don't have courage and confidence. So that in the hospitality, in order to become a successful entrepreneur in hospitality business, apart from the systematic and methodical training that most of us do at the formal level in the institutions, in a structured syllabus and compact classes, theoretical classes, beyond which if somebody, because mostly, as all of you know, if we think very common things, we cannot become uncommon people, as J.D. Tata mentioned. So therefore, if you want to become different, you have to have different skills. And that skill can make me different from you. Because if I'm a teacher in the class, if I go to the class, I expect how much my students would learn from my discussions or my lessons in the class. In the end of the day, in the end of the program, if students would secure more than 60 to 65% marks in my paper, and many of them would be able to use many of our discussions in the employability or in the job opportunities, that will be the impact of the teaching that I'm trying to tell you. So therefore, towards the end of the program or the end of the discussions and my presentation, let me submit to all of you that whether you drive the car, whether you swim, whether we come with a blazer or suit, how are you different from others? Even in your attire, even in your communication, even in your reciprocation, even in your relations with your boss or with your colleagues. So ultimately, skill which will help in employability, it is the skill which will help in enhancing the ability, it is the skill that help in experiencing the success. And those who are the successful leaders and entrepreneurs, those who have acquired most of the essentials and desirable skills by virtue of their training, by virtue of their experiences, by virtue of the encounters and exposures. Because it's not that one can learn or acquire the skill in one attempt or one encounter. Because one life is not enough. Because in the process of our life journey, in the process of professional journey, we tend to learn many skills, either attending classes or either committing mistakes. So when you commit mistakes, we try to know what are the lacunas, what are the shortcomings of my ability. So therefore, that are the shortcomings or abilities can be corrected. I can add it. So at the end, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ashish Dehaji and his entire team for inviting me to interact with all of you on a very pertinent and relevant topic. And I have tried my best to bring you many successful entrepreneurs who will be inspiring you, and many of their life skills and soft skills would be inspiring all of you, because they could become a successful not with ordinary skill, all outstanding and extraordinary skills. So what I primarily have discussed with you, that I started with a presentation. Let me wrap up before I conclude. I started with a slide that is how a fisherman is catching fish. So there are three different pictures, followed by two pilots who committed mistakes. That is a mistakes, human mistakes, not a technical mistakes. Mistakes from the pilot side, for which innocent passengers suffered injuries and many passengers lost their lives. Followed by many successful leaders in the hospitality, travel, and other sectors, including Indra Nui, Deep Karla, MakeMyTrade.com founder, M.S. Oberoi, the legend, Jamsetji Tata, the legend, J.R.D. Tata, the legend, Ratan Tata, the legend. And though three of the airline operators become successful, but I consider them the legend because they have brought many such changes to the airlines business. Had they not experienced the failures, probably other airline operators could not have taken learning lessons from the mistakes made by Naresh Goyal, Vijay Mallya, and Captain Gopinath. So therefore, skill is ultimate, and skill is the end of any success, because therefore the present government has emphasized on the skills, skill corporation, skill development. So a person who knows the mountain but knows how to climb the mountain, then he will be a successful mountaineer, he will be a famous person, and there will be no dearth of job opportunities, there will be no dearth of employment opportunities. So excellency is related to skill, and one can outshine others with the skills. With this, I conclude my presentation, and again profusely thank Professor Daya for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much, Professor Dayaji. Over to Professor Dayaji.
Thank you, sir, for igniting the minds and helping the faculty members in the journey of being skillful for a blissful life. The valuable insights that you have given have indeed enthused the minds of the participants. और ईमानदारी की बात है, अपनी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा किसे पसंद नहीं है। जब आपने मेरे बारे में प्यार से इतने अच्छे शब्द बोले तो हृदय गदगद हो गया सर, मन मयूर नाच उठा। आपका दिल से धन्यवाद सर।
You deserve it. You deserve it.
और दोस्तों, अगर प्रोफेसर संपत कुमार स्वैन जैसे मैं कहूँगा कि अग्रज हूँ, और जो ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी प्रेस जैसी एक अच्छी पब्लिकेशन के साथ ना केवल राष्ट्रीय अपितु अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पुस्तक जो है वो लिखें और पूरे विश्व को उसका लाभ हो, तो कहते हैं कि हरियाणा इज फुल ऑफ विट एंड ह्यूमर, और हम लोगों को कहा जाता है, हम कह देते हैं हंस के कि हरियाणवी बावले होते हैं। पर अब हम इतने बावले भी नहीं रहे कि संपत साहब जैसे अच्छे दोस्त जो आए हुए हैं और उनसे कोई रिलीजिंग सेरेमनी ना हो तो ये सत्र जो है वो पूरा नहीं होगा। तो मैं बड़ी खुशी से एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये हमेशा इंस्पायर तो करते ही हैं, एंड ही लीड्स हिज टीम बाय एन एग्जाम्पल. So when he writes, he publishes, that gives motivation to all of us that we should also try to contribute. And you see, I'm happy to share that with my mentor, Professor Mahindra Chand from Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, we came up with a journal of International Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Systems. Now, that journal is the only Scopus Index journal of hospitality and tourism from India. There are close to 130 Scopus Index journals of hospitality and tourism across the globe. And from India, we could pave the way into it. And from 5 years, we proudly say that we have a monopolistic situation here and we enjoy that monopoly. And we are thankful to our academic friends like Professor Sampat Kumar Swain, who always help us in excelling that journey of International Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Systems. So at the outset, I would like to thank Sampat Kumar Swain Saab for acceding to our request to be there on the editorial board of that journal. So I'm sharing the screen that the recent issue, this COVID tough time, we thought that we should come up with a COVID special National Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Systems. So I am going to share you the screen of the journal, and this is what is International Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Systems is there. And we are thankful that Professor Sampad Kumar Swain is kind enough to be there onto our board for this. So in the capacity of a stakeholder also of that journal, I, on his behalf, seek his consent for this virtual release of the latest issue of COVID special. So usually the journal publishes 2 issues a year. So our 2022 issue is already there, and the second issue is in press, which will be coming. And here I dedicate this COVID special issue. So that is going to be uploaded today itself. They have created a link for it. And during this pandemic times, journal thought, the editorial board decided that we should have a special issue dedicated to COVID and inviting special thematic articles. And I'll tell you that the journal got a huge response. We could receive about 150 manuscripts for special issue edition for the journal. And believe me, it took us more than 1 year to get those manuscripts reviewed, because it had to undergo a blind review process. And out of that, we could shortlist close to 30 manuscripts, and we decided to go with 2 special issue editions. So this first special issue edition is dedicated to the nation on this virtual platform, virtually released by Professor Sampad Kumar Swain. And I'm taking this privilege of seeking his blessings and guidance for further development of this journal. And this link will be posted to all the participants. And this special issue edition, I'll be sharing the username and password also to the participants of this AICTE ATAL program, because this program is Life Skills for Blissful Life, Excellence in Imparting Skills for Hospitality and Tourism Professionals. So you can make use of this journal articles and publications for your research work, or for your scholars, or for your teaching or academic purposes. So with this, I express gratitudes to Professor Sampath Kumar Swain, all of you for being there on board with us. And I also take this opportunity on behalf of entire team for Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, to express a formal vote of thanks and gratitude to Professor Sampath Kumar Swain, sir, for joining us as a distinguished speaker in the AICTE ATAL online faculty development program on life skills for blissful life, excellence in imparting skills for hospitality and tourism sector, organized from 13th to 17th of December 2021. Through this Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills of MD University, Rohtak, Haryana, sir, I am delighted to share with you that the participants hailing across the states of India have been greatly enthused by your session. Your valuable insights into the life skills have no doubt helped the learners in their journey of learning life skills for blissful life. We are sure that you will help us with your benign support in our future endeavors as well. And let me request all the participants to type E that yes, we enjoyed Sir's session into the chat box so that we have wonderful responses. Neeraj, Dr. Vinita, Shraboni ji, Rekha ji, Chef Uday ji, so many coming. Shri Saurabh Tiwari ji, Minakshi ji, Amandeep ji, Lakhvinder Singh ji, Ajay Moria ji, Hardaman Bhinder ji, Dr. Suraksha ji, Anant Verma ji, Jayashri ji, Neeraj ji, Rekha, Sahil Arora, Shraboni, Chef Ritu, Lakhvinder Singh, Nilesh Wagmare, Karmul Haq Sahab, Manjeet Singh ji, Anant Verma ji, Lavlesh ji, Manoranjan Gowda ji, Sahil Arora ji, Parminder Singh Dhillo ji, Murshad Ali, Aditya Lawat, Sahil, Shailya, and KV Gunavati. So that speaks volume about that, sir, you have a lot of people who love you and listen to your sessions compassionately. And let's switch on our cameras quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some photographs with the learned Professor Sampath Kumar Swain Sab. I have taken my camera on. And let's see how many smiling faces do we have. Good to see cameras switching on, faces coming. And I am continuing to click, and click. So many smiling faces, इतनी मुस्कुराहट, इतना ऑरा, इतना तेज, और चेहरे पर ये जो जोश संपत साहब ने जो है वो जगाया है, उसके लिए दिल से शुक्रिया. सो देखिए ना, खिलखिलाते मुस्कुराते चेहरे कितने अच्छे लगते हैं. आनंद आ गया. Thank you so very much, sir, for being there with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, with us we had Professor Sampath Kumar Swain from Pondicherry Central University, Puducherry. And in the last session, we will be having, after lunch break, we will be meeting at sharp 2. We will be having Professor Mahesh Kumar Jivani from Department of Electronics, सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी राजकोट. सो पुडुचेरी से अब हम चलेंगे सुदूर गुजरात की और देखेंगे कि राजकोट से आए हुए जीवानी साहब हमें कौन सी डिजिटल स्किल्स सिखाएंगे जो आज की लाइफ स्किल्स का एक इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट है. When we talk about 10 life skills defined by UHO, UNESCO, and WHO, digital skills are also one of the important parts. And when you will meet Professor Mahesh Jivani, you will have a lot of things to learn from him. This shall be followed by a valedictory session where the director of IHTM, Dr. Sandeep Malik, would be joining to felicitate all of you for valedictory and share his words of wisdom, followed by a small quiz, which is a mandatory requirement of AICTE ATAL. So stay happy, stay blissful, stay awesome, stay productive. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your lunch. Looking sharp, meeting you at 2 o'clock. Ram Ram from Haryana.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome on board, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so delighted to have Professor Mahesh and Jivani Saab there with us as distinguished speaker in the day 5 last session of AICTE ATAL Faculty Development Program on life skills for blissful life, excellence in imparting skills for hospitality and tourism sector. Well, a person who is a charismatic leader, a persona who requires no introduction, and he has been kind enough that he's always there with us to help us, support us, and to be there with us whenever we request him. And the passion which he has, passion which he possesses for his sector, and the way he educates the people for digital literacy is indeed amazing. Friends, he has an online portal by the name of mnjivani.in. Professor Mahesh Jivani serves in the Department of Electronics, Saurashtra University, Rajkot, and has been teaching papers of advanced communications, fiber optics, C language, computer hardware, and he has developed new experiments in the laboratory and guided many students for the project work as a part of curriculum. When we talk about his research work, it is truly integral, and he has perceived himself to many double roles, namely as an independent researcher, as a research supervisor, and he has completed seed money research project, Saurashtra University, and UGC research project independently. Further, as a teacher, he also goes beyond usual classroom curriculum teaching and has also been associated with administrative and academic work contributing to the corporate life of the university. He has numerous good publications to his credit in the leading electronics periodicals, journals, magazines, and is a frequent figure in seminars, conferences, workshops, as a resource person, distinguished speaker, and lot more to add. Well, friends, he is always compassionate about educating people, passing on the knowledge to the society, and helping young learners to excel in life. We heartily welcome you on board, sir, to this AICTE ATAL Faculty Development Program on Life Skills for Blissful Life, Excellence in Imparting Skills in Hospitality and Tourism Sector. Sir, let me apprise you that we have close to 100 participants hailing from different parts of India, covering around 24 different states and union territories. I'm happy to see that such a good participation that has been there throughout this workshop from different colleges, universities, higher education institutes, and schools. The teachers have been passionately attending and enjoying all the sessions in their journey to blissful life. So with these few words, I welcome you, sir, and the stage is all yours for your session, please. My humble pranam, Ram Ram from Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, and over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much, sir. Ram Ram, Jai Shri Ram. So very good afternoon to one and all. Daya sir was like a brother, elder brother, fantastic person. Always provide an opportunity to share my experience with the participants and other faculty members. Even though I am not from the hotel and tourism fraternity, but he believes that I can do something for the hotel and tourism sector. As my subject covers 360-degree, which helps and works to all the faculty members as well as professionals. Because nowadays, if we know digital things, then we can do so many things. Even the best part in the hotel and tourism sector is to attract customers. And if we have a digital skill, now everything starting from the booking itself in the hotels, that is online. So media is playing a big role nowadays. So whenever we are talking about digital literacy, so digital literacy is a first step. I hope this, since the last 1.5 years, we all are under the corona paradigm, and everybody have idea about how to do all these things. Because before, if we discuss this digital literacy before 1.5 years, then it might be a fascinating world for us, right? But because of the corona, our world is changed so fast, exponentially. In 1.5 years, everybody taken so many trainings, everybody started giving trainings online. Even 8-year-old boy have idea about how to connect to online meetings, how to submit assignment digitally, how to prepare assignment digitally. So starting with the 8-year-old boy, and with throughout the faculty generation, those faculty member who don't have even idea about how to use PowerPoint, they started taking online trainings. Okay, and that is because of the corona, because we don't have any other alternate solution. So after 1.5 years, this digital literacy is a part of life. I must say it's a necessity part. It's an earlier it was a luxury. Nowadays it is a part of our day-to-day life. So everybody knows about it. So what today I am going to discuss about is something very fruitful to hotel and tourism sector, not only in the academic side, but as a being a industry side. So that the topic I'm going to discuss is about a role of digital media oblique content in hotel and tourism sector. How media is playing a role, what kind of media as role in for the growth of hotel and tourism sectors, how you can use your digital skill. Yes, everybody knows about it, how what exactly the digital skills, how to use mobile, how to use computers and desktop and laptops. Fine, this is everybody knows about it because after 1.5 years. But how skillful we create the content for our sectors, our education purpose, for the delivering sessions, or for the industry purpose, where we can attract our students as well as we can attract our clients and customers. So the big opportunity is for the hotel and tourism, where you can basically you can showcase your ideas virtually to the people who are going to visit your sectors, right? Because when I go to hotel booking, basically I never visited that particular place and I am doing booking, right? So where I need beautiful sceneries, beautiful photographs, beautiful locations, beautiful facility, everything on board, which is on my laptop screen, which is on my either on my mobile screen or either on my desktop screen. And by looking at the photographs, I am going, and plus another thing is review, right? This GoIBibo and so many other portals are there. They are the third party. They are the middle portion between the customers and the hoteliers. Okay, so there are middle layer is also there. They are portals. They are providing facility resources to customer as well as hoteliers, and they are giving feedbacks. Based on the feedback, based on the photographs, based on the facility, we are doing booking, right? So this is the first step, and here you can see a big role is of the media, and big role is of digital content. Now how you are creating your content is very important. So that's why I had taken this is something you will see this is some kind of a different topic, and this is again a last session. So everybody is in the free mood. They are waiting that when this session is going to complete, right? So this is only 1.5 hour I am going to take all of yours, but we will discuss about the practicality of digital media, and I will show you some tips and tricks how you can work with it. Whatever the resources you have, you can start with it, and then you can go for the commercial purpose, right? So I'll take permission of Daya sir to share my screen.
Please, sir, screen and stage is all yours.
Okay.
It is visible, sir.
Fantastic, fantastic. I think I have to wait. Fine. Now everything is fine. Otherwise, you will see two Jivani. One Jivani is sufficient, right? Everything is visible, right?
Yes, sir. Visible and audible.
Fantastic. These are the three standard words, SOP, standard operating procedure, that I am visible, everything is okay. Fine. So welcome to the world of this digital media content for hotel and tourism. Right. So this is a topic which I am going to discuss about, and what exactly the digital media, what exactly we mean by content, digital content, and how it will be useful for hotel and tourism, right? I hope everybody loves with this topic, because so many practicalities attached with this topic, right? So let's see. This is what outlined. We are going to discuss for 1.5 hours. What is digital media? What are the benefits of digital media? How has digital media affects the print media? As so many hotels also have a brochures. So that is also a big part. It's a big business, printing a brochure and all these things. And what kind of facility, if you want to go for printing a flyer, design a flyer, what kind of software you are going to use? If you go to the printer, they will charge heavily, but how you can do that personally? So that also we will see. Which industry use digital media most? That is also a good topic to discuss. Who uses digital media most? What are some digital media skills? That again you can say it's a digital skill, but here I had attached with the digital media skills, right? And types of digital media, examples of digital media, use of media in education. As if we consider this hotel and tourism in education sector, then also we have to think about academic aspect of it, and then content creation for digital media. See, we are living in a penetration world of digital media or digital content. Whatever the content you are, apart from morning daily newspaper, every content you are referring is a digital one, either on television, either on your laptop, either on your mobile, right? So everybody is owning a small instrument which is known as the chotu, and all the information are coming through that chotu. And if you don't have a chotu for a while, then you will feel depressed. You will got an anxiety. Where is my mobile? You are not going to worry about your key, but you always worry about your chotu, right? It's a very important. And nowadays, every information, every material are we referring, that is through the almost through this. I can say 70% content we are referring through mobile only, right? So this is this all contents are digital contents, right? From morning to night, except newspaper, which is a print media, which is a part of print media. But nowadays, so many people are also referring so many newspaper in a digital mode on the mobile. So many channels are providing the digital copy of the newspaper. Okay, so that is also comes under the category of a digital media. So let's see what exactly the digital media is all about. Then how it is useful in hotel and tourism, that also we'll see. So basically word media, which we are surrounded by, the word media applies to many things in the 21st century, from mass media to news media, traditional media, and many emerging forms of digital media, as we know right away in the current situations. While you can likely come up with several different examples, and almost certainly you can take in some form of media in your everyday life, which we are doing from morning, as I already told, morning to night. Okay, and basically this media is nothing but a layer. We always from morning to night, we all people are surrounded by so many layers, either in terms of mobile, either in television, desktop, laptop. Okay, and it's a media which always keeps us engaged in any kind of a work. Okay, so basically what media brings to us, simply information, nothing else. It's simply a information, or I must say, before using word information, I must say it's simply a data. Sometimes what happens whenever we receive anything on our mobile, if it is not useful, we are not going to look at that particular message or video or image, and that basically known as a junk data. That basically known as the junk data. And when, if anything useful, and then we will pip it and we will look at it, and then basically it's information. Basically it's a information, and then from that particular information we come to some kind of a conclusion that brings up some kind of a knowledge to us, and if, as per our digital skill or experience, we will forward it. So many people are there, they whatever comes to them, they immediately flick it, they immediately forward to their friends, fraternity, community groups, which is basically a part of WhatsApp University, right? So मेरे पास आया, मैं किसी को दूंगा, that kind of a game, without looking at the matter. Okay, they will started forwarding. So here also very definition are changing now. See, data, information, media. Now it's a very good thing that people started knowledge for media literacy. Knowledge for media literacy. So whenever anything comes to you, first you have to analyze it, then go for the forwarding and all these things. So these are the very important part to understand the media, which is also a part of digital skills. Background, if digital media was not there, then what was there? So before the advent of digital age, the most popular forms of media where we know all analog or traditional media, radio, newspaper, magazines, billboards, journals, and all like. So leaflet and all these things. Okay, but when a technology evolution came in front of us, then so many things coming in front of us, so many channels, so many options we have for communications. Okay, and then comes a digital media. So what exactly digital media, what does it encompass, and how did it evolve, and where it is going to head it? So that we will see first. So let's check what exactly the analog versus digital. If as we are saying it's a digital, but before digital, analog was there, and still analog is there. By birth, we all are analog. By birth, is analog.
Hindu college Sonipat. Hindu college Sonipat. नहीं आई हुई थी तो फिर इसमें नहीं लिखा ना। इसमें। इस पेज पे। अच्छा हिंदू गर्ल्स कॉलेज लिख सकता है।
Fine. So the world is basically inherently analog. So analog is nothing but a, what we mean by analog? So analog is nothing but a continuous quantity. Analog is a continuous quantity. This is simply in technical term also you can say it's a continuous phenomena. Say for example, my age. So my age today is 49 years, some days, some hours, some seconds, some minutes, right? It continuously. It is a continuous quantity. Whereas digital, when we say digital, so basically digital is a discrete quantity. It is in the steps. It is in the steps. So whatever the devices we have in today's world, all are digital devices. Say for example, mobile. Mobile is a digital device. It works on the zeros and ones technology, binary technology, where only two digits are there, 0 and 1s, and that's why it is known as the digital. Here also you can say digital means discrete quantity. Digital means a discrete quantity, yes or no, 0 or 1. So mobile is a part of computer. So computer is basically works on zeros and one binary technology, and digital, this mobile is also works on zeros and ones. Now question comes, why it is so? So the common layman answer, simple answer is such that in digital system only two options are there, 0 and 1. Where in the decimal system, our continuous system, we are working in a decimal system where have 10 numbers are there, 0 and 9, 0 to 9. So if we process 10 numbers, it takes time. So why not to process only 2 numbers? And if it gives results, then fantastic. So we are referring digital. So digital is more beneficial than the analog as far as the processing part concerned. And that's why people are using a digital device nowadays, and it provides so many facilities. So this is a simple understanding of analog and digital. These are the analog media we know. Old technology, cassette players, radios, books, older televisions, and now we have same version of devices in a newer form, which is known as the digital media. Audio cassette is replaced by CD players. Okay, then iPod is also example of this. Our camera roll is again shifted by the mobile cameras. CCD cameras, charge coupled devices where no roll, camera roll is required. So everything is, all the devices, old devices are changed in a, or they are available in a new flavor or with the new technology, with new features, and so many other things, right? So we are living in a digital age, or we can say we are living in a digital, surrounded by digital media. Now what exactly a digital media is all about? So digital media refers to a technology or contents that consumed or encrypted through machine readable platform. So all devices which we are using, they are digital device. And what are the information coming to us on that particular device, which are known as the digital media informations, right? So whatever the digital media, basically digital media refer that can be defined as information shared through a digital device or a screen, which are known as the digital media or digital informations. Okay, or in simple terms, in any form of media that comes on an electronic device for its creation, distribution, view, or storage, which will known as the digital device information, or information on a digital device, or you can say digital media, right? Or digital content, or e-content, one can say. What are the benefits of the digital media? It's very easy to share and modify information. That's why people are worried about the forwarding messages. Okay, it's a big problem nowadays. Increase brand awareness. Okay, so with less amount of money, you can reach to so many people because platform is very big. Platform is very big. Facilitates social interactions. So you don't have to go anywhere. Say right now also I am talking to the people who are connected through virtual platform every part of the country, and we are discussing this topic. So our interaction is also on a virtual platform. Same applies to social, Facebook, Instagram. You will contact to so many people on using same platform. Boosts productivity. You nowadays we have so many options to create so many things. Okay, so it always provide the opportunity to create something. So it basically provides the boosting of productivity. Increase availability of learning resources. That is the fantastic things for academic section. Earlier it was only the option is either we have a books, either we go to the library, either we go to the institution library, okay, and then find some materials. Nowadays information on our fingertips. Just to say, even you don't have to type it nowadays. You have to just spell out. Alexa is there, Google Voice Assistant is there, Siri is there, and they will going to help you, and they will find or they will bring information for you, right? Then easier to find qualified job candidates. There are so many portals. They are providing this facility. That LinkedIn is one of the best platform where a professional are putting their biodata, professional are putting their work, and they are connecting with another professionals, and as a network grows. Okay, so these are the best use or benefits of digital media. Now this is a reality. If you want to reach to people on a larger scale, then printing is a costly affair. Printing is a costly affair. So people are not going for the printing. They are putting their brand advertisement and they are doing advertisement through social media, WhatsApp, Insta, FB, and LinkedIn, so many other on their own websites, portal website, so many other options are there, and they are not going for the printing until and unless not necessary. So it's a huge drawback for the printing media. But there are some places, say for example in the villages, urban, so many urban areas also, that still people are happy to read newspaper and all these things. So where you have to provide materials on a print based thing, right? But obviously digital media plays a big role to sideline the print media. Okay, fine. Now, which industry use digital media? So you can't find excuse that this industry is not using the digital media. Almost every industry use digital media: healthcare, government, entertainment, e-commerce, education, marketing and advertisement, sports, non-profit, publics and media. Here I had not written hotel and tourism. Okay, why? Because marketing and advertisement, which is a part of hotel and tourism, which is a part of hotel and tourism. E-commerce is also a part of it, right? Entertainment is also a part of it. So all the almost industry use digital media heavily, right? And who uses digital media? Again, the creators. If you think about the creators, video game designers, animators, filmmakers, video editors, videographers, broadcasters, social media managers, web developer, graphic designers, and sound editors. These are the players. These are the players who create digital media and who floats the digital media for the various industries. So for us, a teacher is a video game designer, animators, filmmakers, video editors, videographer, broadcaster, social media manager, web developer, graphic designer, and sound editor. A teacher will do everything. He is capable of doing everything. When you create content, then you are a video game designer, you are animator, you are filmmaker. We are doing shooting and we are making content since last 1.5 years. We all people are doing the same thing. Okay, so teacher is all rounder, 360-degree person. Okay, as the sir is broadcasting right now on the behalf of us, right? So he's a manager, he's holding the meeting. So teacher plays every role. Teacher plays every role. We will do some kind of demonstration and exercise so you can get idea. Oh, this also can be possible, right? yeah, in between, if you have any questions, you are free to ask. Okay. Then what are some digital media skill required if you want to do all these things? So what kind of skill you require? So basically you need computer skill, then content creation skill, web design skill, web analytics skill. Say for example, what exactly the web analytics skill? If you design a website for your work, for your hotels, for your brand, for your class, okay, and then you want to know who came to my website, how many people came and see my website, from which country people are visiting to my websites. So these all questions are covered in web analytics skills, where there is a facility that you can set the analytic engine and then you will get the answer. So your website is going to provide, this web analytic engine will provide all the facility, who visits your websites, how many people from different parts of the world are visiting, at what time they are visiting, from which device they are connecting to your website, means either they are using mobile, either they are using laptop, age also you can define. Okay, so these are the questions given by analytical engine on your website if you set properly. Then content management skill, how you are managing content, communication skill, how you are instructing, marketing skills, receptiveness and attention to details. So these are the skills you require for digital media. Right, we will see few things how you can deal with it. Fine. Now what kind of media is there? Whenever we are dealing with the media, we must know what kind of media is there. So there are basically, in broad classifications, there are three types: own media, earned media, paid media. Own media, this refers to a media that your company control and it is in the possession of your company or yourself. So that is own media. Say for example, I am running my website, so this is my personal media. Whatever the information I want to put, I am free to put. So that is my personal. Or I am running a channel, I'm running a YouTube channel, but again YouTube channel is a part of one own media house, right? So they don't like my content, so they have 100% rights to disqualify me from the particular media. Then earned media. Earned media refers to said information, as I said, this YouTube and all this thing, via word of mouth, testimonial, social media, or another format. And the paid media. Paid media refers to digital media that you have paid for in order to promote your products or services, just like advertising world. So these are the three things. All the three things in a few percentage we are using it, but whenever we are using, we must know which kind of media we are using. So whenever you are using your own media, say for example, you are owner of one website and you are running a beautiful website and you are putting content on it. So whenever if anything goes, okay, so you are 100% responsible for your website because you are running it. On media, you are putting something on a social media, you are putting something on a YouTube or Facebook or anything, and they means you are violating the rule of that particular media house. Then they have rights to terminate your content, use yourself, and also there is a provision of fine, right? So always remember, see to it whenever you are using any kind of a media, which facility I am using it. So which is very important aspects. Example of digital media, these all things are very useful and part of digital media: audio, digital video, online advertisement, virtual. We are using, we are coming on these two topic, virtual reality and augmented reality. These two facility is going to change the scenario of entire hotel and tourism industry. A fantastic facility. If you use fantastically, you will get awesome result. Then video games, websites, digital photos, and electronic books are example of a digital media. Now, if we are talking about the education part of hotel and tourism or any other education industry, then e-learning is the first need, is the first part, right? And where we need a content. So first step is a content creations, how we are going to create a content. So whatever we are going to create, that must be a digital. See, whenever I say a digital content, so basically it is a electronic content or a digital content. So whatever the books available we have in the print medium, that we have to convert into the digital medium. So there are plenty of tools are available where you can convert your material from the print format to a digital format. Or when you convert it, there are so many other options will be pop up, that you can scale it, you can modify it, you can alter it. By doing all these things, you must have to keep one thing in mind, that you always bound to copyright issue. We always have to see to it that copyright is there or not. So that is very important aspect, that we have to see that copyright is there or not. If I am author of any book, then I have 100% right. But my authored book is published by one publication house. So with them, I already did a contract. So even my content I cannot use for other publications, right? So how one person can use other person's material? So whenever you create anything, always see to it that you have to use a copyright free material. Now the question is, if you don't have copyright material, if you don't have any material and you are not capable enough to write even, so what to do? So there are some facilities are there, which is basically known as the OER material. What exactly it is? OER material, open educational resources. Open educational resources. You have to find the OER. Whenever you search on a Google, search with the tag OER. Search with the tag OER, open educational resources. That particular material you can use for the modifications. It depends on the tag available, which is basically known as the common creation. Common creation, CC. Now the questions, either side of the question comes. If you are putting your material on a digital media, say for example, we will see in a few minutes that you can create your website and you can put your material on the website. Then question comes, what about my copyright? If somebody is copying from my website and they will put all the material in a written form, then what to do? Okay, so for that you have to use digital license. So go to the common creation website. There is a website which provide a digital license free of cost. So you can take that particular license and you can protect your digital material. So these are the options available for the using and for the providing. For the using and providing. Only the thing is you have to see to it which kind of media or which kind of platform you are using it, right? So these are the part of content creation, and there are so many tools are available, so many options and platforms are available for creating. But for putting, after creating a content, where you are going to put, so you need a platform. You need a platform. This is one area that very much juice in it, that website for the hotel and then tourism, food, culture, and you will find so many channels also available on a YouTube. They are providing a fantastic recipe and so many things. So if you are creating a website, for your students, for your hotel, for your brand, then it is very much useful for the client, students, and so many other people. But only the thing is, we are not a computer techie. We are simply a teacher attached to the hotel and tourism section. Then what to do? So the first thing is create a platform where you can put your things, right? So all of you, within a few minutes, you can create, you are capable to create your own website. How many of you have a website, your personal website? Anybody is here? Those who have a website? or they even think about it that I must own a website? Anyone?
Yes, sir. I think of making a website, but I don't know the procedure.
Okay, you don't know the procedure, but you are excited to create your own
Yes,
website?
yes. I have created my YouTube channel, but I don't know how to make a website. So please
But you
guide us.
you 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 want to create, you are excited about it, how to do all these things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm very
You
excited.
you feel that every educator must have their own website.
Yes, sir. I do believe that. And in the present time, we need to have a website where it will be a common place where we can put all our things like our videos and our content, which we want to put.
Okay, so any other person who are really excited about for creating a website? Do you
Uh,
think that you people can able to create your own website?
yes, sir. People are saying in the chat boxes also. Dr. Vinita Mod is saying that she has a website. Yes, she has a
Okay.
website. Okay, let me. Wait a second.
Anyone who is here who thinks that I am not capable enough to create a website, I don't know, and it is not possible for me to create a website.
Mr. Ratna Raju is saying that myself, Neeraj Arya is also saying.
Okay, and I say that within the 15 minutes, if you can create your own website, so from no to yes, then
I think it would be great for us. I think we can't imagine this thing. I thought it would be a very long process. That's why I
but
don't try to make a website.
even 15 minutes is a bigger number.
Oh
For
my
creating
God.
for creating website, uh, it takes only 5 ticks.
Oh, 5 ticks.
5 clicks. Within the 5 clicks, you can own your own website. Isn't it a fantastic thing?
Yes, it's very fabulous, sir.
So all of you are ready for that?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, fantastic. Let's see. Then we will again come to this lecture, Baji. Right? Okay. Wow. Fine. Okay, I'm sign out from this. Okay. Okay. Okay, the screen is visible, right? Google.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Always remember, जिसका कोई नहीं उसका Google है. So whenever in life you feel alone, think about Google. Google is there for you. Google is there for you, right? So this is a Google page. What I have to do? Almost many of the people nowadays using Android for mobile, right? Majority of the people are using mobile, which is a smartphone. Okay, and basically majority बहुत सारे लोग हो गए इसमें होटल एंड टूरिज्म वाले हैं तो शायद हो सकता है majority of the people using Apple phone, but I'm guessing that many of you are using Android phone. ठीक? Okay, and now when you use Android phone, obviously your Android phone are configured using Gmail ID, right? Because you require a Gmail ID for running a Android phone. At least you need a one Gmail ID which runs your mobile Android phone. So I'm believing and I'm guessing that everybody have their own Gmail ID. If not,
Yes, sir, we all have, I guess. And for registering to this FDP also, we needed an email. We needed an email ID.
okay.
Anjan.
So now I'm in the Google and just simply write a google.com or google.co .in. Okay, google.com or google.com can in same page will be land on your screen. Now here you can see a blue button is there, which is known as the sign in button, right? Go there, click on it, select your Gmail ID. I have so many Gmail ID with me. I am selecting my one Gmail ID, MNJ Circuit, which is my Gmail ID. I am logging in into Google using my Gmail ID, right? I'm giving password. You have to give your okay, it's a two authentic two. I have to confirm it that because of the two-step authentication. Yes, it's me. Okay, fine. Two-step verification. So now you can see a screen is changed. Here you can see instead of blue button, my photo is there. Right? Got it? Earlier it was a blue screen. Now it is my profile pic. Right? So this is the first step. So right now whatever the activity I will do as a Gmail ID, which is I already logged in. Now side by side my profile, you will see squares. This is known as the 9 square dots. This is a 9 square dot. Basically it is known as the Google Apps. Basically it is known as the Google Apps. Go there, click on it. You will find so many options, so many facilities are there. Okay, go to the drive button. Go to the drive button. Second click. Okay, so this is my drive, my Google Drive, right? And then okay, I think I am coming in between. Okay, now I change my position, right? Then click on the new button. Click on a new button. Third click. Okay, third click, and then go to the more. You don't have to click it, just hovering your mouse. Okay, and then you will see a beautiful icon which is known as the Google Sites. Click number 4. Give a name, that is a click number 5. Your site is ready. A structure of your website is ready. That's it. Fantastic. Got it? Now we will design this website. Up to this point, clear? Anybody have any doubts? It's so simple. Just go to the Google, sign in with your Gmail ID. Okay, go to the Google Drive. In the Google Drive, click on a new button, then select a Google site. That's it. Your site is ready. Now, say for example, here I have to give a title of my website. I'm giving it, can say MDU HT, Hotel and Tourism. MDU hand HNT, Hotel and Tourism. That name is I'm giving. So here, whenever you write anything, you can see this menu will be pop up just like a Word document. So you can bold, you can change the font, whatever you want to do, you can do. Right? You can underline it, you can change the format, anything. Right now I'm keeping this. Okay, so this is the first part. Okay, okay, right? Then if you don't like this background image, this is known as basically a header. This is known as the header. Then change image. Whenever you are roaming your mouse over here, you will see two options are there, header types. Let's change some. Let's play with the header type button. So you have a cover page, which one is large, a large banner, a banner, and title only. So right now I am selecting a banners. Okay, then if you are okay with it, then go to the change image. Okay, you have options. You can upload your own image or you can select the image. So right now, for our convenience, I am selecting image from the given options. Okay, so these are the ready-made images are there. You can select anyone. Let me go for this one because which have a cup of tea, so slightly related with the hotel and tourism, because at the first stage a hotel will provide you cup of tea. Right. So now you can see this is your title. Now here you can see untitled site. So you can write a name of your site, which we'll do later on. But this is clear. Okay. Now come over here. If you do anything wrong, you can go for the undo, redo. And this is a fantastic button. How your website looks like. So go to the preview button. This is a mobile, this is a laptop view. This is a tablet view, and this is a mobile view. How your website looks like. Okay, so this is in a preview mode. Just go and select it. When you select it, when you cancel it, again you are in the editing mode. Again you are editing mode. Now we have to put content. So how to put content? So you have see there are, again I am changing myself. Okay, I'm now here. Here you can see a 3 option is there: insert, page, and theme. So if you go to the theme, you have various themes. Okay, if you select, you can see changes are happening in the front page. This is a fantastic one. Here you can change the color. These are the ready-made things. Whatever the color you like, you can do that. Okay, so I am comfortable with this. So ready-made themes are there. But let me keep this one, which is a good one, right? So these are the ready-made things. You can customize, even you can customize it. You can customize font, color, whatever you like, you can do that. So themes is a very fantastic part. So you can color it, you can recolor it any time. Okay. Then comes insert. Now I want to put content in my websites. So the first is a text. So there are 2 ways. Either you can go for the text box or from here, or you can double click over here. Then one book round corner will come. Select a text, write it. I got fracture in my left finger, so it will take time for me to type it. Welcome to the world of hotel and tourism. Right? So this is my title. If you want to decorate it, there is a provision. You can do that. When you select this, you will see 3 options. So from here you can change the theme. Okay. So this is how you can change. Again, double click on it. You can write automatically layout will float. Automatically layout will float. And if you want to put any image with this, so that is also very easy. Double click on it. Now select, instead of text, select image, and can select any image. Say for example, it's very easy to work with it, right? And this is the first page. Now if you want to create a page, what to do? Again, I'm changing my position. Okay, now here click on the page, click on the page options. Okay, so right now you are in a home page. Right now you are in a home page. Select a plus sign given over here. When you select it, it provides 3 options: new page, new link, or new sections. So I'm selecting a new page. Okay, I can say a video tour. video tour. That is the one page I want to create. Then I am selecting done. So now automatically you can see this is a home page, and another page is created, which is a video tour, which is a video tour. Now, as sir said, I forget the name, that he created a YouTube channel and he uploaded their videos. Now what to do whenever you are creating a YouTube video and you are uploading a YouTube video and you are providing a link to your students, right? Is it? Okay. Now what happened? Say for example, let's see. Can you give me your YouTube video link in a chat box? Is it possible for you?
Yes, sir. I'll try. I'll give it to you. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes.
So say for example, I'm going into the YouTube. Sir is giving a channel name, no issue. But when you go to the YouTube, you will find, oh, Jabardast videos. And we are going to puzzle which video we want to select. Right? So students will distract because whenever you give a link, side by side, so many videos will run. So they will distracted. And they will switch over from your video to another video. They will distract it from your video to another video.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I have sent you that link.
Okay. I'm putting over here. Right.
Business is an AI-powered writing system enabling teams around the world.
So this is a video provided by Sir, right? Institute of Basic Chinese. Now see, we are running a video provided by Sir. Okay. Now you can see side by side, Amir Khan is also there. Okay, Lego story is also there. These are the fascinating world. So students will switch over from this content to this content very easily. Got it? This is a big problem by providing a YouTube video link. Now, what is the solution? Solution is your website. How? Let's see. Say for example, here I have created a page, a video tour, any page, with any name you can create, no issue. Okay. Then what to do? What you have to do? Here, sorry, again I have to move over here. Go to the insert part. Go to the insert part. Okay. And then select over here YouTube. There is options. You can see a YouTube. So first what you have to do, write a name of your video. Say for example, what is the name of video yours, sir?
Basic Chinese phrases.
A video tutorial, sorry, for
Basic Chinese phrases.
Right?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Sir.
This
yes,
is title. Again, I'm coloring it. Okay. Now here, what you have to do? Select YouTube. Okay, and then put the address which sir provided. Search it. Fantastic. This is a video. Select it. Select. Oh, wow. Then what you can do, there is a good facility that you can write description over here about video. Okay, you can also write a description of this video over here. Now this video will run from here, not from the YouTube. You can see. Got it? So this is a facility which is known as the embedding, facility. So you are going to host your video on a YouTube, then your YouTube video will run here. Even you can write a description over here, and then you can ask a questions also to your students. Okay, and if you prepare any virtual tour of your places, tourism, hotels, then you can put over here, right? So this is a best advantage. Now, when you create, this is a clear? Any questions about this?
Yes, sir, it's very clear.
Okay. Now, when I created a page, a home video tour, say for example, again I'm creating one more page, a new page name given a tour or tutorial. Let me contact me. Okay, only 3 page will do. Here you can add your Gmail drive, everything, document, everything you can put. Just go to the YouTube and search about the Google's website creation tips and tricks. You will get so many things, right? And later on I will provide resources also, that if you forget this, then you can go through that particular resources and then you will get the idea how to do all these things, right? Now, say for example, when I'm creating a page, you can see a navigation is also created side by side automatically, right? So right now I'm on home page, a video tour, contact me, right? Now you don't want this top bar. You don't want this navigation on a top. You need on a side. So there is a provision. When you click over here, you will see one gear button is emerge, pop up. Okay, then click on that gear button. You will see a setting. In setting, there is an option which is known as the navigations. Now, right now, our top option is selected. If you click over here and if you select the side, then navigation will appear on a side. Let's see. Okay, again, I'm changing my position so you can get. So now you can see there is no navigation button over here or option over here, but it is here. It is here. Home, video tour, contact me. Right? So this is a side navigations. And if you want to again switch back to the top navigation, click on setting button, navigation instead of side. You can select a top. That's it. Okay. You can see again a navigation will shift it to the top navigation. Clear? Any questions about this? Okay. Now, here you can give your name to your website. I can say MDUHNT. Okay. In a small letter. Website name is never in a capital letter. So MDUHND. Once a fantastic facility is that you will get 100 MB for this website and total of 15 GB of your Gmail account. This website is also a part of your 15 GB. Once you are happy with this, say for example, you design everything and done everything and then go for publish. Once you click publish, then only your website is available on a Google platform or on the internet. Say for example, I am clicking on a publish button. When I'm first time I will do this, this dialog box will pop up, and where I'll get this address. Then I have to copy it. Okay. And here, who can view my site? So here you can manage. You can click on the manage. If you want to share your website for only particular people, then also you can mention over here. Okay. Otherwise, it will available for all. If you don't want to put your website on a search engine, then click over here. Request public search engine to not display my website. So that is also possible. Otherwise, it is possible. Now here one option is there, custom domain. Say for example, I have a website mnjivani.in. Okay, so that is my personal domain which I purchased from the GoDaddy. So that you have to purchase it and then you have to bind it. There are setup is there. Click on it. You have a few settings will be provided from your website domain vendor. That settings you have to apply over here. Then your this address will convert it to your customized address. This particular free address will be converted into the customized address. Right now I'm clicking on the publish. So this website is published. Okay, if I want to check it out, I'll open a new browser. I'm putting this address, pasting this address, and let's check. Now this website is available online. You can also check. I'm putting address in a chat box. You can check it out. You can also able to see on your screen. Okay, so this website is available to view. Okay, now I had not written anything in a contact. Okay, so I'm going into the contact. I'm again writing my details. I'm writing it. Later on, you can design it in a good color and all these things. Bye. Fine. This is my details. So what I'll do, this is my detail. Now there is a facility that if somebody wants to come and meet you, then you can let me come over here. This is my written detail. And if you want to provide a navigation, if somebody is visiting you, then go to the insert and click on the map. Okay, write the address of your place. Okay, select it, put it over here. Fantastic. Got it? And also you can contact me form. Also you can put. There are ready-made form are available. Visitor feedback. So you can insert it. Right. Same way you can take assessment, assignment, questions. Simply everything it is possible. Okay. So this is and whenever you do any change, say for example, yet I had not clicked the changes I did, but after that I had not click on the publish button. Let's see a website. you can see there is nothing in the contact. There is nothing in the contact because I had not pressed the publish button. Now, when I publish, I'm clicking on the publish button. It will ask me draft and currently publish. I am click on the publishing. So now if you check and refresh the page, okay. Now you can see a change is taken place. Right? Any questions about this? Anything? Now, say for example, for today you did this and you completed your work, you publish it, then you switch over the website. You close it, the website. Now, where this website goes? Where this website goes? So always remember your website is available in Google Drive. Your website is available in Google Drive. So from whenever you want to edit or modify it, it is available in Google Drive. So from Google Drive, you have to select it. So here I am finding this particular website just we created for editing. Here it is. So which is in the my Google Drive. So whenever you want to edit or you want to add anything, just go to the Google Drive, find this your website and click on it. Again, it will ready for editing. And from the work you left from here, you can go and update it. So whenever you want to update, it is very easy to update it. So you can connect your email address, you can connect your Google Drive, you can connect everything with whatever Gmail account have with this website. Right? So any questions? You can even so many options are there in insert button. So many things you can do. I just given a brief idea that how you can create your own website for your students, for your say for example, if you are connected with any hotel and tourism section or anything, that you can also do. Any questions about this? Fine, fantastic. Okay, now another topic. This is one thing that you can do. I'm closing it and now back to the Katha. So this portion we did it. You can do the same thing. You can create your website and everything. Now another DIY tricks you can do. If you have a digital skill and if you want to brush up or enhance your digital skill, then a fantastic world is a food photography. I think I have to change my place. So you can a food, where it is. Okay, a food photography. There are so many videos, channels, so many things are available. So many techniques are there that you can create a fantastic food photography. And if you, it ups to your video skill or digital skill, that how you can do that, right? Now one DIY skill I'll show you how to do that. So for that, I think everybody is familiar with this. Again, I'm going to change my thing so you can. Everybody knows this small tiny toy, right? A fidget spinner. Familiar? Or you people also have another options. I forgot that while preparing a cake, you have rotating base. Right? So those who have idea about creating or preparing a cake, they also have a rotating platform. But if you don't have that particular platform, it's little bit a costly affair. But you can do your own. So what you can do, find any fidget spinner of from anywhere. If you have a kids and if your kid have a fidget spinner, fine. I hope everybody knows about it, right? Anyone who don't have idea about fidget spinner? Ayla, anybody is there or not? Ritesh says yes. Okay.
We
Now
know,
the
sir. We
second step.
know. We know,
Okay,
sir.
fantastic. But I have to ask now because I'm feeling that I'm talking to virtual wall. Nobody is. I'm looking. Nobody's camera is open, right? Otherwise, I'll from the by face expression I can get idea. Okay, fantastic. Then the second step, find any wooden plate, plastic plate, anything which is a flat in a surface. Flat in a surface. Use a glue or stick or anything. Stick that particular. The first step here, what you have to do, you have to bottom end of this fidget spinner. You have to stick on a floor, a flat floor. Okay. Then the second step, find any plastic plate or a which is in the heavy in a size or a wooden plate. Again, stick over here on top of the fidget spinner, so you can rotate. So now you have a rotating base. You have plate which have a below rotating structure, small one, but you want a bigger one. So as a base, rotating base, we are using a fidget spinner. Stick it. Okay, just like this, mount it or stick it. Use a good glue or a stick. Okay, so now you have a DIY rotating platform. You can rotate very easily. Okay, then what you can do, put a food plate, whatever photography you want to do, use it, put it on it. Okay, then rotate slowly, and then then you can do videography of it. So this is DIY, very simple DIY skill that we are using for the product photography, where we are doing we are taking 360-degree photograph from this technique. Either you can rotate a camera, or sometimes it's very difficult to rotate a camera. Then you need a big rail and everything. But this trick is very simple, that you can rotate slowly your food plate and you can record it. So 360-degree photography you can get. So this is one DIY skill, digital skill, that will be beautifully useful specifically for the vegetable, for the food plate preparation photography. Right? Any questions about it? This is simple and beautiful trick you can use, and you can come out with the fantastic. And also, there are so many other options, DIY tricks available in a YouTube. So many YouTube channels are there. They are providing a food total one section is separate section is there for the food photography. So any questions about this? This is very simple trick that you can use it at your own. Fine. Then move further. This is a fantastic website I came across. I don't know how many of you know about it, but this is a really a great opportunity and great resources for hotel and tourism sector. This is again a fantastic, that how virtual reality can enrich the hospitality industry. Fantastic. I'll show you the website. It's a really good resources. This is a really fantastic website, and they are providing information about the virtual reality and use of virtual reality, and so many other articles are there. Yeah, I'll show you basically what direct link I'll show you. If you search use of VR in hotel industry, Then this website will one beautiful article is there, will come out, how a virtual reality can enrich the hospitality industry. So what you can do, you can create a website, or you can suggest your client to create a website, beautiful website, and then put a virtual tour video on the website. So it will provide fantastic here in a DIY mode, or in a layman language. They explain what exactly virtual reality is, why virtuality is becoming important in the hospitality industries. Okay, example of how to use virtual reality within the hospitality industry, because virtual reality sector is a very platform is very big. But here specifically they discuss, this article discuss the idea about how you can use for the hotel and tourism section, and examples are also given. This is a virtual honeymoon to London and Hawaii, fantastic. Visit Hamilton, Iceland in 360-degree virtual reality with contrast. And now Facebook is also spending heavily on this virtual reality and augmented reality. That's why they changed their name from Facebook to Metaverse. The name of the company is changed from Facebook to Metaverse. Okay, and if you this is a fantastic, because when person wants to see, this is again a Dubai, Atlantis Dubai video, fantastic video. You can see. So person can get idea where I am visiting. Everything is given. If you have a device, then you feel real. This is we are watching in a 2-dimension. Okay. Fine. So these are the things one has to do. Virtual booking process here. Free resources also given. Software links are also given. Various softwares are provided by Ravefine company and all these things. So many other website is also there, but this is one. This one is a good resource, a fantastic resource. Augmented reality and artificial intelligence. So these are the new trends. These are the new trends coming up in the market. So if you are familiar with it, fantastic. Now I will show you, I will provide you the few resources. If you want to create a digital content, then these are the free resources, list of free resources available. If you want to use a fantastic icon in your presentation, just go to the flaticon.com. I'll paste it, all the links in your chat box, so you can copy it. I'm putting over here. I'm just simply, I'll provide you all the link over here in your chat book, so you can use from there. Fine. Okay, I already pasted. Right. So then if you want to use tremendous fonts on your websites, on your presentations, then go for this website, fontsquirrel.com. Then if you want, this is a fantastic website, I'll show you. If you want this is a website, free website, resource for the royalty-free image. Royalty-free image. So very easily you can download images for your need, and you don't have to provide anything. This is purely a free website, so you can download all these images freely. A fantastic resource. Fine. Okay, come over here. Then if you want a color palettes, these are the website for color palettes, and all in one. If you want everything, colors, fonts, images, go to this free website, Pixabay, Unsplash, and Stock Snaps. These are the 3 websites which provides everything to you: images, fonts, color, everything. Icons, vectors, everything. Website templates, everything. Then if you want to use a free sound for your presentations or for your content, then go for band sounds. Okay. Then if you want a fantastic PowerPoint templates, then go to these two websites, slidecarnival.com and freepowerpointtemplates.com. Then if you want to remove background, this is again, I'll show you a fantastic website. Just go to the remove.bg. This is an awesome website for removing background of any image. Just go to this website, upload any image from your computer. Say for example, this, okay, and bingo, you will get a removed background image. Just go and download. Okay, so this is a free resources. Just upload your image. This particular website will provide you a clean image. Background will be removed. Fine. So this is again best use of. Then format converter. This is again a very good website if you want to convert any format of your image, PDF to JPG, JPEG to PNG, any format you want to convert, just go to this cloudconvert.com website. A fantastic website will provide mindful resources. And then this is awesome resources which that your entire PowerPoint presentation will be converted into the web-based presentations. So that is iSpringSolution.com, and where you will find iSpring free tool which convert your entire PPT presentation into the web-based or HTML file converter. So nobody, if you will give or if you will provide your presentation to anybody, then that person will not change anything to your presentation, but because your website, your presentation will be converted into the HTML file format. Fine. So this is whatever I have for you people. I hope purpose is served. So anything if you want to ask, session is open for the discussion. I think I done my part. If anything you want to ask, you are free to ask.
Can you hear me, sir? Sir, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing.
Yeah. Sir, I have a couple of questions. Let me first compliment you for a wonderful session and all the knowledge that you shared with us. I have a couple of questions to you. First is that I do have my own website. I did it to the website builder and it is on iPage. But then as you suggested about the Google site, so and the content will also be there in Google Drive. So there is one thing which I want to know. If I have a domain name, as you said, no, domain name, can I have that, use that domain name to build a Google website?
Yes, possible, sir. Possible, sir. Very easily you can do that.
And then I will not get a domain name, the email ID also from the Google. So the Google ID which I'm using, that only I will get as an email ID, no?
Yeah, that email ID you will get from your domain provider. So whosoever domain provider is there, they will provide you the email name. So what Google will do, Google will transfer their settings into your domain settings. That's it. There is a procedure.
And then I can access all my, I usually access my Gmail. So those I can get any information coming to my website. I can access that through my Gmail.
Yes. For that you have to set the analytical Google analytical tool. There is a provision is there. It is set in the setting bar. You have to enable it. Then you can do that. There are so many videos tutorial are available on a YouTube. Just go through it. You will get the idea. Here I had not taken that part because so many people are a newbie, so they will confuse what to do. So that part I skipped because it is
perfectly
technical part.
So
But possible. I'm using see this is my I'll show you this is my website is from it is a Google website only, but I use my specialized name mngivani.in. Okay, so this is again from the Google website. This is example of Google website itself. you can see Google sites, right? But domain name is mnjivani.in, right?
So are you
So,
receiving the email?
huh?
Are you able to receive the email? If there is a contact email, somebody tried to contact you. Are you able to receive that?
Yeah, possible. I'm using since long.
Okay, fine. That's it. Second thing about
Anybody else?
sir,
Your voice is not coming, Dr. Vijay sir.
sir, one more question.
Your voice is not coming, sir.
Okay, I'll try it in chat, sir.
Okay.
Meanwhile, sir, there is one more question from Chef Ritu there. She wants to know how and from where can I get royalty-free food HD pics to prepare PPTs for students?
Clean PNG. These are the three websites I right now on the screen, that Pixabay, Unsplace, Stock Snaps, and Clean PNG. These are the free website which provides free royalty-free images. Or if you don't want to go in that, what you can do, I'll show you one way. Say for example, okay, come over here. This is google.com, right? And then I'm writing food. Okay, then images. So plenty of images are there. Now I'm confused which image is free and which image is license. Okay, then what to do? Just go to the just first search your need, then click on image, then go to the tools bar over here. Okay, when you click on the toolbars, you will see one option which is known as the users, right? Click on it and select a Creative Commons license. So now these all images are free to use. That's it. Got it?
Hello.
Got it? Clear? Anything else?
There is one more question, sir, from Dr. Vijay. He wants to know that how you shift podium. How you shift your podium.
I am using studio setup. I have a small studio setup at my home. From that setup, you can see everything, all these things. It's a huge, little bit a costly affair, because I am using heavy systems, 3 machines, network facilities, lightning. So it's a studio environment, basically it's called. And plus one licensed software, a commercial licensed software, XSplit Broadcaster, $30 for 3 months, right? And video mixer is also there. So I am switching through video mixing and all these things. Anything else?
If anybody else wants to ask something, please ask from sir.
Can you hear me? This is Chef Ritu here.
Yeah, ma'am.
I just wanted to thank you. It's such an interesting session. What an value information you are sharing with us. I'm very interested in food photography and blogging and things like that. And thank you once again, sir. Just gratitude that I could attend this session. Absolutely fantastic. I think this session should have been much longer. Thanks again, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else who have any questions?
I have one question, sir. Myself, Rajat Gupta, sir.
Gupta sir, boliye.
Sir, I made lots of videos on because myself is a chef, so I made a lot of videos on cooking on different recipes. But I don't know how to, uh, edit them. Like I want to make some for like for Instagram for 30 seconds, like the whole video and short into 30 seconds. I don't know how to edit them. So, which is the best tool, or from where I can learn the editing part?
Okay.
Video editing.
Yeah, you can start with very beautiful applications. If you are using mobile, generally people are doing mobile. I hope you are doing mobile photography, right?
Yes, sir.
Or
Yes, sir.
mobile videography.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so each and everything is recorded using mobile only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now there is beautiful applications available. You can start with it, then go for the professional one. But for beginning or for the first early stage, start using InShot application.
Okay,
Let
sir.
me show over here. InShot a video editor. It is available both. Start with the free version first. Available
Okay, sir.
in both Android and Apple. I am using heavily, and fantastic features are there, sir.
Okay, sir.
So many facility are there in this free version. Once you are satisfied, once you are familiar with it, then go for the professional one. But this will provide everything. Second one is a paid version, which is a KineMaster. If you are using a mobile only, right? But I am suggesting go for InShot. InShot provides so many things, and start with the YouTube tutorial. Plenty of YouTube tutorial are available. How to use InShot. Okay, and one more learning resources I'll share with you, which is known as the Domestika. I don't know, all of you know.
I'm listening it this name first time, sir. Domestika.
This Domestika is a fantastic learning platform. All the courses are started with 300 rupees, 400 rupees, where you will find a specialized course for how to create a video for Instagram, how to create video for food photography and all these things. Almost 300 rupees, 400 rupees courses, a very short courses for 3 hours, 4 hours, and it charges also 300 rupees, 500 rupees is very negligible, sir. One pizza cost. Okay, but only the thing is, you see to it that whenever you select any course, kindly check the language, because this platform is a global platform. Courses are available in so many, generally Spanish and other languages, Brazil languages, and all these things are dominant because they are operating from that region, right?
Okay, sir.
But a fantastic mind of resources are there, sir. And
thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah.
So I think you had a fantabulous session with learned Professor Mahesh Jiwani, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have enjoyed the session, type E into the chat box. Let's see how quick and how many E's do we get into the chat box. And it's time to express gratitude to learned sir. Believe me, he mesmerizes us every time whenever he's here. And looking at the responses into the chat box, lovely, so many E's coming up. Dr. Vinita, Dr. Ratna, Jyoti ji, Rajat, Ratna ji, Rajat ji, E. Right, Suraksha ji, Mr. Ratna Raju ji, Ramya S ji, Anup Patwal ji, Kaushik ji, Dr. Dinesh ji, Ratna Kataria ji, Raj Kataria ji, Dr. Jyoti Sayal, Dr. Richa Sharma ji, Swati Chauhan ji, Sushma ji, Suraksha ji, Ratna Raju ji, Dr. Lakhvinder ji, Nilesh Wagmare ji.
Kindly find out who didn't do that.
Sir, let me, sir, can I say something for Mahesh, sir? Sir, your session is like a cult movie, which everyone wants to see again and again and again and again and never get bored of it. So your session is like a cult movie, sir.
Superb. It has been indeed a mind-boggling session. And well, friends, there is a interesting poetry which I would like to recite in honor of Mahesh sir. And we'll steal his another about 10 minutes for the valedictory session. Our guest of honor for the valedictory session, Dr. Sandeep Malik, Director, Institute of Hotel and Tourism Management, MD, University Rohtak, has also joined us in honor of the distinguished speaker, Professor Mahesh Jiwani. Sir, this poem expresses the gratitude of having you in our life. And the poem is amongst all the billions. There are so many people. There are so many people all across the world. How many? I have no clue. But I know there are billions. And amongst those billions and millions, I am glad that I know you and you know me. How blessed I am, how blessed we are, how blessed this group is. Gratitude to you, gratitude to you.
Thank
So
you. Thank you.
with these words, I'd like to express gratitude on behalf of all the members who have been witnessing from 24 different states of India, learning life skills for blissful life and in concentration with hotel and tourism management. So I'm sure that each moment of yours must have delighted you, and so many claps, thumbs ups makes us feel excited. So here on stage, we do welcome Dr. Sandeep Malik, Director, Institute of Hotel and Tourism Management, for the valedictory function as guest of honor, and learned Professor Mahesh Jiwani, sir. Requesting him to give us 10 more minutes to for this valedictory session. Before I ask our team who has been working day and night for this program, there are 3 stars from IHTM who are doing PhD with me. They have compiled a beautiful report for all of you. Each session they were recording and reporting properly, and that report would be shared to AICTE ATAL as well. So they may take about 5 to 7 minutes to present that report, so that you have a glimpse of overall activities throughout the week in front of our guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Malik and Professor Mahesh Jiwani Sahab. And thereafter, the house would be open for about 3 minutes to the participants if they wish to share their experiences, good or bad, about life skills through AICTE ATAL Faculty Development Program. And then we shall request our guest of honor for his words of wisdom and conclude for this ceremony. After this valedictory is over, the quiz, which is an essential requirement for AICTE requirements, would be shared to you into the WebEx link, and the duration for the quiz is 30 minutes. So you will have around 25 questions on life skills from these sessions during 5 days. So covering almost 3 questions every day to answer those questions. And once you do these questions, thereafter, you will have to go to AICTE ATAL portal, and there you will find a feedback form. So you have to essentially fill up that feedback form. Once you do that feedback form, then our team from the university will be updating your assessment marks and attendance. Once that assessment marks and attendance has been updated, you shall be able to download your certificates from AICTE ATAL portal from where you had registered for this faculty development program. For our distinguished speakers, we shall be sending the certificates from our end through mail. It was indeed a pleasure to be there with you, and over to the team for presenting their report to Professor Mahesh Jiwani Saab and our guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Malik. Over to Adit, Neeraj, and Ajay.
Greetings to everyone on this wonderful workshop, our last day of our workshop. This was indeed an wonderful experience for all of us, I must say. I was attending, and of course I was a part of the team as well. So it was wonderful being behind the screen and on the screen both the times. So we had 5 days in our workshop. On the day 1, we had 2 different sessions. First one was the speaker was with us, Mr. Rajpeer Deswal, IPS. He talked about the different
Adit, you can share the screen
concepts
also so
of
that we
life,
can see it.
different dimensions of life and balance amongst them. In the second session, we had Professor M.N.
You may share the screen so
Alias
that we can see it.
Mustafa, Central University of Kerala. He talked about the life skills that define ourselves and that we need every day to make our life more blissful. On day 2 and further from day 2, we had 3 sessions every day. On day 2, we had our first session by Dr. Rajiv Kumar. He was head human resources, TajSats Air Catering. He gave us a lecture on managing HR and leadership skills for hospitality and tourism. I should also share the screen with my colleagues here. Just give me a minute. I also share the screen. I believe you must be able to see the report that we have prepared. Day one, focusing on the communication and life skills. As I said, we had Professor Rajbir Singh, our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor. And in this online training program, he facilitated and welcomed everyone on board. And we had chief guest Professor Dhruv Chaudhary, and he also said that success in corporate and professional life depends upon practical and communication skills. So he also emphasized teamwork and soft skills that are required for everyone in our day-to-day life. And on the second session, Mr. Deswal, we had a wonderful talk, and he gave us a lecture on being a good human being, being empathetic towards our colleagues and students, how to manage and work-life balance and a social life balance, what are the different dimensions of life and how to balance the various dimensions of life and learn to live the life to the fullest. And we have some lovely screenshots for the day. And on the third session of day one, we had Professor Mustafa's session. He talked about different aspects of life, the major cause of living an unhappy life in the absence of life skills, basically. So after we inculcate life skills within us. So it is very blissful and very satisfactory at the end of the day when we realize that yes, our life has indeed become blissful. If we
Very good evening to all of you. Are you getting my voice?
Yes, Ajay, you are audible.
Okay. So I'm very happy to share with you my learnings with this workshop. That I would like to thank, first of all, Professor Dhaya, the director of the Center for Life Skills and Soft Skills, for organizing such workshops and including us to be part of, not only as a participant, but to be including us in this act and the activities also, which are taken care by the admin of this workshop. So I would like to thank you, sir, and these learnings will stay with us forever. Thank you so much, sir, for that. And are you able to view my screen also?
Yes, Ajay, we can view it.
Please confirm. Okay. So I'll share the report of day 2 with you. On second day of this workshop, just give me a moment. We had Mr. Rajiv Kumar, who is the head of HR TASETS Air Catering. He was the first speaker of second day of this workshop. The key takeaways from Dr. Rajiv Kumar's sessions shared by participants were the recent trends in HR, which included a pulse software for RMS, geo-offencing attendance system, facial recognition attendance systems, Dr. Rajiv also informed the audience about Tata Management Training Center. Dr. Kumar also shared the future jobs which will be taken care by the hospitality industry. And he also briefed us about the top skills which are needed by the human resources of hospitality industry. So here I am sharing some snippets of that session, and participants were very eagerly engaged in that session, and they asked queries also and they were positively taken by that resource person. In our session 2, we had Dr. Amit Sharma. Dr. Amit Sharma, he's a member of UNWTO expert roster, and he discussed about tourism role in economic development and growth at global level. The key takeaways from Dr. Amit Sharma's sessions were that he discussed about how we can mitigate tourism impacts and bring sustainable tourism development for betterment of our society. He also talked about decarbonized tour package and itinerary for sustainable development. And he also highlighted that academicians and researchers are the backbone of policy making. So here are some snippets of his session. So in the third session, we had Mr. Prateek Hira, the president of Tornos Company and state chairman of AICTE. He took the third session. His company is a pioneer in experiential tourism. And Mr. Prateek Hira talked about skills which make the youth future ready. He ignited the participants with the COVID trends, the trends which are coming after due to COVID in tourism. He highlighted that change is the only constant. Although tourism industry is okay. Okay, tourism industry is going little slow this time, but uh, uh, it will come up, and it will come up with good skies. He also told us that knowledge of various suggested measures which the academia should take to reform tourism education in India. The third session, the third day of the faculty development, we had Chef Rajiv Goel. He elaborated the Vedic foods, the foods which we had. He talked to us about Vedic food and what our Vedas talked about food. He told us about the Sattvic foods, Tamasic foods, and Rajasic foods. He also ignited us with spices of India. He also talked to us about water and and about eating the water. And in the second session, we had Professor Sanju Nanda, who is the head of Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences. He ignited us with the aromatherapy. He told us about aromatherapy. She told us she told us about aromatherapy. She told us that the relation of aromatherapy, food, and hospitality industry. So here are some snippets of her session. So in the last session of that day, we had Mr. Deepak Baid. He's the head of Human Resources, Park Group of Hotels. He told us about what are values, and how do we perceive someone's or something's value. The key takeaways from Deepak Baid's sessions were empathy, the skills which are required by the hospitality industry, and he also told us about what is strategy and what is innovation, the competencies required in hospitality industry. He also told us about magic mantras of life. And in day 4 in session 2 was taken by Professor Mahinder Chand, the head of the professor in Department of Tourism and Hotel Management. He talked us about research, skill, trends, and practices in Indian context. He told us about the recent trends which are happening in tourism research in Indian context. He also told us that for a researcher to be successful in tourism, he needs to do collaborations. He needs to work together with other researchers. He needs to see the researches of others also. Only then he can become successful in tourism industry. Here are some snippets of Professor Mahinder's session. The last session was taken by Dr. Anukriti Sharma. She told us about research opportunities in hospitality and tourism industry. She also told us about the challenges that the researchers faces in academia and what is the way forward of tourism research in Indian context. These are the snippets of her session. She also told us that if a researcher is not aware from where he or she should start, he can go through those UNDP's sustainable goals and can relate those goals with their research topic. And day 5 of the workshop, the final day of the value added, we had a value added session of IAS Shri Krishna Mohan, former Additional Chief Secretary and Financial Commissioner, Governor Revenue Government of Haryana. He was the distinguished speaker of the day. Krishna Mohanji talked about ethical human values and how we can transform our lives by inculcating good values in our daily lives. So after his session, we had Professor Dr. Sonia Malik, the head of psychology department with us. She talked about human values. She told us about what is positive psychology, what is stress management, and what is righteousness and what is wrong. She also talked about what is the concept of happy life. So, and the second session of day 5 was taken by Professor Sampath Kumar Swansel. He told us about the famous hospitality and tourism professionals. He narrated the stories of them and told us that how we can become successful in tourism and hospitality academia. And the last session of today is taken care by Professor Jivani sir, the head of Saurashtra University. He told us about digital literacy skills, and he highlighted that in today's world, a teacher has to be present everywhere. He has to. He elaborated us that how we can make our websites, how we can put our content in that website. So this is all about this workshop. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ajay, Adit, and Neeraj. I must compliment you as young scholars. You have contributed for a good report, and a PDF file of this report would be shared to all the participants through the WhatsApp group and emails. We will also give you 3 days time that if you intend to add some value to this report by making some suggestions, some corrections, some alterations, as participants, we would be glad to accept that. Thereafter, the report would be uploaded on the AICTE ATAL portal as well as the portal of MD University Rohtak and would be circulated in the official archives of the university. So with this, we had indeed a blissful time. Now, quickly, I would like to take 1 to 3 participants if they intend to share their feedback. Ajay, you can stop sharing the screen and let us all once switch on our cameras also so that we can have some photos with our guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Malik and Professor Mahesh Jivani. And before I invite for the concluding remarks of the guest of honor, I would like to have some snippets and then request all of you to, with smiling faces, snippets, then coming for your feedback, please. So I'm quickly taking snapshots, putting it into your WhatsApp groups. Smile. Let's see how many smiling faces do I get. Fantastic, fantastic. So many professors, so many teachers from India at one platform of MDU Smile. Superb. Superb. So I could take some of them, and I'm sure some you might have also taken. I have taken few of them. So before we invite Dr. Sandeep for his concluding remarks, any three participants who would like to share their crisp feedback, just one minute each, please. Open to you. You can unmute yourself and go ahead with that.
Heartfelt gratitude
Evening,
to
sir.
Bhaiya sir and the team for creating a milestone and organizing such a wonderful workshop, and with such a high learned uh, presenters and the teachers and uh, the resource person. We are so glad, and on behalf of everybody, I would like to thank each and every resource person who are present today, who are not present today. That only all this happened only because of the Dhaiya sir efforts and his team. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dhaiya sir.
Thank you, Rajat ji. You made me feel elated because my guru, Chef A.K. Singh, is also here. And when a student is appreciated in front of his teacher, he feels on
Namaskar,
top
sir.
of the world. Right? So you have made my life easy. One, my institute director is there. So he'll see that, yes, we have somebody who works, and we have my teacher here. And of course, I would give a title to Mahesh Jivani sir, that is Digital Universal Guru. Huh? So I have been learning from him in so many workshops. All right, let's move quickly to the next participant who would like to share his observations, and then come to the concluding remarks by guest of honor.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
I'm Jyoti from KL College of Pharmacy, KLEF deemed to be university, sir. First of all, I want to thank all the organizers for organizing a wonderful faculty development program. All the sessions that are covered on this platform are very useful, not only for hotel management people, these are useful for all the people in the those who attended this program. Those will be applicable in our daily life also, to lead our life in a peaceful manner and blissful manner. Once again, I thank all the organizers for conducting the wonderful workshop. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been wonderful there being with you, and indeed, life is blissful. Just to recapitulate, today in our value-added session, we had Mr. Krishna Mohan, a very senior IAS officer from 1977 batch of Haryana cadre, and has been at very senior and responsible positions. You name a department, and he has been there in that, right? So one key takeaway from him, that today after this workshop on life skills for blissful life, whenever you go home, just give a tight hug to your mother, your father, your parents, or your family members, and tell them that they are important for you. Life is blissful. No matter whatever issues or challenges we come across our life, but that's life. We need to embrace the change, and we need to be happy. So finally, before I call upon the guest of honor, just one concluding remarks from Mahesh Jivani sir for showering his blessings on the participants, please.
इतना सर मैंने बोला, आपका पेट नहीं भरा क्या? तो चाय पीने भी लगे आप तो।
सर, चाय के बिना आपका सेशन पूरा ही नहीं होता था। ये मेरे स्कॉलर्स तब से बोले जा रहे थे कि सर जीवानी सर को ना चाय पे तो बोलना ही बोलना है। वो सेशन में मिस हो गया तो मुझे लगा प्याली लेके बैठूं तो सर जरूर बोलेंगे।
आपने मेरा दिल उबा दिया कि चाय पी रहे, मैं देख रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना। See, this is a tremendous opportunity and challenges for the hotel and tourism as technology is evolving like anything. And the best part is people has to work on the VR and AR, augmented reality and virtual reality, which boosts this sector heavily. So if you look at the Facebook, they already changed their name from Facebook to Metaverse, and they are heavily spending on the virtual reality concept. They are also coming up with the products, and people who are in this sector, they have to develop a product. So from my home, I can smell what you are cooking. Right now, I am only able to see what you are cooking, but I cannot smell it. Like just the way you are drinking a tea, but I don't know which kind of tea you are drinking. Just you are just saying that I am drinking a tea, but I don't know really it is a tree or a what exactly, I don't know. But through this technology, one can get feel of it. So this kind of things is going to happen within the future, and a person has to work on it. Okay. So this is and this only be done by teachers who are engaged with this field, and they can do fantastically. So one has to mix the blends with the field. Say for example, I am from the electronics, so technologies go hand to hand with my subject because I'm a part of technology. But your domain is a different. Your domain is a different technology, so you need a particular kind of a blend of technology which can boost the entire sector. And at the receiving end, the future generation of the breed of the students will get much benefit of it. Okay, so this is what I can say, sir. Thank you very
sir.
much again.
Thank you for showering your blessings, sir. We are indeed happy and feeling on the top of the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome with a round of applause the guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Malik. Let me share it with you that he is an institution builder and has established Hotel and Tourism Management Department at Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, and then has been a founder member of Hotel and Tourism Management at MD University, Rohtak. A tall, handsome boy and a pleasing personality. Well, you would be listening a lot from him about what he feels about life skills, hospitality, and tourism. And we are happy and delighted that iconic director of university teaching department, which probably is one of the leading university teaching departments in India, Institute of Hotel and Tourism Management, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. We proudly say that we proudly stand tall amongst the leading hotel and tourism institutes of not merely India, but South Asia in terms of number of programs offered, in terms of different activities we do. So we welcome you, sir, and over to you for your concluding remarks, please.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the entire team of Center for Life Skill and Soft Skills, Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, especially to my senior colleague, Professor Ashish Daya, for inviting me as a guest of honor on the concluding session of the ATAL online faculty development program on title Life Skill for Blissful Life, organized for the hospitality and tourism sector professionals. I'm very confident, friends, that you must have been learning, enjoying these skills in last few days. The quality and variety of speakers you have enjoyed is remarkable. The speakers were from hospitality background, they were from hotels, airlines, academicians, administrators, professionals, and so on. The list is exhaustive, and their experience, I think, if you compare my experience with their experience, that I don't stand anywhere as far as experience is concerned. I would not take much time of yours. I do have, as an academician and critical thinker, only three things I would like to share with you. First, the first two are some additions, and the third is a challenge. You can take it as a challenge, but I take it as an opportunity. The first thing is the skills, the soft skill and life skills you have learned in these few days should not be seen in isolation, but these must be seen as addition to your other professional skills and even to your personal life also. These skills are like having extra cheese on your pizza. So you should have these skills, in my opinion. Second, these skills add value not only to your CV, but to your personality also. These skills give you competitive advantage over your rivals in this market. These are the additions. And the third, you can say it an opportunity, a challenge, but I would like to call it as an opportunity. Till now, in tourism and hospitality, humans were having a monopoly over these skills. But as you might have experienced also during COVID, the technology has entered into this arena. And technology, you can say artificial intelligence or information technology, whatever you can name it as per your convenience. This is giving us tough competition. So now we don't enjoy that shield of monopoly in this field also, in this sector also, which we call the service sector. Therefore, we have to keep on improving and innovating also, so that this machine learning might not take over this field from us. Having said or having shared these ideas, I would like to again thank my sincere thanks to the center and its entire team for this opportunity, and I offer my best wishes to the participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful and a crisp talk and the concluding remarks at the valedictory of this program. I think on behalf of all the participants, I can take this liberty to share my screen again and convey the feelings of the entire audience virtually. We'll just take a minute more to share the screen and convey the feelings of all the participants. Thereafter, we shall circulate the quiz, which will be open for half an hour. The same will be there for the participants in the chat box. And let me tell you, I only knew about that there are quizzes or tests which are open book quizzes and open tests. So being at Life Skills, we learned that yes, they are different and you have no chance to copy because it's your life. How can you copy on it? So with this, let me first share the screen. So this has been in honor of our guest of honor and Dr. Sandeep Malik and Professor Mahesh Jevani, and of course, all the participants who have been here with us from last 5 days, joining for the program meticulously and attending sparing time. I'm also grateful that this valedictory becomes more special when Chef A.K. Singh joins us. How lucky a student feels when he sees that his mentors are there and they are there to shower blessings on us. So had teachers been not there, probably the world would not have been such a beautiful place. So this is a salutation to all teachers. We all are teachers here in this group who are here for a noble cause. So thank you everyone for being here and being so kind, joining this AICTE ATAL Faculty Development Program. I would like to request Neeraj to kindly share the link of the quiz here as well as in the WhatsApp group so that participants can do it. For your information, participants, that's an auto checking quiz. So kindly do share the registered email address and your name in that, and auto responses will be submitted to it. We will have no choice to auto correct if you fill wrong data, and it will be automatically closed by next 30 minutes. Lastly, before we bid bye-bye, आपको जो अच्छा लगा इस लाइफ स्किल सेंटर, इस महर्षि दयानंद विश्वविद्यालय का या AICTE अटल का, वो सबको बताएं. अगर इस प्रोग्राम में कोई कमी रही तो वो हमें जरूर बताएं. मेरा ईमेल एड्रेस है ashish@mdu.ac.in ताकि हम आने वाले प्रोग्राम्स में उसको सुधार सकें. इसी के साथ आप सबसे रूबरू होके बहुत मजा आया. I'll request Neeraj to kindly share the quiz here in the chat box as well as on the WhatsApp groups. It is 16:12 now. By 30 minutes the quiz would be over. Kindly do conclude it, and thereafter आप आज कल परसों 3 दिन में जब भी आपको समय मिलेगा आप AICTE अटल की वेबसाइट पर जाएंगे, अपनी फीडबैक शेयर करेंगे और उसके उपरांत ही आपके सर्टिफिकेट जनरेट हो पाएंगे। सर्टिफिकेट संबंधित सभी इंक्वायरीज जो है वो AICTE पोर्टल से होंगी। आपको साथ साथ ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि जो नाम से आपने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया था AICTE उसके डिजिटल सर्टिफिकेट जनरेट करता है। उससे संबंधित अगर कोई नाम करेक्शंस की क्वेरीज या चेंजेस होंगे तो वो ये सेंटर एड्रेस नहीं करेगा, उसके लिए आप डायरेक्ट कनेक्ट AICTE को करेंगे। Right? So with this, life is blissful. Stay awesome, stay productive, stay happy with this. Thank you. Bye-bye, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to our guest of honors, Dr. Sandeep Malik, Mahesh Jivani sir, and Chef A.K. Singh. Thank you, Adit, Neeraj, and Ajay for being so supportive throughout this faculty development program, and all the participants for being there with us. Namaskar, Ram Ram from Haryana.
Thank you.
हाँ लाइक ताजे को ट्रायल से